Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters. Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Good evening. We begin tonight with the war in Iran. President Trump suggesting 24 hours ago that some might consider the war pretty well complete. Tonight, the Pentagon now saying today was the most intense day of strikes since the war began. The Pentagon releasing new video tonight showing the U.S. unleashing massive air attacks on Iranian targets. U.S. Central Command now targeting Iranian boats as well. Following reports, Iran is planning to lay mines right in the Strait of Hormuz, right where oil tankers carry 20% of the world's oil, amid the global oil volatility already and rising gas prices here at home. And tonight, the White House now revealing at least 140 American service members have been wounded in this war so far. At least 7 American lives lost. And tonight, right here, the interview. The American sergeant describing the incoming Iranian drone that he survived. His fellow service member just 5 feet away did not. Here's our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, the Pentagon saying today would be the most intense day of the war so far, amid serious questions over the shifting timelines. 24 hours ago, President Trump said of the war, quote, "It's very complete, pretty much," later adding, "It's pretty well complete." The president making those comments amid extreme volatility in the oil markets. But tonight, it's very clear this war is raging on.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing.
Late today, amid reports Iran's now planning to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz, where tankers carry 20% of the world's oil, the US now saying it's eliminated 16 mine-laying vessels. The president warning Iran the military consequences of mining the strait will be at a level never seen before. President Trump fully aware the war on Iran has led to shock over skyrocketing oil prices globally and gas prices in the US.
The U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them.
But tonight, Iran issuing a direct threat to the president, saying, "Be careful not to get eliminated yourself." And today, confusion over whether the U.S. Navy had escorted a ship through the dangerous strait. A post with video from Energy Secretary Chris Wright said the U.S. Navy successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. But then, about 30 minutes later, that social media post was deleted, the department blaming staff for a, quote, "incorrect caption." The White House says it never happened. And tonight, the human toll on American service members and their families. The Pentagon now confirming at least 140 American service members have been injured so far in this war, 8 severely wounded. ABC News learning new details about the Iranian drone strike that killed 6 U.S. soldiers in Kuwait. The soldiers there had taken shelter in a bunker as air defense systems intercepted a wave of Iranian drones. But moments after the all-clear was given to return to their work building, a drone slamming into the structure. And for the first time tonight, we're hearing from one of the surviving soldiers inside that building, Minnesota Army Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks.
I remember hearing a buzzing noise that got louder and louder, like really quickly.
Hicks describing the harrowing moments before that deadly drone came crashing in.
I remember turning my head to the left and I seen the nose of that drone pop through. And as soon as it did, I knew what it was. It was either a missile or a drone. So I turned to my right, and that's when it blew up and just blew the whole building apart.
The married father with young children of his own recovering from serious shrapnel injuries and a severed spleen, speaking to ABC affiliate KSTP from his hospital bed at Walter Reed, remembering one of the service members who did not survive, Master Sergeant Nicole Amour.
She was literally 5 feet from me when that happened. When I looked over my left shoulder, the drone impacted basically right above her. She was just the kindest woman ever. She was very caring and willing to go the extra mile for you.
And as this war takes a toll on service members, with no clear timeline set, influential podcaster Joe Rogan questioning why we're in the war in the first place.
It just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
David, President Trump calling Iran's new supreme leader unacceptable. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight calling for regime change, telling the Iranian people be ready to seize the moment. David.
Ian Pennell leading us off from Tel Aviv tonight. Ian, thank you. Now to an alarming scene unfolding outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto. Police searching for two suspects who opened fire on the building. Authorities say the suspects drove by. They got out of an SUV, both firing multiple shots from a handgun. At least 2 bullets reportedly hitting a glass door at the main entrance. Police tonight asking any witnesses to come forward. Now to Philadelphia tonight, there are breaking developments. What the FBI found outside Philly at a storage unit. It comes after 2 suspects were arrested after that attempted attack outside the mayor's residence in New York City. Police say they wanted that attack to be bigger than the Boston Marathon attack and what's now been found in that storage unit. Here's Aaron Katersky tonight.
This is the moment the FBI blew up suspicious items found at a storage unit outside Philadelphia. Investigators say they contained explosive residue and were linked to the 2 teens charged with attempting to carry out an ISIS-inspired attack in New York. One of the teens seen here hurling a homemade bomb that tested positive for the explosive TATP. Police say a second device the teen ignited before running down the sidewalk and leaping over a police barrier was also a potentially viable explosive.
We were fortunate that the devices used this weekend did not cause the kind of harm that they were certainly capable of causing.
Federal prosecutors say the teens made statements referring to ISIS, and when an investigator asked one of them if he wanted to accomplish something like the Boston Marathon bombing, he replied, no, even bigger. It was only 3 deaths.
How worrying is it that a couple of guys from Bucks County can just drive into Manhattan with potentially viable devices?
Some individuals will mobilize to violence without tripping the wires that we extensively set.
The attempted attack left the NYPD on edge. Today, the bomb squad spent more than an hour investigating a suspicious item near the mayor's residence.
That item turned out to be harmless, David, but the NYPD is taking no chances. The 2 teens are being held tonight on a terrorism charge. David.
Aaron Katersky, who continues to follow this. Aaron, thank you. Tonight, more than 100 million Americans under alerts as we're on the air right now. Severe storms, tornado watches from the Great Lakes all the way down to Texas. And then this system moves into the Northeast. So let's get right back to Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z back with us tonight. Hi, Ginger.
Hi, David. We've already seen tornado warnings popping from Texas to Illinois. And now, just seconds ago, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch that includes Chicago and Milwaukee over into West Michigan. So let's go ahead and look at that. The tornado watch is still up for parts of Iowa, northeastern Missouri, through Illinois, Peoria included, into northwest Indiana. And this all happens tonight. It's actually just getting going. Those first cells were just the appetizer to what will be an unfortunate main meal that could have tornadoes baseball-sized hail and damaging wind all the way through the overnight hours into southwest Michigan. Then you go down to Texas, you already have a very active radar there too. There was a confirmed tornado just south and east of Abilene. We're watching that and many other cells as this progresses east, and we've got those watches all the way up through Oklahoma and Kansas. By tonight, Dallas to Waco to Austin, even into the overnight hours, could be messy. Also want to mention tomorrow, it's Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., back to Shreveport for damaging wind. David.
24 hours here of severe weather. Ginger, thanks. We'll see you in the morning. Now to the deadly home explosion in Connecticut. The entire neighborhood rocked, firefighters pulling a body from the debris. Here's Stephanie Ramos.
Tonight, authorities outside Hartford, Connecticut, investigating after this home exploded in Bloomfield overnight, killing at least one person inside. The calls for help coming just after 6 p.m.
I got a house that exploded. We have a victim trapped in a basement.
Debris was flying all around, and I had to physically run.
Paulette Lawrence was walking right across the street from the home when it exploded.
I heard a loud boom, and then instantly the house just was in flames. Everything, like a demolition crew was here, and the house just almost vanished.
Firefighters recovering a body from the flattened home around 1 a.m. Lawrence says neighbors had been complaining about the smell of gas recently.
I have a plumber coming later to check my leak because we're all on the same natural gas pipeline, and so I'm very concerned.
Police say no foul play is suspected. State and local fire marshals are now investigating. David.
Stephanie Ramos with us here tonight. Steph, thank you. We turn now to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Authorities are now searching a ranch in New Mexico once owned by Epstein. On the scene today. Here's Pierre Thomas.
3 decades after Jeffrey Epstein allegedly sexually assaulted underage girls at his New Mexico ranch, state investigators are searching the sprawling property, hunting for evidence.
This investigation is a crucial piece of trying to understand what happened at the ranch.
New Mexico authorities reopened their investigation after the release of the Epstein files, which include unsubstantiated allegations of murder and bodies buried on the ranch. The ranch was apparently never searched despite allegations by several women that they were abused by Epstein there when they were minors. Annie Farmer was 16 when she says Epstein assaulted her on the ranch in 1996.
I was sleeping in a small room. I was in my pajamas under the covers, and he just sort of bounded in and said, "Oh, I'd like to cuddle." Of course, he wasn't actually asking, wasn't waiting for me to agree to that.
That summer of 96, Annie's sister Maria reported allegations of Epstein's sex abuse and child pornography to the FBI, but she says her tip was ignored and nothing was done for years. After hearing about the new search, family and supporters of Epstein's victims made the journey this week to Zorro Ranch. Among them, the brother of Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who died by suicide last year.
Standing here at Zorro Ranch, a place represents such trauma and nightmares for my sister and so many other survivors is harder than I ever imagined.
While state officials in New Mexico have reopened their investigation, sources tell us that DOJ has not launched any new expanded investigation regarding Epstein. David?
Pierre Thomas with us here tonight. Pierre, thank you. Tonight, the audio of the chaotic moments when a female suspect allegedly fired an AR-15 style rifle right into singer Rihanna's home. The singer was home at the time. Tonight, that suspect has now been charged with attempted murder. Here's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, a portrait of the chaos that unfolded outside the home of music superstar and billionaire businesswoman Rihanna, as police say 35-year-old Ivana Ortiz allegedly fired 10 shots from an AR-style rifle before fleeing the area.
Shooting just occurred. I believe the shots came from across the street of the upper gate.
Sources familiar with the investigation say Rihanna was home at the time of the incident. Officers tracking the suspect down to a mall parking garage 8 miles away.
They have the vehicle. Driver is out on his knees. They're approaching the vehicle now.
Bullet holes seen strewn across the home's front gate. At least 2 other houses on the street were also hit. ABC News has obtained these mugshots of Ivana Ortiz stemming from a 2023 domestic violence allegation in Florida. Investigators are now combing through her social media accounts, where in recent weeks she appears to have made multiple bizarre references to Rihanna.
You saw Rihanna? You saw her picture?
David, Rihanna has not yet commented publicly on this incident, but the suspect, Ivana Ortiz, has now been charged with more than a dozen counts, including 1 count of attempted murder. David.
Trevor Alt in Los Angeles tonight. Trevor, thank you. A lot more news ahead. When we come back, there's been an emergency landing on a busy roadway. Also, look at this, a massive fire on the water, a barge consumed by smoke and flames. The images just in tonight, lava shooting into the air in Hawaii, ash raining down. The driverless taxi stopping just short of the train tracks right there. What the company's saying about this tonight. And take a close look at this. This is an antique store in upstate New York, the stunning discovery tonight, something on that shelf. Let's just say it's not for sale. Tonight, the images just coming in, chunks of rocks and ash exploding into the air, a powerful eruption at Hawaii's very active Kilauea volcano. Volcanic plumes 25,000 feet up, winds carrying large pieces of ash northward. Some of that debris the size of footballs landing on roads below. A massive fire tonight erupting in a barge in the Delaware Bay, smoke rising from the unmanned barge at Newcastle. Flames burning through mounds of scrap metal. Fire crews positioned on nearby boats now for hours trying to battle this. One of those driverless taxis coming dangerously close to train tracks in Texas. Take a look. A driver capturing the empty Waymo vehicle across the lowered gates at a rail crossing in Austin. A train passing by just inches away there. Waymo reacting to the close call tonight, saying in a statement they are temporarily restricting Waymo cars from similar rail crossings while they conduct a full review. When we come back here tonight, the stunning discovery at an antique store in upstate New York. What was on that shelf looking back? Also, the dolphins spotted in New York City. And the emergency landing tonight on a very busy road. A 19-year-old pilot at the controls. We'll be right back. To the index of other news tonight, a small plane making an emergency landing in traffic. A driver witnessing the plane touching down, steering through the westbound lanes. This is in Jupiter, Florida. The pilot, reportedly a 19-year-old, landing safely and avoiding any cars, just driving home. Tonight in New York City, the dolphins in the East River, pods of dolphins spotted splashing around the river. The dolphins putting on quite a show not far from Randall's Island. The sighting happening on the first 70-degree day in New York City since October. We're just as excited. In upstate New York tonight, quite a find at one antique store. Look closely here. On the left, a cookie jar shaped like a chicken. On the right, well, that's a real owl. Snuggled up, taking a nap at this shop in East Durham. Store employees telling us they called in an environmental officer who gently cradled the sleepy owl, releasing it back into the woods.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Jan Rosnau is a professor of energy and climate policy at the Environmental Change Institute at the University of Oxford. He's joining us from Oxford. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We were just hearing there from our correspondent Nicola Sack about the concerns that Ursula von der Leyen, President of the EU, was outlining with regard to the strain that is being put on energy supplies to Europe. Is Europe actually in a position to be able to offset the impact of those restrictions of supply?
To a degree, I mean, we have emergency reserves in Europe when it comes to oil and gas, but this is an international market, and prices will not react quickly. We have, I think, sustained pressure on the energy markets because of the war. And really what it does is it illustrates how dependent Europe is on imported fossil fuels. You know, almost 90% of all the natural gas is imported, 95% of oil. And this is a bit like a deja vu moment for me. You know, it reminds me very much of the discussions we had back in 2022 when, you know, the European countries jointly subsidized about 800 billion euros to keep energy prices in check.
We're talking about oil, we're talking about liquefied natural gas, energy essentially, but it's always worth remembering, of course, that there is a ripple effect from this, isn't there? There's so many other industries, manufacturing industries particularly, who depend very much on those supplies. How great could the impact, how wide could the impact of this be?
Oh, massive. I mean, if this war extends for several months, the price shock, I think, will ripple through the entire economy, and that is because everything we do in our economy is dependent on energy, and about 80% of that is still fossil fuels, natural gas, oil, coal, and if prices go up in the energy sector, this will affect fertilizer production cost. This will affect electricity cost. This will affect the price of production of pretty much everything that we do in our economy, and therefore drive inflation. So we're going to see elevated pressure on households and on businesses and the public sector in the weeks and months to come, unless this war comes to an end pretty soon.
And if I understand it correctly, not everybody's going to be affected equally. Some countries are going to be hit harder than others. Can you just describe to us the kind of impacts that are going to be felt by those countries?
Yes, indeed. So some countries in Europe, like Italy, for example, use a lot of gas in the power sector for electricity generation, and gas has skyrocketed. At some point, sort of more than doubled in terms of the price, and that has a direct effect on the Italian electricity market. Other countries, for example, Spain, that have more renewables on the system and less gas, there's less of an effect there. So it's a real divergence as depending on where you are in Europe. If you go to, for example, Norway, very few people heat with heating oil, but in the UK, where I live, well, heating oil prices have just tripled over the last week or so.
We've been talking a lot since this war began about diplomatic off-ramps and a way for the conflict to come to an end. But given the scale of what you were talking about, given the gas prices that we're seeing, particularly in the US, and of course we're leading up to midterm elections there in November, is there a chance, do you think, that however this conflict comes to an end, it could be driven more by economics rather than diplomacy?
Yes, I think that plays a very important role. Economics always, in the end, trump politics when you take the long view, and it's going to be very hard to sustain this for a very long time. So it will be very interesting how this plays out, and also, how will it change perhaps our thinking about the energy system, or what kinds of energy we import, especially in Europe, where we're still so dependent on imported fossil fuels.
Really interesting to get the benefit of your expertise in this, Jan Rolsenau. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Israeli forces have been bombarding the Iranian capital city as the conflict escalates in the region. Overnight airstrikes have hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers. But the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit, and rescue teams have been digging through the rubble, searching for people. Now, as we've been reporting, Israel's waging war on two fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing the risk of spillover conflicts. For 12 days, Israeli and US forces have been bombing Iran. Those attacks have so far killed more than 1,300 people. And in Lebanon, attacks over the past 10 days have killed more than 570 people. Meanwhile, nearly 700,000 people are estimated to be internally displaced across the country. Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah, but first we're going to cross to the Lebanese capital, where Zena Khodr is live for us. Some more strikes in Beirut and also attacks in Baalbek, Zena.
Yes, Israeli strikes on multiple locations across the country. In Beirut southern suburbs, there's been 3 strikes in the past 2 hours. In Baalbek, you're mentioning 7 people have been killed, mainly Syrian laborers. There was a strike in the town in Baalbek. That strike came without warning. Also in southern Lebanon, in the town of Shahabi, 7 people killed. Also, that strike came in without warning. Shahabi is south of the Litani River, an area where the Israeli military issued evacuation orders. But I think it's very important to point out that some families remain in those towns simply because they have nowhere to go. They say that they don't want to sleep in the streets. The government is struggling with a massive displacement crisis. Only 120,000 people are in shelters when there are 780,000 people displaced. So some strikes come without warning, others don't. And in the early hours of the morning, a strike again without warning here in the heart of Beirut.
The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike. That is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced.
We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the 3rd time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris.
Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks
Let's talk
Live.
about the way that Hezbollah is
Join
now
us
carrying
every
out its
day
attacks
at 6
compared to what
a.m.
we've seen
to
previously.
12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Hezbollah carrying out rocket attacks, particularly into northern Israel, but they're now saying that they have successfully ambushed and apparently destroyed 3 Israeli tanks near the southern border overnight. Is the nature of that conflict changing?
Well, Hezbollah's strategy really is to inflict as much pain on the Israeli military, make it a costly operation. They're firing rockets, launching armed drones across the border, some of them long range, reaching deep inside Israel, in central Israel. What they want to do is depopulate the north, disrupt normal life in central Israel. At the same time, unlike in 2024, Hezbollah appears to have learned lessons from the past. It is now operating in small groups, not using communication devices, because the group really was compromised in late 2024. The Israeli military, with its superior technology, killed much of the country's military leadership, even the Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. They killed field commanders. Even despite a ceasefire, there were near daily attacks targeting Hezbollah members. So what Hezbollah is hoping to do is prevent the Israeli military from taking additional territory in southern Lebanon. They already control 5 hilltop positions within Lebanese territory and repel and advance. And really this explains these ongoing Israeli strikes targeting areas across southern Lebanon, because what the Israeli military is trying to do is cut Hezbollah's supply lines, not allow it to send more weapons and fighters to the front line.
Zaina, thank you very much indeed. Zaina Khodr there in Beirut. We're going to go to Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. Iran keeping up the pressure on Israel, seems to continue to retaliate against Israel.
Well, this morning, the Israeli authorities have said that during Tuesday and Wednesday, they counted 20 missile strikes coming their way from Iran into Israel. That was an uptick in the number because we've been reporting in the past few days that that number had decreased, and that allowed some Israeli analysts to say it was because of what they call an operational success in Iran by launching attacks on 80% of Iranian missile launchers. But of course, there are places that Israel might not have detected earlier, or they might have been exaggerating their ability to strike these missile launches. Just in the past few minutes, the Israeli army said that it had started 2 waves in parallel, one in Iran and one in Lebanon, as Israel continues to try and diminish the power of both Hezbollah and Iran, worrying that they might not have a lot of time, given that President Trump has been giving remarks about possibility of the war winding down. So they want to strike as much targets as possible before the war ends. And on that regard, they also want to expand their operation inside Lebanon, trying to talk more about pushing more troops into southern Lebanon. Just in the past hour, we heard the Israeli Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, talking about dedicating a brigade, a division from the Golani Brigade and move them from the southern command to the northern command of Israel because of what they want to achieve. They've been talking about creating a security buffer zone in southern Lebanon, and they are empowered by the fact that the U.S. is backing them in these wars, let's say, and they want to create as much success, if you may, as possible. Disarming Hezbollah, yes, the main target, but it seems like they want to go as far as controlling areas in southern Lebanon, trying to end Hezbollah altogether, not just in its military aspect, but also in its political aspect. So again, Israel feels very empowered and wants to use this strategic moment to continue carrying out attacks on what it deems as its enemies.
Nida, thank you very much indeed. Nida Ibrahim there in Ramallah. I want to bring you some live pictures that are coming to us from Tehran. These are crowds of people who are there to mark the funerals of several high-ranking commanders who have died as a result of the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Israeli forces have been claiming that they were targeting military command centers. The Red Crescent says a residential building has also been hit in the latest round of attacks.
Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
The strait is a key international shipping route for oil and gas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that the route was closed to transit shortly after the war began. And Israeli forces have been bombarding the Iranian capital city. Overnight, airstrikes have hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces had been claiming they were targeting military command centers, but as we were mentioning, the Red Crescent says a residential building has been hit. Going to bring in our guest. Joining us in the studio is Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, and Abbas Aslani is in Tehran. He's a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Abbas, I'd like to start with you. We've just shown those pictures of the crowds there in Iran, in Tehran, who have been gathering for the funerals of these senior Iranian military commanders. We had originally seen the attacks being carried out by US and Israel on military targets and targets linked to the leadership in Iran. But as our correspondents have been telling us, they are now seem to be widening that to targets that are residential, that are schools, that are public infrastructure. In your assessment, how is that changing the way that Iranians are seeing this conflict? Is it moving from simply being targeted at the regime to targeted at Iran as a whole?
Well, it seems that the scope of this conflict is expanding, and the other parties, meaning the US and Israel, they want to somehow socialize this war and target civilian infrastructure. The reason could be to bring instability and chaos to the country, to make the public, the average citizens, to feel the war consequences, and to make the governance the day after more difficult for the establishment. Even if this war is over, they want to make it, the establishment busy with rebuilding and reconstructing those facilities, which could take some time. And but immediately, I think what they are aspiring to see is to somehow to bring people into this and to create difficulties for them to be unhappy and somehow to provoke armed groups to add chaos to the situation.
Sultan, let me ask you, just as a follow-up to what Abbas was talking about there, if one of the intended results of this is supposed to bring chaos and to bring fragmentation, to use Abbas's word, into Iran, how significant is that, given the fact that we've been searching for or trying to work out what the end game for both Israel and the US is in this? Is it possible that a fragmented Iran would constitute what the US and Israel might see as a victory?
Well, I think it will, and they will want it to end up not only just fragmented and potentially in a civil war, but also engaging in conflict with neighboring countries so that they can drain both at the same time, and Israel gets away with its own strategic objectives. And I hope that this is not what we're all heading to. And we can see that, like, at least from the Gulf states side, they're doing their very best to absorb those Iranian reactions and retaliations and so on, and make sure that it doesn't develop into a direct confrontation with Iran. And of course, Trump and Netanyahu were disappointed that the Iranian public did not rise against the government when they decapitated the political leadership. So these two factors have maybe disturbed a little bit the calculations of Israel and the United States for now.
Abbas, let me ask you, just again, relating back to the pictures that we've seen. Now, in the previous conflict, back in June of last year, when Israel and the US attacked Iran, there was an upsurge of public support for the leadership of the country. Now, of course, these were also people in Iran who had been protesting against the government prior to that because they were very concerned about the economic stagnation, the economic struggle that the country was going through. How do you think this is going to play out? Do you think that what we're seeing is essentially, if you like, a knee-jerk reaction, for want of a better phrase, an initial reaction in support of the government, which then may dissipate? Or do you think that this is an indication that there is stronger support for the government that perhaps the US and Israel had planned?
Well, in the face of a foreign aggression, even against the backdrop of economic hardship, people seem to be not welcoming that foreign intervention and supporting the establishment. And we saw that succession was somehow expedited and facilitated within this context. Maybe the assumption in the US and Israel was that given those recent economic protests in the country, if they attack the country, there would be public uprising against the political establishment. But that was not the case. These days, we are seeing gatherings here in Tehran and across the country in different cities, but they are not aimed at, protesting against the government, but condemning the foreign aggression and supporting the political system. Again, I think maybe the size could be somehow different relatively, but majority of the people are rallying around the flag in the face of these strikes. And this is something which was not maybe anticipated by the US and Israel. They thought that they could somehow provoke and mobilize these protests against the government. This didn't happen. And they thought that maybe a Venezuela-like model could be adopted toward Iran by decapitating the country politically and militarily. They can make the Iran to capitulate and surrender. This didn't happen. They resorted to armed groups. Now I think they are targeting civilian infrastructure to make those consequences somehow for the average citizens to be felt, and to resort to the initial stage to bring uprising and instability, which Iran has been trying to say that they will stop this. And the average citizens so far, they have not responded to such a call.
Sultan Barakhan, let's talk about what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. It was, since the start of this conflict, the Strait of Hormuz was always in the frame. It was a key element of this conflict, but nevertheless, to some degree, it was on the sidelines. Now it's moving front and center, and we're seeing more action there. Iran is saying that it will close the Strait of Hormuz, that it will ban all transport through the Strait of Hormuz. Is it better, in your estimation, that Iran uses that leverage of actually physically closing it, or is it better for it just to have the threat of closing it? Does that give it more flexibility when it comes to possibly negotiations about some way of ending this conflict?
Well, I think we passed the stage of making threats at this moment, and if they are going to do something, they will probably do their very best to disrupt the shipping movement and also to try and attack the American Navy force there. But traditionally, I mean, over the last 10 years or so, the Iranian oil itself did not really make a huge difference to the international market because Iran was under sanctions and they were largely selling it to the Chinese in a bartering sort of arrangement. And the real question is why the US until now has not released its strategic oil reserve from Louisiana and Texas. Back in 2022, if you recall, when the Ukraine-Russia war led to an oil crisis around the world, energy crisis, Biden very quickly started to tap into that, and he used 180 million barrels for around 180 days to try and stabilize the price globally, and particularly within the US. And the question I think that is really so far I couldn't find any answer why Trump is not doing that at the moment. Is it because he's restrained by the institutions within the US? Is it in his interest to actually push the gas price a little bit up, even within the American market, for something that he has in mind to do with the coming elections, with the arrangements within the United States? Or is he really trying to support and somehow strengthen the position Putin has and Russia has in terms of its grip on the energy in relation to Europe and elsewhere? And I think all those questions need to be considered simultaneously. The Iranian reaction has been predicted for decades. Every strategic report that was written about how Iran would react has talked about them trying to stop the Hormuz Strait. So there's nothing new there, including the floating mines and all this. They've used this in their war with Iraq, in Shatt al-Arab. They have the technology, they have the ability to use it. And I don't see any surprise in all of that. The real surprise is why the US until now is not tapping into its reserves. Is it because the price is now too high to resupply it? I don't know. I mean, but that's an issue I think we must try and find an answer for.
Abbas Aslani, I want to ask the final question to you. Obviously, as we've been reporting, Iran has been carrying out attacks on neighboring Gulf countries. But of course, the impact of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has an impact on the economies of those countries as well as, of course, the economy of Iran. To what extent do you think is Iran prepared to risk the relationships that it's had for so long with its Gulf neighbors, albeit that some of those relationships have been tense at times, but nevertheless, there will come a point when this conflict does end, and Iran may well need those neighboring countries to help it rebuild its economy.
Well, sure. What is going on is impacting Iran's relations with those neighboring countries. And maybe Iran is somehow immediately is struggling with an existential threat at the moment. That's why it is taking care of those threats coming from the American and Israeli side. And maybe the day after, they would be thinking of how to recover and rebuild those ties. And Tehran has been critical of those countries for giving airspace or territory to the US to initiate aggression against the country. That's also the case. But all in all, whatever the reason is, this is qualitatively impacting this process. And this is not good for Iran. This is not good for the region. Maybe that's what Israel and the United States are aspiring to see. But this is part of a multi-front pressure, let's say, campaign against the US and Israel. This is not just about military exchange of fire, but it's also about, let's say, economic and geopolitical battle between the two sides, which Iran wants to inflict costs on the other side in order to stop them from, attacking the country in future. So that's why this has become a bit more complicated. Even in the military front, we're seeing different fields. It is not just Iran. We're seeing Hezbollah in Lebanon, or Iraq is also targeting American assets. And Iran wants to make sure that it can use different tools in order to stop future insecurity and attack as well.
Abbas Aslani and Sultan Barakat, gentlemen, thank you both.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop
Qatar's
on
Minister
Truth
of State
Talks
for Foreign
Live.
Affairs has told Al Jazeera that
Join us
diplomacy
every
must
day
remain at the
at 6
heart of
a.m.
efforts to
to
prevent
12
a wider
noon.
regional conflict
Real
in the Middle
news
East.
where your voice
Mohammed bin
matters.
Abdulaziz Al Khalifi says Doha is in close communication with Washington and urging all parties to return to negotiations. Speaking to Al Jazeera's Adrian Finnegan, he also warned that the security of the Gulf is closely tied to global stability.
How, Minister, would you assess the United States' role in managing this crisis to date?
Well, we keep our line of communication, as always, open with our colleagues in the United States, and we keep encouraging them and supporting the pathway of peace and resolving conflicts through peaceful means. We really hope that the parties can find that pathway and really end the military operation and return back again to the negotiation table to meet the concerns of the parties. And now we're talking about the concerns of the regional parties as well. When we're talking about aggressions on Qatar and on the GCC country, these are legitimate concerns. And those are matters that has been discussed under the GCC organization, and we continue to reflect on that with our partners internationally as well.
Qatar's leadership has warned that this war could destabilize the global economy and, of course, the energy markets. We've seen that in the last few days already. What are the biggest risks that you see if this conflict continues as it is?
Well, if there is a message that I can mention today, that the GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security. What the GCC country has been doing in the past years is to contribute towards the stabilities of the global market through our energy infrastructure, through the international trade, and as well as through our diplomacy and our international engagement. Limiting the GCC countries from fulfilling that role would have most certainly a major impact on the global market. And therefore, it is definitely a major concern globally, not only regionally, and it demands a global solution that can protect the movement or the chain of supply of energy from the GCC to the world.
And despite the heavy US-Israeli bombardment, many people in the Iranian capital are trying to get on with their lives. Resham is a shopkeeper at the Grand Bazaar in Tehran. He says his country has endured challenges throughout its history. Here's Resham's story in his own words.
We've been coming back to work at the bazaar for the past 2 to 3 days. Compared to the first day when the attacks began, the number of customers and the foot traffic has increased a bit. God willing, it will soon return to normal. But compared to what it was before, a lot has changed. Being here isn't very different from being at home. If there is going to be danger, it exists there and it exists here too. In the end, life has to go on, even in wartime conditions. We experienced the 8-year war with Iraq in the 1980s, so we are fully familiar with these conditions. I want the approach of our officials to change. Our people are very noble, just as you have seen throughout history, that groups and other countries carried out aggressions against Iran. We resolved things amongst ourselves. The point is that if the people sometimes have criticisms, they should not be treated like the enemy. In wartime conditions, we should not back down so easily. Economic stability, security, and everything else must be provided for the people.
Earlier, we spoke with Christian Berger, Professor of International Relations at the University of Copenhagen. He says the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is already causing an energy crisis.
The Strait of Hormuz is absolutely vital for the world economy. And in many ways, Iran actually de facto has control over the straits, both in terms of kinetic attacks, but also in terms of jamming and spoofing the navigational signals. So we are looking at a very, very complicated situation here at the moment. We are looking at a major energy supply crisis in Europe. There's also a renewed discussion on reinvesting in nuclear technology, for instance. Let's also not forget the dramatic impact on the developing world, small island states, for instance, many of which are fully dependent actually on oil for electricity, desalination, and so on. So this will have a dramatic, or is already having dramatic repercussions around the world. And if we do not see de-escalation attempts very soon, we are looking at an energy crisis that will continue for weeks and months, because let's also not forget the broader trickle-down effect. Even if you would open the strait today, we are looking at port congestions, problems with seafarers, and so on. So whatever happens today will have a longer-lasting consequences in any case.
Well, Manila has some of the worst traffic in the world. Every day, millions of Filipinos spend hours stuck on the road just trying to get around. Now, with the conflict in the Middle East and rising fuel prices, many commuters are turning to public transport. But as Jamila Elendogan reports from Manila, it's already overcrowded and unreliable.
Wow. Thank you for the super chat.
Like many megacities across Southeast Asia,
like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Many choose to take their cars, then take the complicated transportation every day. But recent events in the Middle East is bound to change that. Many commuters say rising fuel prices are forcing many to leave their cars at home and simply ride it out. The U.S.-Israeli offensive in the Middle East is precisely the kind of conflict that many experts have warned about. It will not be contained in the region and will be felt deeply, like here in the Philippines. And already this week, the Philippine peso hit an all-time low against the U.S. dollar, adding more constraints on inflation and household budgets.
I am in the car rental business. I'm worried about the rising cost of fuel. It feels unstable. We will look into how we can balance. We are checking whether we can keep the same prices before we decide to increase.
In response, President Marcos has rolled out measures to soften the economic strain. The government is imposing a 4-day work week and also cutting non-essential travel to save on energy costs. The government also assures the public that there are enough fuel reserves to last until end of April, provided that there will be no manipulation when it comes to supplies and prices. It's only been a week, but many Filipinos say the conflict has already impacted daily life. What was once a distant conflict is felt deeply here at home. Jamila Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
And the war has disrupted air travel across the Middle East. Airspace closures have forced airlines to reroute, divert, or cancel most of their flights. Kulsum Sharif explains the impact.
It's the world's busiest transit hub. But days after the US and Israel began to attack Iran, the skies over the Middle East began to look like this. Now, this is an image from flightradar.com. It's a website that tracks air traffic live, and it shows a rather empty airspace over the region. Now, several countries have either closed or limited the airspace for traffic as the conflict escalated. Now, the Middle East corridor is a major transit hub, especially across Europe and Asia. So this sudden closure of airspace has meant many flights have either had to be rerouted or diverted. Now, Iran has struck not just civilian areas, but also airports in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Dubai, even Iraq. Now, Qatar says it's intercepted an Iranian drone over its airport, forcing it to close for several days. 37,000 flights to and from the region have been cancelled since this conflict began, affecting 4 million passengers. Hundreds of thousands of them have been stranded not just in the region, but right across Europe and Asia, and governments have had to try and evacuate their citizens. Now, some airports have reopened. Limited operations are underway, and their focus is to get the remaining thousands of people who are stranded home. Apart from passengers, we've had air cargo that has also dropped by 20%. Now, the region accounts for 13% of global goods sent by air. Now, the ongoing conflict has caused the worst air traffic disruption in the region since the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as the war also sends energy costs soaring, flight tickets right from Asia to Europe have also skyrocketed.
Tens of thousands of travellers remain stranded. Airlines have been forced to raise prices, cancel flights, or operate limited services. Lorna Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
At Hong Kong International Airport, a sense of relief among passengers arriving back home.
For the beginning, yes, it's scary. And a few days later, okay.
Thousands of flights have been cancelled since Israel and the United States attacked Iran at the end of last month. The war has caused restrictions on operations at key transfer hubs in the Middle East, affecting passengers like Patrick Leung.
We were on our way to Dubai, and then our flight got turned around mid-flight, landed back in Toronto. So we had 13 hours, flew in a circle, and then back to Toronto. And Air Canada rebooked us to our final destination, which was Bangkok. And now we're here. Yeah.
The conflict in the Middle East is affecting airlines around the world. There are fewer seats available after major Gulf carriers suspended flights, and that's contributing to ticket prices going up between Asia and Europe. But some airlines are resuming limited operations. On Saturday, Emirates said it would be operating a reduced flight schedule. Spiking fuel prices are also putting pressure on carriers and passengers. Rachel Wong was nervous about transferring through Dubai, so she tried to pay for a direct flight to the United Kingdom, but she says a return flight would have cost her more than $5,000.
The price is so high, I don't want to pay so much.
US President Donald Trump has said the Iran war will be over very soon, which could ease air travel chaos. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it will decide when the conflict ends. Laura Westbrook, Al Jazeera, Hong Kong.
American bombers have left their British base as attacks continue on Iran. The UK Prime Minister agreed to allow US jets to take part in what he called limited defensive strikes against Iranian targets. Richard Gatesford reports from Fairford in southwest England.
Taking to the skies, destination unknown. 3 US B-1 bombers leave RAF Fairford in southwest England. Well, there have been high levels of activity here at RAF Fairford all day. At one point, there were 12 US B-1 bombers on the ground at the same time, 3 of them taking off just minutes after the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that today would be the most intense day of strikes of the war so far. Keir Starmer's given the Americans permission for the base to be used for defensive missions. 3 long-range B-52 bombers also sit ready near the runway. The British Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon set sail from Portsmouth a week after the government announced it would be heading to Cyprus. The warship will eventually provide additional air defence capability for 2 UK military bases on the Mediterranean island. It's where the German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul arrived to meet his Cypriot counterpart, a sign of European concern for the security of the island and the region.
I believe that we simply have to wait for the moment when there is a serious opportunity to enter into negotiations. And Europe must prepare for that moment because we do indeed have a strong interest in it.
But with more US bombers landing in the UK, no talks on the horizon, and the US Defense Secretary promising a surge in strikes, the chances of de-escalation seem limited. Richard Gatesford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop
drones have
on
become
Truth
one of the
Talks
most widely
Live.
used weapons in modern conflict.
Join us
Cheap,
every day
simple,
at
and
6
they're
a.m.
launched in
to
large
12 noon.
numbers. But
Real
the success of
news where your
battlefields
voice
from the Middle East
matters.
to Ukraine is pushing countries around the world to rethink air defenses. Our defense editor, Alex Katopoulos, explains.
The use of drones in warfare has expanded dramatically, and few designs are more successful than Iran's Shahed 136 one-way attack drone. It's cheap to make at around $30,000 for each drone and can transport a 50-kilogram warhead over 2,000 kilometers. Russia has used the design extensively, calling it the Garan 2, with an 80-kilogram warhead and equipped with a Russian satellite navigation system. even the United States has adopted the design for its low-cost, uncrewed combat attack system, or LUCAS, with several commanders calling it indispensable. The Shahed 136 can be made quickly and in large numbers, in relatively simple factories, and several can be fired at once, overwhelming defenses. It also doesn't need complex launchers that can be targeted in airstrikes. It's slow, though. At a top speed of 185 kilometers an hour, fighter jets and even helicopters can shoot it down. Still, many have managed to get through US and Gulf air defenses to inflict significant damage. And now, a faster jet version of the drone, the Shahed 238, has entered mass production.
And in other news, Russia says at least 6 people have been killed and dozens have been injured in a Ukrainian missile attack on the city of Bryansk. President Volodymyr Zelensky says a weapons factory was the target. It's the biggest attack in the city since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. Wilson Dysart has this report.
Explosions shake the ground, shattering an early morning calm. Civilians in the Russian city of Bryansk have experienced Ukrainian attacks before. But local officials say this is the largest since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The strike targeted the Kremny L weapons factory.
Our soldiers hit one of the important Russian military plants in Bryansk. This plant produces electronics, components for Russian missiles, the very ones that hit our cities, our villages, and civilians. We are defending ourselves.
The weapons factory is located in a residential area. The attack was carried out using Storm Shadow cruise missiles. The French-made weapon was provided to Ukraine by the United Kingdom. Tuesday's attack on Bryansk came the same day Russia struck the Ukrainian town of Sloviansk, leaving at least 4 people dead.
I was washing dishes in the sink, got up from the window, and when I stood up, that was it. It blew everything away. It's a deep wound.
As fighting rages on in eastern Ukraine, with tens of thousands dying for just a few kilometers of land, some estimates put combined Russian and Ukrainian military deaths at 500,000. Until there is a ceasefire, the civilian toll will grow as well. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
In Democratic Republic of Congo, drone attacks have killed at least 3 people, including a UN humanitarian worker. 2 separate strikes were reported in Goma. One of them was near the residence of former President Joseph Kabila. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels took control of the city a year ago. They've accused the government forces of the attack. Fighting has intensified in the region despite a ceasefire.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
The Iranian Red Crescent says civilian infrastructure and residential areas have been hit by a new wave of strikes in Tehran. Thousands of Iranians are out on the streets of the capital to bid farewell to several top officials killed in US-Israeli attacks. Israel targets residential areas in central Beirut. 4 people are killed in one of the attacks. And economic and security concerns grow around the escalating violence in the Strait of Hormuz. Projectiles have hit 3 commercial ships in the past few hours.
GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security.
Qatar's State Minister for Foreign Affairs tells Al Jazeera the world depends on security in the Gulf, and diplomacy is the only viable solution.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Gathered in the Iranian capital for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent US-Israeli attacks. And senior leaders of Iran and its armed forces have been targeted by the US and Israel since the war began 12 days ago. These are live pictures from Tehran. And that includes former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed by a US airstrike in Tehran. His funeral has been repeatedly delayed because of ongoing attacks. Overnight airstrikes have hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers. But the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit, and rescue teams have been digging through rubble searching for people. Israel is waging a war on two fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing this risk of spillover conflicts. For 12 days, Israeli and U.S. forces have been bombing Iran. Those attacks have so far killed more than 1,300 people. And in Lebanon, attacks over the past 10 days have killed more than 570 people. Meanwhile, more than 700,000 people are estimated to be internally displaced across the country. Israeli forces have launched several attacks across Lebanon on Wednesday, killing more than a dozen people. Israel has repeatedly issued forced evacuation orders for large areas in the south and in Beirut, claiming it's attacking Hezbollah sites. Al Jazeera's Zera Khodr reports from the scene of an early morning attack on a residential building in the capital.
In Baalbek, you're mentioning 7 people have been killed, mainly Syrian laborers. There was a strike in the town in Baalbek. That strike came without warning. Also in southern Lebanon, in the town of Shahabi, 7 people killed. Also, that strike came in without warning. Shahabi is south of the Litani River, an area where the Israeli military issued evacuation orders. But I think it's very important to point out that some families remain in those towns simply because they have nowhere to go. They say that they don't want to sleep in the streets. The government is struggling with a massive displacement crisis. Only 120,000 people are in shelters when there are 780,000 people displaced. So some strikes come without warning, others don't. And in the early hours of the morning, a strike again without warning here in the heart of Beirut. The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike. That is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced. We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the 3rd time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris. Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zera Khodr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now we've got correspondents following developments here in Doha, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, and also in Brussels. But first we're going to go to Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. So massive attacks that are being carried out on Iran, but Iran continues to retaliate against Israel.
Yes, and according to Israeli estimates, 20 missiles have been fired from Iran into Israel on Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, in the past 9 or 10 hours, we have not received any alerts or sirens from the Israeli home front, maybe because they did not detect any missiles, but Iran has said just in the past few minutes that it had started another wave of attacks into Israel. So we'll be waiting and monitoring to see if any of these missiles make their way into Israel. Now, when we talk about these missiles, the main danger that Israel is talking about is the cluster bomb warheads that they've been facing. It's extremely difficult to intercept because these warheads splinter in different directions. And just 2 days ago, they were the reason why 2 Israelis have been killed in an Iranian strike. The fear amongst Israelis is that they talk about being able to detect and attack 80% of Iranian missile launchers, but they are talking about wanting to strike even more, to 90 to 95%. But there is this fear that they might have not detected all missile launchers, and that is why Iran is still able to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. There's also a specific worry of a certain particular missile that Hezbollah has, that is surface-to-surface rocket that has the ability to travel far. And just 2 days ago, it managed to get into an area near Jerusalem called Beit Shemesh, where Israel has a lot of military facilities. So there is this fear, and this is why they justify their need to continue the war and lobby with the U.S. administration to allow them to continue. There's this worry that Trump would order the end of the war prematurely as far as the Israelis are concerned. So they're trying and push as many targets as possible, to crack against as many targets as possible, while at the same time not neglecting the Lebanese front. Just in the past hour, we've heard from the Israeli chief of staff, Israeli military chief of staff, who said that he will be moving one division from the Golani Brigade, the combat division, from the Southern Command into the Northern Command, meaning he was going to beef up the Israeli presence on the borders near Lebanon. The Israeli fears that Hezbollah wants to push communities, Israeli communities, and evacuate them from their homes in northern Israel. And this is the justification that they are saying. They say we need to be there. We need to even be into southern Lebanon, in the areas south of the Litani River, because that would give us the upper hand and the control to prevent Hezbollah missiles and Hezbollah's troops from infiltrating into northern Israel. This is how the picture looks here in Israel, with Israeli security officials saying they're acting as if they don't have enough time, so they're striking as much as possible, but they are going to lobby to extend the war as much as they can.
Neither Ibrahim and Ramallah, thank you very much indeed. Well, 3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre, which monitors activity in the waterway. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard closed it shortly after the war began. Israel and the US are also bombing targets in the strait. Iranian officials have blamed the security situation on the US. About 20% of global oil supplies are transported through the waterway. Meanwhile, the US Central Command has released images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the US military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. He says they were planning to lay mines, but Washington does not have any reports of them doing that. Trump has warned of grave consequences if Iran continues to block the strait. Last week, President Trump said the U.S. Navy would soon begin escorting tankers. However, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, has revealed there are no plans to do so yet.
If tasked to escort, we'll look at the range of options to set the military conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks. So we're looking at a range of options there, and we'll figure out how to solve problems as they come to us.
Okay, let's go to Zain Basravi. He's live for us in Doha. Let's talk about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, first of all. What is it that we know so far?
What we understand is in the hours of this morning, just shortly after early morning hours, there were 3 attacks on 3 different vessels in and around the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Oman and the UAE. They all happened in close succession to each other, all with a very similar breakdown, a very similar profile. They all describe an unidentified projectiles of some kind exploding and causing damage to the ships. 2 of them were damaged. No one was injured. Everyone was evacuated. The crews are fine. But one of the vessels, it was a container ship, a cargo ship, and a bulk carrier. The cargo vessel caught fire. That fire was put out. But it does illustrate the dangers that remain for any kind of naval traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has said that it would shut down traffic, that it would stop the Strait of Hormuz from being the economic corridor, the maritime corridor that is essential to the global economy, not just to energy, but to really almost everything. So much gets shipped through that naval passage. And they said that they would shut it down, and that is exactly what they have done. The timing of these incidents is interesting and worrying, certainly for people assessing the threat levels in the Strait of Hormuz, because it comes a day after the United States attacked those vessels, Iranian vessels in the area that they said can be used to lay mines, naval mines in that waterway. Now, they say there's no evidence that they've done that, but they have accused of Iran of wanting to. And Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz remains a pressure point, that pressure continuing to come down to bear on the global economy as this conflict goes from regional to something much more.
Zain, just in the last couple of hours, we were hearing the emergency alert sirens going off in the office here, saying that there were ahead of incoming attacks on Doha. There have been attacks going on across the GCC, the Gulf states. Talk us through what's been happening.
That is correct. Early morning hours here around 8:13 a.m. local time in Doha. There was an alert. 5 minutes later, we could see the interceptions happening in the skies over Doha towards the west, where there is the U.S. Embassy. There is the Al Udeid Air Base hosting U.S. Central Command. All primary targets that have been identified by Iran. A few hours later, again about 4 hours later, once again, the threat level goes up. And there's an interception, and then the all-clear sounded here in Doha. It's become a bit of a routine. There was also a thwarted drone attack in Oman, according to that government, and in Dubai, drone attacks on the international airport. The Dubai International Airport injured 4 people. This is the largest airport in the world by international commercial air travel. And just a day earlier, British Airways said it suspended flights into the Middle East for the foreseeable future. KLM just announcing, the Dutch carrier has announced that it will suspend flights going into Dubai International Airport until March 28th. Bahrain Civil Aviation announcing loud booms across the city there this morning, air raid sirens, and the Civil Aviation Authority saying that aircraft have been moved from Bahrain International Airport to other airports, repositioning carried out to enhance operational readiness. So what Iran has been doing is naval passage, Strait of Hormuz, a pressure point. Air traffic in the region, also a pressure point. And what they're doing in the short to midterm is interrupting that air traffic. But as we see aircrafts being repositioned from their hubs to other airports, that's the kind of mid to long-term change that is likely to be something that Iran will count as a victory in terms of trying to place pressure on what it sees are countries in the region that host U.S. bases, that host U.S. assets, that are U.S. allies, albeit neighboring countries to Iran as well. Putting pressure on them, they hope, will create some kind of off-ramp, force the United States and Israel to back off.
Zain, thanks very much indeed for bringing us up to date on that. Zain Basrawi here in Doha. Well, the EU Commission President says the bloc is working on options to lower energy prices, but Ursula von der Leyen has warned that Russia stands to benefit from the ongoing war. Let's listen to what she had to say to the European Parliament.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable, and weaker. So we should stay the course of our long-term strategy. We can be more pragmatic, we can be smarter in its implementation, no question, but the direction of travel is the right one.
Nicholas Hack joining us live now from Brussels. So Ursula von der Leyen laying out some of the issues that the EU member states are concerned about when it comes to energy. What else did she have to say?
Well, Rob, she's essentially telling the European members of parliament that Europe is going to stay the course, that it has some sort of plan, and that taking Russian oil would be a red line that would be crossed. Of course, Russia has plenty of it. Europe doesn't have enough of it. And so Putin sees a potential of a win-win situation to offer some oil and gas to the Europeans. Now, the Europeans, as explained by Ursula von der Leyen, they have enough reserves, up to 90 days of reserves of oil and gas. And during this speech to the European Parliament, she explained how the war in the Gulf and in the Middle East has already affected European consumers to the tune of $3 billion. Just 12 days of war, European consumers have had to pay $3 billion at the pump. Now, that's the equivalent of half of the defense budget of Belgium. So there needs to be more solutions put forward, and there will be an EU Council meeting here in Brussels next week. But for the moment, the aim is to stabilize the price at the pump, and that is up to member state countries to offer caps or subsidies in order to stabilize the price of the pump so that European consumers don't see the full effect of the energy prices. But make no mistake, it seems that energy is used as a weapon against European consumers. Rob?
That's the situation as far as the EU members are concerned. What about the wider European community themselves? Is everybody broadly in agreement when it comes to the impact of the war on Iran?
Well, that's the eternal challenge of the European Union, to speak from a common voice. And that's why Ursula von der Leyen tried to lay it out during the speech in Strasbourg. But there is very much different voices, from Viktor Orban in Hungary to the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, who this morning said that perhaps the Europeans should tap into the oil reserves that it have in order to stabilize the prices on the international market. And then you have the Italian Prime Minister speaking to members of parliament in Rome, saying that perhaps we should lift the levies or the taxes on oil to soften the blow for Italian consumers. During that speech, she also mentioned that Italy will be supplying anti-aircraft defense systems to the Gulf. And we've heard from Ursula von der Leyen during the speech saying that it stands with Cyprus, Cyprus being on the front line and is the chair of the European Union at the moment. Cyprus is just 200 kilometers away from Lebanon. And we heard from the deputy minister that's worried about the events unfolding at the doorsteps of Europe. Rob?
Nicholas, thank you very much indeed. That's Nicholas Hack talking to us there from Brussels. Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs has told Al Jazeera that diplomacy must remain at the heart of efforts to prevent a wider conflict in the Middle East. Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khalifi says Doha is in close communication with Washington and is urging all parties to return to negotiations. Speaking to my colleague Adrian Finnegan, he also warned that the security of the Gulf is closely tied to global stability.
How, Minister, would you assess the United States' role in managing this crisis to date?
Well, we keep our line of communication, as always, open with our colleagues in the United States, and we keep encouraging them and supporting the pathway of peace and resolving conflicts through peaceful means. We really hope that the parties can find that pathway and really end the military operation and return back again to the negotiation table to meet the concerns of the parties. And now we're talking about the concerns of the regional parties as well. When we're talking about aggressions on Qatar and on the GCC country, these are legitimate concerns. And those are matters that has been discussed under the GCC organization, and we continue to reflect on that with our partners internationally as well.
Qatar's leadership has warned that this war could destabilize the global economy and, of course, the energy markets. We've seen that in the last few days already. What are the biggest risks that you see if this conflict continues as it is?
Well, if there is a message that I can mention today, that the GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security. What the GCC country has been doing in the past years is to contribute towards the stabilities of the global market through our energy infrastructure, through the international trade, and as well as through our diplomacy and our international engagement. Limiting the GCC countries from fulfilling that role would have most certainly a major impact on the global market. And therefore, it is definitely a major concern globally, not only regionally, and it demands a global solution that can protect the movement or the chain of supply of energy from the GCC to the world.
Well, the Pentagon has warned on Tuesday that it plans to intensify strikes on Iran. The U.S. Secretary of Defense promised victory, but there was less clarity about reopening the Strait of Hormuz, the key shipping corridor that's been effectively closed by Iran. Here's more from Patty Culhane.
As Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth took to the podium, it quickly became clear what message he wanted to send.
We are winning.
We're crushing the enemy, winning decisively.
Tough talk and a promise of more impending destruction.
Today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes.
He promised this would not be a long war, but said there are 3 goals: destroy Iran's missiles and drones and its ability to build them, take out Iran's navy, and its nuclear program. But when it comes to reopening shipping in the Strait of Hormuz using military escorts, the chief military officer says that order has not been given.
If tasked to escort, we'll look at the range of options to set the military conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks.
The administration has failed to answer questions.
On Capitol Hill, after a closed-door briefing, Democratic senators complained they still don't know why the U.S. is at war with Iran, focusing on the cost to the country.
The one part that seems clear is that while there is no money for 15 million Americans who lost their health care, there's $1 billion a day to spend on bombing Iran.
Others taking to social media to show the cost to Americans.
Donald Trump is spending your tax dollars on an illegal war abroad. This is what is happening at home. Skyrocketing gasoline prices.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Critics say for a president who promised to put America first and lower costs at home, this war is doing the exact opposite. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
American bombers have left their British base as attacks continue on Iran. The UK Prime Minister has agreed to allow US jets to take part in what he's called limited defensive strikes against Iranian targets. Richard Gaisford reports from Fairford in southwest England.
Taking to the skies, destination unknown. 3 US B-1 bombers leave RAF Fairford in southwest England. Well, there have been high levels of activity here at RAF Fairford all day. At one point, there were 12 US B-1 bombers on the ground at the same time, 3 of them taking off just minutes after the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that today would be the most intense day of strikes of the war so far. Keir Starmer's given the Americans permission for the base to be used for defensive missions. 3 long-range B-52 bombers also sit ready near the runway. The British Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon set sail from Portsmouth a week after the government announced it would be heading to Cyprus. The warship will eventually provide additional air defense capability for 2 UK military bases on the Mediterranean island. It's where the German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul arrived to meet his Cypriot counterpart, a sign of European concern for the security of the island and the region.
I believe that we simply have to wait for the moment when there is a serious opportunity to enter into negotiations. And Europe must prepare for that moment because we do indeed have a strong interest in it.
But with more US bombers landing in the UK, no talks on the horizon, and the US Defense Secretary promising a surge in strikes, the chances of de-escalation seem limited. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Now, Manila has some of the worst traffic in the world. Every day, millions of Filipinos spend hours stuck on the road just trying to get around. Now, with the conflict in the Middle East and rising fuel prices, many commuters are turning to public transport. But as Jamela Ellen Doggan reports from Manila, it's already overcrowded and it's unreliable.
Morning mic drop on Truth
Like many
Talks
megacities
Live
across
filters out the
Southeast
noise.
Asia, Manila
Tap in
has
for
long
real
struggled
news
with
where your
public
voice matters.
transportation. Many choose to take their cars, then take the complicated transportation every day. But recent events in the Middle East is bound to change that. Many commuters say rising fuel prices are forcing many to leave their cars at home and simply ride it out. The U.S.-Israeli offensive in the Middle East is precisely the kind of conflict that many experts have warned about. It will not be contained in the region and will be felt deeply, like here in the Philippines. And already this week, the Philippine peso hit an all-time low against the U.S. dollar, adding more constraints on inflation and household budgets.
I am in the car rental business. I'm worried about the rising cost of fuel. It feels unstable. We will look into how we can balance. We are checking whether we can keep the same prices before we decide to increase.
In response, President Marcos has rolled out measures to soften the economic strain. The government is imposing a 4-day work week and also cutting non-essential travel to save on energy costs. The government also assures the public that there are enough fuel reserves to last until end of April, provided that there will be no manipulation when it comes to supplies and prices. It's only been a week, but many Filipinos say the conflict has already impacted daily life. What was once a distant conflict is felt deeply here at home. Jamela Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. Russia says at least 6 people have been killed and dozens have been injured in a Ukrainian missile attack in the city of Bryansk. President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces were targeting a weapons factory. It's the biggest attack on the city since Russia began its full-scale invasion. Wilson Dysart has this report.
Explosions shake the ground, shattering an early morning calm. Civilians in the Russian city of Bryansk have experienced Ukrainian attacks before. But local officials say this is the largest since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The strike targeted the Kremny L weapons factory.
Our soldiers hit one of the important Russian military plants in Bryansk. This plant produces electronics, components for Russian missiles, the very ones that hit our cities, our villages, and civilians. We are defending ourselves.
The weapons factory is located in a residential area. The attack was carried out using Storm Shadow cruise missiles. The French-made weapon was provided to Ukraine by the United Kingdom. Tuesday's attack on Bryansk came the same day Russia struck the Ukrainian town of Sloviansk, leaving at least 4 people dead.
I was washing dishes in the sink, got up from the window, and when I stood up, that was it. It blew everything away. It's a deep wound.
As fighting rages on in eastern Ukraine, with tens of thousands dying for just a few kilometers of land, some estimates put combined Russian and Ukrainian military deaths at 500,000. Until there is a ceasefire, the civilian toll will grow as well. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
North Korea has staged a second cruise missile test within a week from its largest naval destroyer. State media says they struck islands off North Korea's west coast. The tests were overseen by leader Kim Jong-un, who watched alongside his teenage daughter. In Democratic Republic of Congo, drone attacks have killed at least 3 people, including a UN humanitarian worker. 2 separate strikes were reported in Goma in eastern DRC. One of them took place near the residence of former President Joseph Kabila. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels took control of the city a year ago. They say government forces are to blame for the attack. Fighting's intensified in the region despite a ceasefire. Police in western Switzerland are investigating after at least 6 people were killed in a bus fire. The blaze quickly engulfed the vehicle near the capital, Bern. Authorities say they suspect the fire was set deliberately. 5 people were injured. Mountains of waste have washed ashore on the Indonesian island of Bali. Vast stretches of the coastline of the popular tourist destination have been covered with plastic bottles, wood, and other debris. It happens around this time every year. It's driven by ocean currents and monsoon winds. It often means fishermen struggle to reach the water, and there is concern the pollution could hurt the island's tourism industry. Coming up, Inside Story examines if Iran's extensive oil reserves are driving America's war. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop
Iran
on
has
Truth
significant
Talks
oil
Live.
and gas reserves and is a major
Join us
supplier
every
to
day
China.
at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
American aid. So how valuable are Iran's natural resources? And could they be a factor in U.S. thinking? This
Morning
is
Mic
Inside
Drop
Story.
on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Imran Khan. If oil and gas are the measure of wealth, then Iran is one of the richest countries in the world. US President Donald Trump openly said he attacked Venezuela in January to capture its oil. He said less about Iran's far greater resources, but according to one of his inner circle, control of those is part of US strategy. Senator Lindsey Graham says it's not just their value, but the impact on China too, which gets an eighth of its oil from the Islamic Republic. Iran says Graham's comments show Washington's intentions. Control of oil and gas have caused foreign political interference in Iran before. A coup installing the Shah before he was toppled in the 1979 revolution. So what's at stake for Iran and for global energy supplies? Is seizure or control of the Iranian oil and gas on Donald Trump's agenda? We'll talk to our guests shortly. But first, this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
A member of U.S. President Donald Trump's inner circle told U.S. media on Sunday a key reason why he believed the U.S. attacked Iran.
When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Venezuela and Iran have 31% of the world's oil reserves. We're going to have a partnership with 31% of the known reserves. This is China's nightmare. This is a good investment.
Tehran said the comments reveal America's goal, control of Iran's resources.
Has anyone had any doubt that America's objective is to dominate the resources of other countries? You've seen Graham's statements. He happily says that if we can also seize Iran's oil alongside Venezuela's oil, we will control about 31% of the world's oil resources.
So what energy resources does Iran have, and how important are they? Iran is the 9th largest oil producer in the world, responsible for around 4.5% of global supplies. Until the joint U.S.-Israeli attacks, Iran exported between 1.5 and 2 million barrels a day, with more than 90% going to China. The country has up to 209 billion barrels of proven crude reserves, representing about 12% of the global total. It also has the world's second largest known reserves of natural gas, roughly 17% of the global total as of early 2026. Most of it comes from the offshore South Pars gas field, the biggest in the world, which Iran explores jointly with Qatar. Sanctions have limited Iran's markets, and China is by far its #1 customer. But Iran is vital for China too, accounting for around 13% of its oil imports. 90% of Iran's crude export is refined on Karg Island and shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, a major maritime route for world energy supplies from the Gulf. With the conflict leading to the closure of this vital waterway, oil and gas prices have surged worldwide. Any prolonged shutdown of Iran's supplies will hit China hard, causing a wider impact, given its importance in global trade. Imran Ullah Khan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Now let's bring in our guests. From Tehran, we're joined by Fouad Izzadi, a professor in the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. In Hamburg, Mohammad Reza Farzanagan, a professor of Middle East economics at Marburg University. And in Washington, D.C., it's Paolo Van Schirach, president of the Global Policy Institute, an independent think tank. A warm welcome to you all. I want to start in Tehran with Fouad Izzadi. Lindsey Graham has been clear. He is a close confidant of Donald Trump. He wants your oil. So this is what the war is really all about. Do you agree with that?
I think so. I'm glad that he said it, because this is what Iranians have been saying and believing for many years. They want to go back to the 19th century. They're doing Monroe Doctrine again in Latin America. And they want to rule the Persian Gulf the way British did in the 19th century. Trump also talked about, a few days ago, Iran's borders and the idea that Iran's borders will not look the same after he is done with Iran. The idea that a lot of Iranians have here is that he wants to take out the oil-rich southern part of Iran, disintegrate Iran, basically balkanize Iran, and he would use his influence in the southern part, create a new country, basically, and put a king or a ruler there, and then use that to enrich himself and his friends in the oil industry in the United States, and also find a leverage against China, a leverage that he thought he had with the tariffs, but after the ruling from the Supreme Court, he is not going to be able to do that. So this is beyond Iran, and also create a hegemony for Israel, so Israel could push around the Persian Gulf states, whether they're on the north of the Persian Gulf or the southern part of Persian Gulf. This is the big plan. They're failing miserably, but this is how they're thinking.
Now, let's go to Mohammed now, who's in Hamburg. Mohammed, Donald Trump wanted a say in the supreme leader, the next leader of Iran. It's clear that he wants the Delcy Rodriguez model, someone he can do business with, someone he can control. Is that going to happen, do you think?
Well, there is a possibility for this scenario. There might be some faction within the Iranian political system which are supporting a more active diplomacy with the West, negotiations. So this is a possibility, and that is obviously something that the administration United States is looking for. However, the war and continuation of this war and the more destruction that this war is generating make the position of those groups weaker within the Iranian political system, and the position of basically the conservative position and hardliners becomes more stronger in Iranian politics. So the years of the sanction and now this military confrontation has weakened the position of reformist groups and the middle class in Iran. And because of that, that scenario that Trump is looking for is rather weak at the moment in Iran.
Now, I want to go to Washington, D.C. and Paolo. Paolo, there are easier ways of getting a country's oil than going to war and spending $1 billion a day so far, which is what the Americans are doing. They were in negotiations. They could have talked about the oil. So do you have any sympathy with this argument that it is about oil?
Well, look, this is a very complicated situation. Let me just give you some context. No one in the United States, people who understand geopolitics and foreign affairs, has any sympathy towards Iran. Let's make that clear. No one. Since 1979, Iran is a declared enemy of the United States. Iran has labeled the United States the Great Satan, and we've seen over the years thousands of people marching in the streets saying, "Death to America." Okay, that's the context that has to be understood so that we can appreciate where we are. How do we evaluate the current situation? We also know that American and Israeli military forces have dealt a pretty serious blow to Iranian military capabilities, both offensive and defensive. Iran has lost control of its skies. It has no air defenses left. Its missile launchers have been largely destroyed. And therefore, from a military standpoint, Iran is in a very bad place. This is what's going on right now. That said, can America realistically, and I'm looking at this as a neutral observer, I'm not here speaking on behalf of anybody, just myself. Can America fulfill this idea floated by Senator Lindsey Graham, who, by the way, is not in the government? Let's understand that. He's a Republican and certainly a loyal supporter of Mr. Trump, but he's not a member of the executive branch. So what he says should not be portrayed as the official policy of the United States government. That has to be understood by your viewers. Can America realistically, in a reasonably short period of time, because remember, we are also working against domestic political deadlines. America will have elections for the US Parliament in November, which is only a few months away. Can all these be done, packaged and resolved so that America can say, the president, okay, we went there, we destroyed Iran's military capability, and now we seize control of Iranian oil. And by the way, we have managed to see to it that there is a government in Tehran that will listen to us and do what we say. That to me is a rather, long shot. I don't know how this can be done. You have to keep in mind that there is an abhorrence in the United States for human losses in war, which is sort of contradictory, because in war, people die. But we have had now a total, I think, of 7 or 8 casualties, 8 American soldiers being killed, and it's headline news. If there would be an invasion of Iran in order to do whatever, seize the area surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, try to seize oil facilities, whatever the goal is, and there will be American losses in terms of human lives, that would be something that politically would be difficult to sell to American public opinion. So I have no idea exactly how the administration plans to achieve the goals. Assume that what Senator Graham said is actually policy. How do you actually do this? It's a bit of a mystery to me. I don't understand how this can be achieved.
Well, Paolo, you've made a lot of points there.
Invasion.
You've made a lot of points there. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to bring it to our other guests. Firstly, let's talk about the military situation here with Fawad. Fawad, Iran is losing this war. They've lost control of the air. They've lost control of their air defenses. Don't have any left, says our guest in Washington, D.C. Do you think that that is true when it comes to your perspective?
Iran has suffered a lot of losses, including over 1,500 civilian deaths, including 165 little girls that were hit with Tomahawk missiles on the first day of the war. But that doesn't mean Iran is losing, because Iranian soldiers are fighting for Iran. Iranian soldiers are fighting for the Persian Gulf, for this part of the world, because you don't want to see an Israeli domination of the Persian Gulf. The American soldiers are fighting for Israel and the Epstein class. So when it comes to making sure that this will continue until the other side pays a heavy price, I think Iranians are on the winning side, because their durability is stronger, because they're defending their country. And we have politicians in Washington that could just lift the oil sanctions on Iran. It's the fact that the idea that American companies are not in Iran is because of American sanctions, not because of the Iranian side.
Exactly, Mohammed. I want to put that point to you. The Americans could simply just lift the sanctions. They were negotiating anyway, and therefore all of this goes away, and you get a partner for the oil. So why didn't that happen?
Well, the sanctions basically have been imposed on Iran since a couple of years, and that has weakened the Iranian society in a variety of ways. The middle class of Iran has been weakened, the reform power has been weakened, and this has not been any useful for domestic reforms in Iran. So in that sense, they were not also successful to achieve their objectives in Iran, which was the change in the political system. And as a result of that, we are observing in a situation that the risk of conflict increased, and we are now in a military confrontation with between Iran and the West, represented by the United States of America and Israel. So in that sense, basically the combination of these two factors are not helping the region to become more peaceful and stable. Rather, it is basically intensifying this conflict that we are observing nowadays running in our region.
Now, I want to go to Paolo now. Let's talk about the case study here, right? That seemed to be the US government strategy. Venezuela, it used to supply oil to Russia. And then after the capture of Nicolas Maduro, India was almost forced to buy that oil. ExxonMobil has been very clear. This is a $1 billion 10-year investment, and we're not sure that it's worth it. Now, Iranian infrastructure for the oil and the gas is old, shall we say, and it's going to take billions of dollars to get it up to a standard. So is the Venezuela model just a fallacy here, do you think?
Well, look, we are talking about two entirely different situations, and it is really not useful for analysts to compare what happened in Venezuela with what is going on right now in Iran and what may happen in the subsequent weeks and months. In Venezuela, we had essentially a police operation. This was not war. This was an extraction done via military force, but to arrest the head of a country who is essentially a gangster. He's a criminal, disguising as a head of state, all right? That's what Nicolas Maduro is. He's not legitimately elected the popular president and that this has been an incredible thing. He's a gangster. He's a criminal. So nobody should think, oh my God, the poor man, look what happened to him. That said, the president of the United States said, okay, now you people in Caracas obey our orders. I am running the show and you do as I say. Whether that is true or not on the ground is very difficult to say. The Venezuelan regime is still there, and certainly there are, I'm sure privately, all sorts of negotiations going on. But to your point, it would take tens of billions of dollars to rehabilitate the neglected oil facilities in Venezuela, keeping in mind for people who don't understand.
But I want to talk, it is about the case study, though, rather than
the case study is this, that, if I may, Venezuelan oil is extremely expensive to extract. It's heavy oil, all right? That's not the oil in the Persian Gulf. It's completely different. Therefore, it would take tens of billions of dollars in a time horizon of at least 10 years for American or any other energy company to confidently go into Venezuela and to say, okay.
And can you do that in Iran? Can you do that in Iran?
No, you cannot do that in Iran unless you have a cooperative regime. In principle, yes, but that would imply the takeover of Iran, okay? And the ability not only to take over, but to maintain control and guarantee security to the oil companies. If you say, okay, now we have seized the government in Tehran, okay? I'm just saying this. Now you're okay. So, and the oil company says, really? Are you sure? Can there be pockets of resistance? Are our people going to be attacked? Will there be suicide bombers coming into the facilities and killing our employees? Because if you cannot, American government, guarantee security for our people, we're not going. It's very simple. And that, again, we're talking about a complete transformation of the situation that is far from where we are today. I'm not saying this is impossible. Many things that were considered impossible are possible once they've happened. So, but this
I
is
want to stop you there because that's a very interesting point you've just made. I want to come back to Fahd Izadi. Let's talk about China here, because China is one of Iran's biggest consumers of oil. It was an ally of Iran. It has a 25-year strategic partnership with Iran, but it's nowhere to be seen, at least publicly, right now. Do you think that's a failing of China protecting its oil interests in Tehran?
Of course, I think China could do more, but I think the Chinese realize that if the Americans take over this part of the world, they would have a leverage that they don't have right now. Today, the Americans cannot tell the Saudis or Kuwaitis or Emiratis not to sell oil and gas to China because that would increase the value of Iranian oil. But if they manage to take over Iran, then given the fact that about 50% of the Chinese fossil fuel consumption comes from the Persian Gulf, that would be a leverage that they don't have right now. And I think the Chinese realize that, and I think the Chinese are doing, they're buying Iranian oil, they're doing other things to make sure that you don't have an Israeli-American takeover of the Persian Gulf.
Mohammed, it's an interesting thing when we talk about China because it's not the only ally that Iran has. Russia also is a very strong Iranian ally, but it doesn't have a security agreement. It has agreements on oil, on gas, etc. Where is Russia in all of this? Is it going to step in to defend its own oil exports to Moscow from Iran?
For Russia, having basically keeping the system in Iran is quite important because of the geostrategic location of Iran in the West Asia and Middle East. And for that reason, they are interested to basically reach a ceasefire and resolve this problem as soon as possible for stability of the region. But economically and financially, given the fact that the oil prices are increasing, and recently also Donald Trump administration signalized that the Russians have the possibility to basically export more, partially, lifting part of the sanction on Russia. I guess they are also in a comfortable situation by profiting from this conflict in terms of higher oil revenues and oil export revenues. So this is a kind of paradoxical situation for the Russia. On one side, the more conflict between Iran and the United States and Israel and maybe other countries improve its flow of hard currency to its country and benefiting from this conflict. On the other side, when this conflict becomes larger and more intensive, they probably would become more worried about chaos that could come to the Iran and eventually losing their political and military and other access to Iranian territory and basically Iranian government, because it's not clear if there would be a substantial change in the system in Iran, pro-Western maybe regime, a more dependent regime comes to the power, of course, the Russians would lose one of the key bases in the West Asia.
Fahd, one of the strategies, one of the best weapons that Iran actually has is closing down the Strait of Hormuz. That's where 40% of the world's oil cargo runs through. Iran has effectively done that. It is now giving a carrot to some countries, saying, if you get rid of the Israeli and the US embassies in your country, talking about Europe and the Arab world, then we'll allow your ships to go through that. Now, that's not going to happen, particularly for the European countries. So is this a strategic blunder when it comes to trying to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Because it does impact the entire globe. It's not going to make Iran very popular.
Yes, but Iran is not looking for popularity. Iranian government wants to make sure that the Iranian borders remain intact, and they want to make sure that the attacks on Iran every few months by Israelis and Americans stop. You cannot run a country facing two nuclear regimes attacking you every few months. There are a few other ideas that are presented in Iran. One is creating a regional reconstruction fund, which means that the damage that the US created, not just for Iran, but for other countries in this part of the world, needs to be paid back. Iran has suffered billions of dollars in the last 10 days. They are boasting about it, destroying this, destroying that. They need to pay back. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed for many, many months to come unless this financial side of the story is resolved. They're not going to go back to the situation where everybody was enjoying itself except Iran. So a Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed. They need to address these financial issues. Changing Iran's government is a pipe dream. I hope they
Fahd, I'm going to stop you there because this is a very interesting point that I want to put to Mohammed. At some point, this Iran will have to be repaired. One of the things that the US is suggesting, not officially at all, but it could use Iran's oil money to effectively rebuild Iran in its own image. I mean, do you think that's succeeded anywhere in the world for the US?
Well, they said that they are not, what we heard in the media over the past days, that they are not committed to rebuild the Iranian economy after these destructive wars. They have basically gave that role to Iranian people. So they would basically use the resources of Iran to cover the costs that they had over the past months. These military equipments and these operations are costly. They would take that cost from the revenue, or they do try to basically reach the control of the resources by bringing the pro-American faction to the power, which is rather unlikely right now. As I said, the Iran economy and the society has been weakened for many years under substantial sanctions. So a pro-reforms, maybe pro-Western segment of the society has been damaged a lot. The current war improve or even amplify the relative power of the hardliners in Iran. So in that sense, the possibility of reaching the control of Iranian oil and using that for rebuilding the Iranian economy or giving that to the American companies is rather weak currently. So in that sense, that theory using the Iranian oil to
sorry, Mohammed, I'm going to stop you there because we are running out of time, and I want to come back for one very quick question with Fouad. Fouad, the Iranian oil is going to be a part of any future negotiations. It's only, if only like it's a secret weapon when it comes to negotiations, but it needs to be, protected, and it isn't at the moment. So, do you think that the destruction of Iranian oil is going to be a future strategy, because it isn't right now, for the US? Are you worried about that?
Yes, people are worried about that. But remember, Iran, I think Iranian government officials have decided to make sure that every cent of every damage that the other side is inflicting on Iran is going to be paid back. So either we do a regional reconstruction fund, the people who created this damage will have to pay back Iran through that fund, or there are ideas about leveling tax on ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. The idea of Iran suffering economically and everybody else enjoying themselves, enjoying low oil prices, that's out the window. You don't kill other people's leaders. You don't invade other countries. You don't kill little girls. That is over. Iran is going to, the people who exercise restraint are no longer with us. The new people in charge in Iran are going to make sure that the other side pays a heavy economic price. And if Trump loses the midterm election, that would even be better for everybody, including American people.
A lot of strong opinions there from our guests. I want to thank you all, Fouad Izzadi, Mohammed Reza Farzanagat, and Paolo Van Chirac. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And you can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Imran Khan, and the whole team here, bye for now.
It's 12 GMT, 3 p.m. in Doha. Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments. 3 cargo ships are attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. 1 is set on fire. At least 3 crew members are unaccounted for. Thousands of Iranians are on the streets of Tehran to bid farewell to several top officials killed in U.S.-Israeli attacks.
We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the 3rd time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds.
Israel hits a residential building in downtown Beirut, killing at least 4 people and injuring several others.
GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security.
And Qatar's State Minister for Foreign Affairs tells Al Jazeera the world depends on security in the Gulf and diplomacy is the only viable solution. 3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre. As we are getting another emergency alert here in Doha for warning us of an incoming attack, possibly incoming Iranian missiles. So a warning for all to take shelter. Let me tell you more about what happened in the Gulf of Hormuz earlier. One of the ships hit near the waterway. It was a Thai cargo vessel. The Thai Navy says 20 crew members have been rescued and 3 are missing. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Shortly after the war began, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said the waterway was closed. Israel and the U.S. have also carried out strikes in and around the strait. Now, the U.S. Central Command has released images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the U.S. military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. He's claimed without showing proof those ships were planning to lay mines. Now, right now, thousands of people have gathered in Iran's capital, Tehran, for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said it will continue to fight until the shadow of war is lifted over Iran. And Israel's war has spilled into Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, an ally of Iran. An airstrike on a residential building killed 4 people in central Beirut. The Lebanese Health Ministry says more than 500 people have been killed since the conflict started. Well, we have correspondents around the world covering all the latest developments here in Doha, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, the White House in Washington, and Brussels. We begin with Zain Bazravi in Doha. Zain, we've just had another alert here in the last few minutes. We'll talk about the situation in the Gulf. But first, I wanted to find out more about what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. What do we know about these 3 incidents in the early hours of the morning?
Well, what we understand is this morning there were 3 different attacks on 3 separate ships in close succession to one another. One of them was a cargo vessel, one was a container ship, one was a bulk carrier. Those are usually those large empty vessels that carry mostly dry goods like seeds or crops of different kinds, coal. So all 3 of them came under attack around the same area, off the coast of Oman, off the coast of UAE. One of them was near Ras Al Khaimah. And one of the ships, the cargo vessel, did indeed catch fire. And they all happened with a similar profile. The MO was, as all the witnesses and crew reported, some kind of unidentified explosive projectile hit the ship. Now, it's not clear exactly what it was. No one's taken responsibility as yet, but we can point to timing and context here. Iran has said it would do whatever it took to shut the strait down. It is an economic pressure point for Iran, always has been. And they have said that they would do something like this. They would make sure that no vessels could go through if it came under attack. And that's what it's been doing for several weeks now. But now these attacks, the profile is shifting. These are getting more brazen. These are getting more direct and not just being stopped or stalled or veered off. And what is also interesting is it comes just a day after the U.S. government warned that Iran may put mines in the Strait of Hormuz and attacked boats that it said would be used for that purpose, simultaneously saying that there was no evidence that Iran had done something like this as yet. But the timing is certainly something that people assessing the threat, people watching what's happening in those waterways, will see as an escalation of a kind.
And Zain, attacks across the Gulf region continue. We've just had another alert here in Doha. There were several this morning. How are regional militaries managing this persistent pressure from Iran?
Well, at the moment, this was the 3rd one so far today in Doha, Qatar. The first ballistic missile threat at 8:13 a.m., then one about 4 hours later, and now the next one. They seem to be spaced out. Once again, there's a routine to it, but today seems to be a little busier than usual. We've had the all clear earlier this morning, then earlier this afternoon. Now another missile threat, and usually about 3 to 4 minutes after the alert goes off, you can hear the interceptions happening. We haven't heard anything yet, but we are watching for it. There was a thwarted drone attack in Amman. Bahrain said there were air raid sirens, and they thwarted a drone attack. Dubai International Airport, the largest airport in the world, international air travel, by that standard, it is the busiest, came under drone attack once again. Flights resumed fairly quickly, but it shows this ongoing threat. Bahrain also announced that it was moving aircraft away from Bahrain to other airports as a precautionary measure. So this pressure point tactic is not just in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Air traffic is also a pressure tactic that the country as big as Iran and is aggressive right now in its retaliation can continue to carry out pressure points on air traffic. Now, what are the countries in the region doing? At the moment, all they can do is react. Iran is in the driver's seat in terms of its retaliation, but the United States and Israel are in the driver's seat in terms of the initial aggression that was carried out that sparked all this.
All right, Zain, thank you for now. Again, an alert level elevated across the region, across Qatar at this hour. We'll come back to you for the latest on the situation here, of course. Zain Basravi in Doha. Let's head over to Washington, D.C. now and speak to Mike Hanna. Mike, first of all, what is the Trump administration saying about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz? Are they providing any evidence that
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Released video which purports to show attacks on Iranian vessels by the U.S. Navy. But once again, this is not entirely clear. The Pentagon says that it has destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels in recent hours. President Trump himself has put out a post on social media saying that the mines have not been laid as yet, but has warned Iran against laying any mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So in a way, there's conflicting messages coming out of the Trump administration. Best example of this was the Energy Secretary saying that the U.S. Navy had escorted a tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. This was subsequently denied by the Trump administration. President Trump had promised a few days ago that U.S. vessels would escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, but this has simply not happened at this particular point. So from the U.S., we're hearing that mine layers have been destroyed, but this days, once again, after the administration had said that every Iranian vessel had been completely obliterated. So we're getting these mixed messages coming out from the Trump administration, no real clarity as to exactly what the U.S. posture is in the Strait of Hormuz.
Mike, thank you very much. Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Israeli forces have been bombarding the Iranian capital city as the conflict escalates in the region. Overnight airstrikes hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers, but the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit and rescue teams have been digging through rubble searching for people. Now, despite the heavy U.S.-Israeli bombardment, many people in the Iranian capital are trying to get on with their lives. Ghessam is a shopkeeper at the Grand Bazaar in Tehran. He says his country has endured challenges throughout its history. Here's Ghessam's story in his own words.
We've been coming back to work at the bazaar for the past 2 to 3 days. Compared to the first day when the attacks began, the number of customers and the foot traffic has increased a bit. God willing, it will soon return to normal. But compared to what it was before, a lot has changed. Being here isn't very different from being at home. If there is going to be danger, it exists there and it exists here too. In the end, life has to go on, even in wartime conditions. We experienced the 8-year war with Iraq in the 1980s, so we are fully familiar with these conditions. I want the approach of our officials to change. Our people are very noble, just as you have seen throughout history, that groups and other countries carried out aggressions against Iran. We resolved things amongst ourselves. The point is that if the people sometimes have criticisms, they should not be treated like the enemy. In wartime conditions, we should not back down so easily. Economic stability, security, and everything else must be provided for the people.
Israel is waging war on two fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing the risk of spillover conflicts. For 12 days, Israeli and U.S. forces have been bombing Iran. Those attacks have so far killed more than 1,300 people. And in Lebanon, attacks over the past 10 days have killed more than 570 people. Meanwhile, more than 700,000 are estimated to be internally displaced across the country. The latest Israeli attacks in Lebanon have killed more than a dozen people. This is the scene live in Beirut right now, the Lebanese capital, which has been hit multiple times Wednesday morning. As you can see, smoke over the sky of Beirut there. Al Jazeera's Zena Khada reports from the scene of an early morning strike on a residential building in Beirut.
In Baalbek, you're mentioning 7 people have been killed, mainly Syrian laborers. There was a strike in the town in Baalbek. That strike came without warning. Also in southern Lebanon, in the town of Shahabi, 7 people killed. Also, that strike came in without warning. Shahabi is south of the Litani River, an area where the Israeli military issued evacuation orders. But I think it's very important to point out that some families remain in those towns simply because they have nowhere to go. They say that they don't want to sleep in the streets. The government is struggling with a massive displacement crisis. Only 120,000 people are in shelters when there are 780,000 people displaced. So some strikes come without warning, others don't. And in the early hours of the morning, a strike again without warning here in the heart of Beirut. The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike. That is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced. We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the 3rd time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris. Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Israel has come under a barrage of Iranian missile attacks, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Air defense systems were activated in central and northern areas of Israel overnight. Israeli media reports all missiles fired from Iran were intercepted. Let's get an update with Nida Ibrahim, who's in Ramallah for us in the occupied West Bank. We heard in the last hour or so, I think, another wave of Iranian missiles towards Israel. Tell us about what's been happening there, Nida.
Yes, indeed. The alarm, the early warning came around 20 minutes ago. And then we heard just in the past few minutes, loud blasts across central Israel. From here, from Ramallah, we were able to hear them. It's usually becoming louder, these sounds of explosions that potentially are a result of interception from from Israeli fired missiles to intercept these Iranian missiles. Now, we've been looking at this period and this morning where we've seen some sort of a relative calm before this Iranian wave was launched. According to the Israelis, since the morning, the latest update from the Israeli ambulance service, people were getting injured as they were making their way to the shelters, which is a resulting of the state of panic that people have been feeling because of the limited or short amount of warning. This time they got an early warning, they had enough time to go to shelters, but generally the time between the alarm blasting and the rocket arriving is becoming shorter and shorter, and that's seen in some cases due to the Iranian attacks, not just on the radars here, but in the region, that is making it more difficult for Israel to be able to detect with precision these missiles before they make their way here. In general, in the past 24 hours, the Israeli authorities have been witnessing an uptick taken these Iranian missiles. They were saying for the past few days that the number has decreased, but in the past day or so, we've seen the number rise to at least 20 missile launches from Iran.
So an uptick, as you say, the threat is clearly persistent, Nida. Every night, millions of Israelis are forced into bunkers. How are people coping? How is it affecting their daily lives?
Like, for example, let's talk about tonight. It was yet another sleepless night for Israelis who've had to go to shelters in intermittent periods of time, sometimes staying for 2 to 3 hours. This is something that the Israelis are not used to. Yes, this is a war on Iran, something that they've been talking about for decades that they wanted to do. There is a high support for this war when it comes to the Israeli polls. But at the same time, if this takes longer and if Iran is indeed interested in a war of attrition, this is something that the Israeli officials are trying to reassure the public about. Every day we see a new statement saying the war is achieving its goals. The war is going according to plans. Why? Because of these scenes that the Israelis are not used to, going to shelters day in and day out, going to fortified places. Let's talk about the effects on the economy. At least $3 billion of losses are affecting the economy every week because of the war. Even as the Israeli authorities try to ease restrictions a little bit by allowing gatherings, by trying to get people to go to certain businesses, we've seen how people who were in a construction site were killed in these cluster munitions that were fired by Iran. So this is something that is also worrying the authorities. How do they balance between keeping the public supportive of this war, behind this war and the government, and also not disrupt their lives in a way that they will want to end this war altogether? So it's a sensitive situation for millions and millions of Israelis as well as the Israeli government.
Nida, thank you for that. That's Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, the European Union Commission president says the bloc is working on options to lower energy prices, but Ursula von der Leyen has warned that Russia stands to benefit from the ongoing war. This is what she told the European Parliament on Wednesday.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable, and weaker. So we should stay the course of our long-term strategy. We can be more pragmatic, we can be smart in its implementation, no question, but the direction of travel is the right one.
For more on this, let's bring in Nicholas Hack in Brussels. Nicholas, what more did the EU Commission president say, and how much concern is there about these high energy prices?
Oh, there's tremendous concern about these high energy prices. I mean, in the course of 12 days of war, Ursula von der Leyen explaining that European consumers paid $3 billion extra at the pump. Now, that shows how much energy is used as a weapon affecting Europeans on their continent. And so there is a priority to try to stabilize those prices at the pump. And of course, when she is alluding to Russian sanctions, whether to lift them or not, or to use Russian oil, it shows how much division there is within the European Union on what course to take. She's alluding, of course, to Viktor Orban, the Hungarian president, who's suggesting that we should use some of that Russian oil. But there's clear divisions. Europe needs more oil. Russia has some to sell, but using that would be a red cross that many Europeans are unwilling to cross. So she's saying that certain member states should probably offer subsidies, or there should be caps. Already there are caps on the price of oil at the pump in Croatia and in Hungary. Other countries want to see reserves released, but there's certainly in this speech von der Leyen stating out that Europe will stay the course and will solve this problem as a unit. Fully?
Yeah, Germany has announced, Nicholas, that it's going to be releasing strategic oil reserves. The wider European community, are they on the same page when it comes to how to respond to the energy fallout from this war?
Well, there's different measures depending on the countries. For instance, the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, saying that maybe they should increase taxes on companies that are profiting from increasing the prices at the pump. In France, they're sending teams of inspectors at the petrol station to ensure that those prices don't continue to rise. And remember, different countries have different reserves. France, for instance, has 140 days of reserves of oil. Other countries maybe have 90 days. And this is what we're going to be seeing discussed here in Brussels in a week's time at the European Union Council meeting. They want to all have a strategy in order to ensure that Europe is not as vulnerable as it was in the past to external shock, because currently, after the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Europeans tried to diversify their imports on oil and gas. Now they're trying to find new solutions in terms of trying to stabilize the price and to protect Europeans as this war continues in the Gulf and in the Middle East. Fully?
Thank you very much for that. Nicholas Hack live there in Brussels. Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs has told Al Jazeera that diplomacy must remain at the heart of efforts to prevent a wider conflict in the Middle East. Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi says Doha is in close communication with Washington and is urging all parties to return to negotiations. Speaking to my colleague Adrian Finnegan, he also warned that the security of the Gulf is closely tied to global stability.
How, Minister, would you assess the United States' role in managing this crisis to date?
Well, we keep our line of communication, as always, open with our colleagues in the United States, and we keep encouraging them and supporting the pathway of peace and resolving conflicts through peaceful means. We really hope that the parties can find that pathway and really end the military operation and return back again to the negotiation table to meet the concerns of the parties. And now we're talking about the concerns of the regional parties as well. When we're talking about aggressions on Qatar and on the GCC country, these are legitimate concerns. And those are matters that has been discussed under the GCC organization, and we continue to reflect on that with our partners internationally as well.
Qatar's leadership has warned that this war could destabilize the global economy and, of course, the energy markets. We've seen that in the last few days already. What are the biggest risks that you see if this conflict continues as it is?
Well, if there is a message that I can mention today, that the GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security. What the GCC country has been doing in the past years is to contribute towards the stabilities of the global market through our energy infrastructure, through the international trade, and as well as through our diplomacy and our international engagement. Limiting the GCC countries from fulfilling that role would have most certainly a major impact on the global market. And therefore, it is definitely a major concern globally, not only regionally, and it demands a global solution that can protect the movement or the chain of supply of energy from the GCC to the world.
And you can watch our full interview with the Qatari State Minister of Foreign Affairs on Talk to Al Jazeera coming up in just a few minutes at 12:40 GMT. The United States has started using British military bases as the war in the Middle East escalates. Britain's defense ministry said the U.S. is using the sites for, quote, specific defensive operations to prevent Iran firing missiles into the region. The U.S. military has access to bases in southwestern England and one on the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean. The British Prime Minister initially refused the U.S. permission to use UK bases, a decision that was criticized by President Trump. Richard Guestwood reports from Fairford in southwest England.
Taking to the skies, destination unknown. 3 US B-1 bombers leave RAF Fairford in southwest England. Well, there have been high levels of activity here at RAF Fairford all day. At one point, there were 12 US B-1 bombers on the ground at the same time, 3 of them taking off just minutes after the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that today would be the most intense day of strikes of the war so far. Keir Starmer's given the Americans permission for the base to be used for defensive missions. 3 long-range B-52 bombers also sit ready near the runway. The British Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon set sail from Portsmouth a week after the government announced it would be heading to Cyprus. The warship will eventually provide additional air defence capability for 2 UK military bases on the Mediterranean island. It's where the German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul arrived to meet his Cypriot counterpart, a sign of European concern for the security of the island and the region.
I believe that we simply have to wait for the moment when there is a serious opportunity to enter into negotiations. And Europe must prepare for that moment because we do indeed have a strong interest in it.
But with more US bombers landing in the UK, no talks on the horizon, and the US Defense Secretary promising a surge in strikes, the chances of de-escalation seem limited. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US and Israel and Iran. On day 12, these are the latest developments. 3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. One of them is a Thai cargo vessel. The Strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Shortly after the war began, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said the waterway was closed. Thousands of people, meanwhile, have gathered in the Iranian capital, Tehran, for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said it will continue to fight until, quote, the shadow of war is lifted over Iran. Israeli forces have been bombarding the Iranian capital city. Overnight airstrikes hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers, but the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit. Now, Iran has warned it will change its war plan to continuous strikes rather than reciprocal hits after U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iranian military command also says the U.S. won't be able to control oil prices. In a statement, a spokesperson says, we won't allow even 1 liter of oil to reach the U.S., Zionists, and their partners. Any vessel or tanker bound to them will be a legitimate target, and warns get ready for the oil barrel to be at $200 because the oil price depends on the regional security which you have destabilized. Well, let's discuss this and all the latest developments now with Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, and Abbas Aslani in Tehran. He's a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Gentlemen, thank you both for being with us. Abbas Aslani, let me start with you. We've just heard in the last few minutes from the Reuters news agency, Iranian media reports confirming that Iran, the Revolutionary Guard, were behind the attack on the Thai vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. What does this say about Iran's operational goal at this stage of the war?
Fully, it seems that Iran is seeking to continue to the war because and is not seeking a rapid cessation of the hostility, because the aim is not just to stop the ongoing conflict, but to make sure that this will not happen again in future, and they will be able to remove the shadow of the war from above the country. So that's why Iran is pursuing this war in a multi-layered and multi-stage manner, and also in different fronts. It is not just limited to the military battle, but also economic and geopolitical conflict seems to be underway as well. That's why Iran wants to inflict heavy costs on the other side in different fields in order to make sure that in future there will be no further aggression against the country. Strait of Hormuz is playing an important role in, let's say, increasing the oil prices. And the US is insisting that the waterway needs to remain open, but Iran has been trying to somehow close it. And even the country does not need a permanent closure of the strait, but even occasional disruptions also can impact the market. And this is something which is also
Okay, Sultan Barakat, as Abbas says, it seems that the Iranian leadership thinks that its strongest leverage right now is the ability to inflict systematic economic disruption, as we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz right now. How do you view this posture? Do you think they're moving towards more escalation, or is this perhaps strategic patience to lead the other parties to gradually compromise?
Well, I think they're trying to raise the cost globally of this war, so that other and more nations can intervene and hopefully place pressure on the United States in particular to bring this to an end. It is clear, I think, from their perspective that they can't continue with this just as a conflict between Israel and the United States and themselves. They tried their best to drag in the Gulf states, hitting them back and so on. But that is not sufficient. What would really put pressure on Trump in particular is the price of oil.
Right.
So this has been predicted long ago, and it is well known that this will be an Iranian response for any attack on Iran. The question really is, why did Trump do it? And why is he willing to extend this war so far without taking any measures, including within the United States, to reduce the oil prices, for example, to tap into his strategic reserves
right.
and so on.
Right.
So something else is going on, and I think the Iranians would like to test the waters right to the limit. So when they talk about $200 a barrel, I think it's an exaggeration, but it is about sending the message. And the oil market is so sensitive, it reacts to messages. I mean, a couple of days ago, it reacted to Trump's reassurance that this war will not last long.
Soon. Exactly.
And the peak dropped. So this is part of this game.
Let me just ask you, Sultan, you mentioned the Gulf states, and we've just heard from the U.S. Interior Secretary who was speaking to U.S. media, who said that Gulf state allies should realize that this is short-term disruption for long-term transformation. If Gulf states hear such a message, what will they make of it? Because clearly they are at the heart of this disruption. Do you think they're starting perhaps to reconsider their strategic positioning here in this conflict?
Well, I think they're very clear about the need to avoid becoming a direct party in this war, because at any moment the United States and Israel can withdraw, and they will leave them in a extended conflict with Iran that could turn into sectarian conflict, and it could really drain the region for decades to come. And this is, I think, part of the Israeli objective, because Israel cannot survive with stability around it. It needs chaos to remain. So they're doing their best to avoid that scenario, and I think that's the right thing to do for now. But there is always a limit to this, and this is where the Iranians have to calculate extremely carefully. It's one thing to try and disrupt the Hormuz Strait. It's something else to insist on launching missiles targeting civilian areas in the Gulf states, because even with all the wisdom and the will to remain out of this, there may be an incident that provokes the Gulf states sufficiently to retaliate directly to Iran, and that would be a major problem.
Abbas Aslani, Sultan Barakat says Iran needs to calculate carefully right now. What factors are shaping the internal calculations right now? We have a new leadership, a new supreme leader whom we haven't heard much from since his appointment. What is determining the decisions that Iran is taking right now, and how much control does this new leader have? Who's dictating the strategy in Tehran?
Well, yes, we have indeed the new leader in office in Tehran, but as you said, we have not heard much about him. But he was working with his father when the late leader was running the country. He's quite well aware of the machinery of the state. He was the ears and eyes of his father. And he worked with different security and political institutions here in the country. So what we can be expecting at the moment is a kind of continuity in terms of Iran's foreign policy and security policy in the region. He is expected to appoint high-ranking commanders who were lost, as a result of in the early days of the aggression. And I think he will try to further synchronize and unite those institutions in the face of this foreign intervention. In addition to that, I think the domestic unity, functioning as a focal point to unite different factions and, average citizens at the time of a war is also very important for the country. And this is a challenging time for the country, foreign aggression, domestic, vacuum. These two need to be handled at the same time in order to make sure that they can, navigate this sensitive and challenging time as smooth as possible.
Sultan, you wanted to add something about that. How much authority do you think this new supreme leader has in Iran compared to the Revolutionary Guard?
Yes, well, I think he's an interesting choice. I mean, he's a choice of defiance, I think, by the people around him, rather than a wise political choice for Iran, for two main reasons. One is he symbolizes dynastic succession.
Indeed.
Which the revolution is very much against.
Goes against the principles of the revolution.
Yes, and this is not the right direction necessarily. And also, he never held any senior political office in the past. But because of the circumstances, he's really sending the message, Iran is sending the message that we are digging in, we're going to double down, and we're going to resist, which I think is fine. But it's not clear to what extent the political power has really gained control over the operations, particularly those operations directed against the Gulf states. Mm-hmm. The Iranian justification so far has been that we're targeting frontline radars that are helping Israel bring down those missiles. So this is why we're doing it. We're not targeting the Gulf states themselves and so on. But as we were saying earlier, the accuracy is not really there, right. And the technology is not great. Okay. So they need to calculate very carefully and choose their next phase of this war in a manner that at least help them keep neighborhood safe.
All right, Sultan Barakat, thank you very much. Abbas Aslani in Tehran, thank you as well for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Now, Bangladesh's government is creating a crisis management plan to safeguard the economy from the impact of the Iran war. The country relies heavily on fuel imports from the Middle East. It's introduced a rationing system to manage the disruption in fuel supplies. That's led to long queues of motorists trying to fill up.
If there is a national shortage of fuel, then this rationing is understandable. But there is no shortage and people are creating an artificial crisis. Then it becomes very inconvenient.
Standing in line for 2 to 3 hours just to get less than $2 worth of fuel has become very difficult for many people. A lot of time is wasted waiting in the queue. Now they are giving fuel worth more than $4, which helps save people time and allows them to attend to other work. I think this rationing system should continue.
Let's now take a look at some of the day's other news here on Al Jazeera. An Israeli airstrike in central Gaza has killed at least one Palestinian man. Following the attack on Tuesday, people searched through the rubble of what was a residential home. Since a ceasefire took effect in October, Israeli attacks have killed more than 640 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip. And a severe transport crisis is unfolding in Gaza. After 2 years of Israel's war, most vehicles have been badly damaged, if not destroyed. Fuel has become scarce and the cost of travel has surged. Muath Al-Kahlout reports from Gaza City.
This is a daily reality. Students, patients, and displaced families waiting for scarce transport. Every journey begins with a struggle for a seat. The transport that is available is costly and uncomfortable.
As an elderly woman, I cannot use a tuk-tuk or handcart easily. When I do, I return home completely exhausted. I don't have enough money to take a taxi on my own.
It is estimated that 70% of Gaza's vehicles and roads have been damaged by Israel's war. Less than 15% of the fuel trucks that were supposed to arrive in Gaza have been allowed to enter. Unsurprisingly, the cost of the fuel has rocketed. Before the war, a liter of diesel cost $2.40. Now it is $11.30. And that is, of course, only if you can find a functioning vehicle to put the fuel into.
We're facing a major problem with the roads. Most streets are destroyed or heavily damaged, and the army has bombed much of the infrastructure. Cars don't move like they used to. Ours keep breaking down, and spare parts are expensive. We simply can't keep up with the situation.
The transport crisis is straining family ties. Travel between different areas of Gaza is so difficult that relatives are often scattered and separated.
Traveling to the south means waking up at 5 a.m. just to reach southern Gaza by 10 a.m. I don't even know how I'll visit my aunts for iftar during Ramadan.
Getting from one place to another in Gaza has become a daily struggle. Roads that once took minutes to cross now take hours, with most streets damaged and fuel in short supply. Transportation is no longer a service. It is an exhausting and costly challenge that tests patience, health, and even the ability of families to reunite. Muad al-Kahlout, Al Jazeera, from northern Gaza, Palestine.
In Democratic Republic of Congo, drone attacks have killed at least 3 people, including a UN humanitarian worker. 2 separate strikes were reported in Goma in the eastern DRC. The Rwandan-backed M23 rebels who took control of the city a year ago have accused the government forces of the attack. Fighting has intensified in the region despite a ceasefire. And that is the news for now. I'll be back at 13 GMT for all the latest developments on the Israel-Iran-US war. Coming up next, a full interview with Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs here on Al Jazeera.
Always. The Middle East is once again staring into the abyss of a wider war. Air defenses intercepting missiles and drones have lit up the night skies. Warning sirens have sounded in cities across the Gulf, and embassies have issued security alerts evacuating non-essential personnel and citizens. The latest escalation, a joint US-Israeli operation that began on February 28th, killed Iran's supreme leader. Tehran's response to the ongoing offensive is sending shockwaves through one of the most strategically vital regions on Earth. For years, the Gulf states have watched tensions play out around them. This time, the conflict is closer to home. Even Qatar, which has spent decades positioning itself as a diplomatic bridge between rivals, has come under attack. The country occupies a unique position. It hosts the largest US military base in the Middle East, while maintaining open lines of communication with Iran. That balancing act has allowed Doha to mediate in complex, high-stakes negotiations. But when missiles are crossing borders, the question becomes unavoidable. Can diplomacy still hold the line? How close is the region to an all-out war? And what role can Qatar play in preventing it? I'm Adrian Finnegan in Doha, where Qatar's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi, talks to Al Jazeera. Excellency, Qatar itself has come under drone and missile attack during this conflict. How serious is the security situation in the country right now?
At the outset, I want to say that those attacks need to immediately stop not only on Qatar, but on the whole region. Qatar have mentioned its political position when it comes to this aggression that we have condemned by the strongest terms, the unjustified and outrageous attacks on the state of Qatar, and that directly impact its own sovereignty. And Qatar will do and continue to do every possible and legal measures to defend and practice its exercise of self-defense against this aggression.
Are you confident that the region can avoid a wider war if attacks on energy facilities, airports, civilian infrastructure in the Gulf continue? Could we see a direct military response from the Gulf nations?
Well, I want to say that we are extremely worrying about the wider range of attacks, not only in the military, but also in the civilian infrastructure. We've seen in the last few days that are attempts of attacks on civilian infrastructure, such as energy, aviation, commerce, and that definitely goes against any provisions of international law and the United Nations Charter. That has been clearly violated by those attacks coming from Iran. On the other hand, of course, we are extremely proud of the efforts that has been done by our defense and security forces in the state of Qatar, responding and intercepting every single missile and drone comes to with the purpose of course, terrorizing the civilians, people, and with the aim of damaging vital infrastructure. We're really proud of these efforts. Those personnel have definitely resembles a solid example of true courage and definitely professionalism in dealing with this matter. We're also proud of the people that lives in Qatar, whether they are citizens or residents. They've also resemble the very important example of resistance, resilience, and also definitely unity under the strong and wise leadership of the state of Qatar.
Minister, Qatar's Prime Minister said 2 days ago that Qatar feels a big sense of betrayal by Iran. Has that fundamentally changed Doha's relationship with Tehran? Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Well, let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one, and it is definitely worrying to see a neighboring country start taking those aggression against another neighboring country, and a country that has a long history in the field of mediation and resolving conflicts with Iran and other disputing parties as well. Qatar has been always there in reaching out and stretching the hands of help and support, including the pre-war periods where Qatar has intensified its efforts and reach out with the Omani mediators in trying to help and support the parties to reach that agreement. It's unfortunate where we are standing right now, but we also believe that there is no pathway of a sustainable and long-lasting solution other than returning back again to the negotiation table.
Is there still a line of diplomatic communication between Doha and Tehran right now? When did you last have communication with Tehran?
His Excellency, the Prime Minister received a phone call a few days ago from the Foreign Minister of Iran, where we have clearly expressed our condemnation over those attacks and demanded an immediate stop of those aggressions against the regional country. The regional countries are not an enemy of Iran, and the Iranians are not understanding that idea. They keep throwing those missiles and keep attacking the state of Qatar and the regional country. That brings no benefits to Iran. As a matter of fact, it creates a huge damage to that long historical relationship.
Until the very last moment, the state of Qatar and you were trying through various diplomatic channels to contain this crisis, to prevent the outbreak of war. When did Qatar realize that the diplomatic path was no longer capable of preventing this confrontation?
Qatar has a long-standing experience in the field of mediation. We've dealt with the most difficult and complicated conflicts around the globe. We know that at certain points within the mediation, the parties may not reach an agreement. Our role is always to continue to encourage them to return back again to the political solution and to the negotiation table. It's unfortunate that the matter has reached what it's reached right now. We continue to push and to call for the return again to the diplomacy and to resolve that conflict peacefully. As I mentioned to you, there is no alternative solution for a long-lasting solution of this conflict other than the political solution.
All right, so if you look ahead to the coming weeks, what would a realistic path to de-escalation actually look like? Who needs to take the first step? How would it done? What role could Qatar play in that?
Well, first of all, we need to stop that aggression against the regional country. A country such as Qatar, Oman, and several other countries in the region played a vital role in trying to build bridges between Iran and the West, will not be able to fulfill that role under attack. And that's something that the Iranians needs to understand and needs to treat the regional countries with respect and return back again to the favoring the political solutions moving forward. Of course, there are a series of suggestions can be provided for de-escalations, but an opportunity need to be provided at that level for that efforts to be reached. And therefore, I think that Qatar will continue to call for further de-escalation, and Qatar will continue to call for a political solution for that conflict.
When this war ends, do you believe that the Middle East needs a new regional security system that establishes clear rules for protecting maritime routes and energy facilities and prevents an escalation such as the one that we've seen in recent days?
Certainly, this war and the recent few days and the escalations in the recent few days has directly impacted not only the military bases, but also, as I mentioned to you, civilian infrastructure and energy companies have directly impacted by that specific action, which demands, of course, a re-engaging back again on providing guarantees that the energy sectors need to back again to function and to back again to full operation, and they will not be able to do that unless that we reach a level of for permanent de-escalation that allows that I will call it energy booster to return back again to the market. Also the navigation and the movement of ships. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz and the major threats of the freedom of movement on the Strait of Hormuz is something very critical, and a lot of countries that deals with this matter believes that there should be an immediate solution for that specific purpose.
Firstly, the United States and Israel say that their strikes were necessary to neutralize Iran's nuclear threat. Does Qatar accept that argument, or do you believe that this military action has made the region even more dangerous now for the future?
Well, I cannot speak on behalf of the United States or reflect on the objective of the United States. What I can say is that when it comes to the position of the state of Qatar, Qatar has been always an advocate for peace. We're always favoring the peaceful methods of resolving conflicts. We've been always a strong facilitator of peaceful resolution of conflicts, including this one, where we have a long-standing experience in dealing with both disputing parties in the previous incidences. And we will continue to offer our help and support to support that. We are, as I mentioned to you, we are of the view that the finding a permanent and long-lasting solution of this conflict would demand the parties to restore to a political solution.
How, Minister, would you assess the United States' role in managing this crisis to date?
Well, we keep our line of communication, as always, open with our colleagues in the United States, and we keep encouraging them and supporting the pathway of peace and resolving conflicts through peaceful means. We really hope that the parties can find that pathway and really end the military operation and return back again to the negotiation table to meet the concerns of the parties. And now we're talking about the concerns of the regional parties as well. When we're talking about aggressions on Qatar and on the GCC country, these are legitimate concerns. And those are matters that has been discussed under the GCC organization, and we continue to reflect on that with our partners internationally as well.
Qatar's leadership has warned that this war could destabilize the global economy and, of course, the energy markets. We've seen that in the last few days already. What are the biggest risks that you see if this conflict continues as it is?
Well, if there is a message that I can mention today, that the GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security. What the GCC countries been doing in the past years is to contribute towards the stabilities of the global market through our energy infrastructure, through the international trade, and as well as through our diplomacy and our international engagement. Limiting the GCC countries from fulfilling that role would have most certainly a major impact on the global market. And therefore, it is definitely a major concern globally, not only regionally, and it demands a global solution that can protect the movement or the chain of supply of energy from the GCC to the world.
What would your message be then to Qatar's energy partners right now? How does it reassure them in a time like this?
Well, as His Excellency, our Minister of State of Energy has reflected previously, our engagement with the contractors and with our partners have been very solid, and we've been engaging with them, reflecting on the challenges that Qatar is facing currently, hoping that this will be temporary and Qatar would return back again as used to be strong, fulfilling when it comes to the international demands. And I believe that this is not a situation that Qatar is only facing, it is the wider region. And we've seen how this conflict has reached out countries that are not in the GCC, but directly impacted by this conflict.
Iran, of course, has said that it won't attack GCC countries if they don't use territory to launch attacks on Iran. Has Qatar, Minister, allowed attacks through its territory in this conflict?
No, Qatar has a very personal position when it comes to this issue. Qatar never did not launch an attack and will not launch an attack on a neighboring country. This is a matter of principle for us. And what Qatar has done is simply exercise our right of self-defense. And Qatar will continue to use all means necessary, legitimate means necessary, to defend our territory and our people.
I'm going to put a question that I put to you a little earlier again. How close do you believe the region is to a broader conflict involving multiple countries in the region? What would be the single step that could prevent that escalation? Just how dangerous a moment is this?
As I mentioned to you, I don't think this is a regional war. This is a war that has its own impact on the global market. It demands a global engagement by all countries around the globe. And you might seen even His Highness the Emir and the Prime Minister received several phone calls from leaders around the globe. Continue to share their solidarities with Qatar, but also to continue to share their concern regarding the implication of this war on their countries. And therefore, I think the major step is a global engagement by all countries around the globe to play an important role in de-escalating and finding a permanent end for that conflict.
And how big a role is the state of Qatar playing in that in diplomatic efforts to de-escalate, to find some sort of solution to this conflict?
Qatar has been extremely active in the last few days in terms of our reach out to our strategic partner globally, but also from a regional perspective. Qatar has been very much identical with the position of the GCC countries in terms of preserving and protecting our territories and our people, but also to calling for a de-escalation and a permanent solution of that conflict. We know that post this conflict, there should be a lot of measures to guarantee and secure that this issue will not be repeated. And that's why a further engagement with those important regional partners will be extremely important in the next days.
What about the US? Is it listening?
We have a very solid relationship with our US partners, and we've been engaging with them on those important issues, and they've been communicating well with us regarding those important matters. Of course, the US will have an important role in securing that, and we will engage transparently and directly also with our US colleagues on those different important concerns that the GCC will have.
Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi, thank you for talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
It's 13 GMT, 4 p.m.
You are
in
watching
Doha.
Morning
Hello,
Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
Continuing coverage of the conflict.
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
at least 3 crew members are missing. Thousands of Iranians are on the streets of Tehran to bid farewell to several top officials killed in U.S.-Israeli attacks.
We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the third time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds.
Israel hits a residential building in downtown Beirut, killing at least 4 people and injuring others.
GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security.
And Qatar's State Minister for Foreign Affairs tells Al Jazeera the world depends on security in the Gulf and diplomacy is the only viable solution. So 3 commercial ships have been hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre. One of the ships hit near the waterway was a Thai cargo vessel. The Thai Navy says 20 crew members have been rescued and 3 are missing. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has claimed responsibility for the attack. The Strait of Hormuz is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Shortly after the war began, the IRGC said the waterway was closed. Israel and the U.S. have also carried out strikes in and around the strait. U.S. Central Command has released images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the U.S. military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. He's claimed without showing proof those ships were planning to lay mines. Meanwhile, thousands of people have gathered in Iran's capital for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said it will continue to fight until, quote, the shadow of war is lifted over Iran. Overnight airstrikes hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers, but the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit and rescue teams have been digging through rubble searching for people. Israel's war has spilled into Lebanon. It says it's targeting Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. An airstrike on a residential building killed 4 people in central Beirut. The Lebanese health ministry says more than 570 people have been killed since the conflict began. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering all the latest developments in Doha, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and the White House in Washington, D.C. We begin with Dmitry Medvedenko here in Doha. Dmitry, tell us first about what we've learned about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz and these incidents early in the hours of the morning.
So we know of at least 3 attacks that happened within the past 16 hours or so. One, as you mentioned, is this Thai-flagged cargo ship called the Mayuri Nari, which had a crew of 23 people on board. It is an instance of a ship actually attempting to go through the Strait of Hormuz. We know that the ongoing hostilities between the U.S., Israel, and Iran have basically brought most of the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz to a standstill, but not all of it. So this Mayuri Nari was at around 3 a.m. Local time, was attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz when 2 projectiles hit it. It caused damage to the ship and a fire, and the ship's crew attempted to contact the Omani authorities, and they were successful in doing so. And the Omani Coast Guard came to the rescue and rescued 20 people. 3 still remain, as far as we know, unaccounted for. The other 2 ships were also cargo ships, which were actually stationed in various parts of the Strait of Hormuz. They were not moving, they were anchored, and they also got hit by projectiles. In all 3 of these attacks, it was never specified where the projectiles came from. The other 2 ships, one is a Japanese container carrier, and the other one is under the flag of the Marshall Islands. They did not report any major damage and said that these ships were actually still seaworthy.
Okay, Dimitri, thanks for that. Let's check in with Mike Hanna at the White House for more on this. Mike, what is the U.S. saying about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz? And are they providing any evidence, the Trump administration, that the Iranians were laying mines on the seabed of the strait?
Well, there appear to be conflicting positions from the administration. CENTCOM has said that some 16 mine-laying vessels have been destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has put out a thing on social media saying that there are no mines being laid as yet, and he's warned the Iranians against doing so. So it appears to be slightly different positions on what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz from the U.S. point of view. The U.S. had said, well, President Trump had said that the U.S. Navy vessels would escort tankers through the strait. However, this has not happened, despite the fact that at one stage the Energy Secretary said that a U.S. naval ship had escorted a tanker. This was later refuted. So once again, the position from the U.S. administration is warning Iran against laying these mines, saying it will continue attacking mine vessels, this despite the fact that just days ago, the U.S. was saying that all Iranian Navy vessels have been destroyed. But President Trump saying no mines are being laid as yet, but saying there will be massive consequences should mines be laid.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. That's Mike Hanna live there at the White House. Dimitri, let me come back to you for an update on the situation in the Gulf region. There have been several Iranian attacks, several alerts across the region this Wednesday. How are regional militaries managing this persistent pressure?
Well, yes, correct. In Doha alone, there were at least 3 alerts today on everyone's phones, everyone taking this recommendation of sheltering in place with in a bit of stride already, people getting used to this after almost 2 weeks of this happening. So the 3 alerts that we got today on our phones, one was around 8 o'clock in the morning, another one around 1 p.m. And just an hour ago, we got the 3rd one, the Qatari Ministry of Defense saying that it repelled 3 missile attacks on the country. So my colleague Zain Basravi was here before earlier today. He actually saw some of the interceptions in the sky. In the past hour, I've been here. We haven't seen anything. So we got the alert. We got the warning that, you know, the threat has been eliminated. Elsewhere in the region, attacks have also been continuing. In the UAE, there was another attack on the one of the busiest airports in the world, Dubai, where 4 people, were mostly crew members of the staff members of the airport, were injured as a result of one of the attacks. And then in Saudi Arabia, the defense ministry there said that it shot down 11 drones which were heading to the southeast part of the country, where there's a major oil field there, and these drones were shot down. Folly.
Thank you for the update, Dimitri. That's Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko live here in Doha. Israel has also come under a barrage of Iranian missile attacks, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Air defense systems were activated in central and northern areas of Israel overnight. Israeli media reports all missiles fired from Iran were intercepted. Noor O'Day is joining us now from southwest Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So another wave of Iranian missiles towards Israel this Wednesday. Noor, talk to us about what's been happening and the impact of these attacks.
Well, the impact, Foley, is that normal activity cannot possibly resume, whether it's 1 Iranian missile or 10 Iranian missiles. Once Israeli citizens get these alarms, then they have to shelter in place. And for 3 hours after midnight, that's what was happening, one barrage after another from Israel. Now, the Israeli military censor, as we've been telling our viewers, is tightly controlling information about what happens and what impact these missiles have. We are being told that none of them had direct impact, but eyewitnesses have been publishing videos not cleared by the censor that show the air defense systems in Israel not exactly catching all of those missiles, misfiring sometimes. There were complaints as well that the sirens do not go off at the appropriate time or in locations that are actually impacted. And remember, some of those missiles that Iran fires have multiple warheads. They splinter into various missiles. And this kind of cluster munition has a 10-kilometer radius. It takes a long time for rescue crew workers to comb through that area to make sure there are no unexploded ordnance.
The threat clearly persistent, Noor, and Israel waging war on 2 fronts.
Yes, Israel waging war on two fronts. On Iran, where it expects the war will take weeks. That's what we're hearing from the Israeli Prime Minister. The Israeli Minister of Defense said that there is no time cap on this war. Now, on Lebanon, the war on Hezbollah, that is expected to even outlast the war on Iran fully. So Israelis are bracing themselves for a prolonged period of tension. They're being promised that Iranian capabilities will be degraded, but that promise has been continuing since day one. They were told Hezbollah's capabilities were all but destroyed, but as they found out, Hezbollah has been able to launch hundreds of rockets and drones over the past few days. And so Israelis have begun to claim for compensation for damages to their properties, about 10,000 claims in all. Half of them, or close to, are from the Tel Aviv area. And residents in northern Israel are outraged that their communities have sustained such heavy damage, that they were not protected, that they're not being evacuated at the moment. And the state of emergency has been extended till almost the end of March.
All right, Noor, thank you so much for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, Qatar's Ministry of State for Foreign Affairs has told Al Jazeera that diplomacy must remain at the heart of efforts to prevent a wider conflict in the Middle East. Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi says Doha is in close communication with Washington and is urging all parties to return to negotiations. Speaking to my colleague Adrian Finnegan, he also warned that the security of the Gulf is closely tied to global stability.
How, Minister, would you assess the United States' role in managing this crisis to date?
Well, we keep our line of communication, as always, open with our colleagues in the United States, and we keep encouraging them and supporting the pathway of peace and resolving conflicts through peaceful means. We really hope that the parties can find that pathway and really end the military operation and return back again to the negotiation table to meet the concerns of the parties. And now we're talking about the concerns of the regional parties as well. When we're talking about aggressions on Qatar and on the GCC country, these are legitimate concerns. And those are matters that has been discussed under the GCC organization, and we continue to reflect on that with our partners internationally as well.
Qatar's leadership has warned that this war could destabilize the global economy and, of course, the energy markets. We've seen that in the last few days already. What are the biggest risks that you see if this conflict continues as it is?
Well, if there is a message that I can mention today, that the GCC security is not only a regional security, it's a global security. What the GCC country has been doing in the past years is to contribute towards the stabilities of the global market through our energy infrastructure, through the international trade, and as well as through our diplomacy and our international engagement. Limiting the GCC countries from fulfilling that role would have most certainly a major impact on the global market. And therefore, it is definitely a major concern globally, not only regionally, and it demands a global solution that can protect the movement or the chain of supply of energy from the GCC to the world.
Let's discuss this further now with Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. Good to have you with us again.
Thank you.
As you heard there from the minister, countries in this region trying to maintain diplomacy while also being under attack. Diplomacy with the US, notably, the initiators of this conflict with Iran. How difficult a balancing act is this for the countries in this region? And is it sustainable, this difficult balancing act that they're having now?
It's a difficult balancing act, and there is no way out of it. They need to do it, and it's something that they've invested a great deal in, starting from the day when Iraq invaded Kuwait. You know, all the Gulf states, without exception, invested a great deal in bringing the United States to protect them. The difficulty, I think, is this, that when it really came to a critical time to act in defense of the Gulf states, the U.S. seems to have failed them. They failed them first when they launched the attack without any consultation, knowing 100% the vulnerabilities they suffer from, the position they are in vis-a-vis Iran and the difficulty they're in. And still they launched this attack without any consideration of the Gulf interest.
Right. If the Strait of Hormuz become militarized, we're starting to see signs of it right now, Gulf economies would no doubt suffer first. If you, as you say, Sultan, that the US has failed these countries, do you think that this will ultimately push these Gulf countries towards a more independent regional security framework?
Well, it should have done a long time ago, but I think some thinking towards that started back in June last year after the Israeli attack on Qatar.
Okay.
But different states reacted differently. Saudi Arabia signed that agreement with Pakistan. United Arab Emirates looked towards India. Qatar maybe doubled down on its alliance with the United States and so on. What is missing is a coherent, united front. And this is, I think, this war will probably bring them.
Do you think they can reach that united front with this war?
They have to. I mean, so far they have presented a united front in terms of their reaction to the Iranian attacks, and they're all determined not to become a main party to a war that is not of their choosing. You know, they've just been, this war has been imposed on them, but it is coming at a cost. They have to continue to act in a defensive way. And there will be a time, we must remember, when they need to go back to the United States for resupply of Patriot missiles. And unlike the relationship between the US and Israel,
right,
I'm sure the administration will take the Gulf states through the corridors of the Congress and the various administrative bodies within the US before approving a resupply. While with Israel, there will be an executive order to resupply them, which is already happening at the moment as we speak.
Yeah, a totally different relationship. What about the relationship, though, with the new Iran, if you will, Gulf countries and the new leadership in Tehran? How do you see it evolving?
I think they have no choice but to continue to negotiate with Iran, to talk with Iran.
Even if they're under attack? How long can they maintain this defensive posture?
They understand, I think, the real size of Iran, 90 million people almost. Geographically, it is dominant within the Gulf. They are not going to move anywhere. There is a big danger of this being interpreted as a sectarian conflict if they were to react to it. So diplomacy is probably the best option as far as they're concerned.
Right. Do you think that there will be coming back to the US, that there'll be a fundamental rethink in Gulf capitals about hosting these US military bases and the US assets in these regions?
I don't think so. I think the hosting is a different issue because they see it very much as part of their sovereign decision.
Mm-hmm.
They have been very good in restraining the Americans from using the bases. The Iranians take against them that these bases are being used to detect the missiles heading towards Israel, but not necessarily to launch attacks onto Iran from the Gulf.
Right.
And that decision of the base is a sovereign decision. I don't think they will revisit it easily.
Now, interestingly, the UK has now allowed the US to use some of its territory to launch attacks on Iran, a shift from the initial response at the beginning of the war. What do you make of that? And what does it indicate?
I think that's a slippery slope. That's a difficult position the UK is in. Initially, they allowed them to use it for logistics only. But we hear reports today of B bombers leaving the United Kingdom. It's very difficult for the UK to determine exactly what the US will use those bases for, but it's a beginning of engagement that, again, is not in the interest of the UK, nor is it in the interest of the Gulf states.
Sultan Barakat, always good to get your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Now, as we heard from Noor O'Day earlier, Israel has been waging war on two fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing the risk of spillover conflicts. For 12 days now, Israeli and US forces have been bombing Iran. Those attacks have so far killed more than 1,300 people. And in Lebanon, attacks over the past 10 days have killed more than 570 people. Meanwhile, more than 650,000 are estimated to be internally displaced across the country. Al Jazeera's Zina Khoda reports from the scene of an early morning strike on a residential building in the Lebanese capital.
In Baalbek, you're mentioning 7 people have been killed, mainly Syrian laborers. There was a strike in the town in Baalbek. That strike came without warning. Also in southern Lebanon, in the town of Shahabieh, 7 people killed. Also, that strike came in without warning. Shahabi is south of the Litani River, an area where the Israeli military issued evacuation orders. But I think it's very important to point out that some families remain in those towns simply because they have nowhere to go. They say that they don't want to sleep in the streets. The government is struggling with a massive displacement crisis. Only 120,000 people are in shelters when there are 780,000 people displaced. So some strikes come without warning, others don't. And in the early hours of the morning, a strike again without warning here in the heart of Beirut.
The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike. That is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced.
We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the third time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris.
Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Let's now find out more about the humanitarian situation in Lebanon and speak to Othman Belbaisi, who's the Regional Director for Middle East and North Africa for the International Organization for Migration. He's joining us from Tripoli in Lebanon. Thank you so much for your time. So we have more than 500,000 people displaced in Lebanon, close to 700,000 in fact. From what you're seeing first, how close is this to becoming a full-scale humanitarian emergency?
Thank you very much. Definitely, as of yesterday, the number was 760, but those are the people who are self-registered with the Disaster Risk Management Unit. Out of those, we have 122 in collective shelters, but the numbers may be larger as well. What we are seeing is that safe areas are becoming less, as we've just heard. Some areas are bombarded or targeted. Those areas were not expected to be part of the evacuation order. And more people are displaced in the streets, and the capacities are limited at this point in time.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, Lebanon was already facing economic collapse and multiple humanitarian pressures. Does the country actually have the capacity to absorb 500,000 displaced people today?
As we know, Lebanon has been through many conflicts and many phases of this current conflict. So what we are seeing on the ground, definitely the response capacity is overstretched. The United Nations, with all its agencies, including the International Organization for Migration, is trying to respond to the best of our capacities, but also the resources are limited. The same for the government, who is taking the lead in the response. And definitely the communities themselves are the most important actor in this response. They are hosting the people in their houses. They are hosting them also in apartments that they own. So far, as you can see, the number hosted in the shelters can add to 1/5 of the total number of displacement, but we don't know for how long this will continue. You know, if you live outside the shelter, you need to pay rent, you need to cover your own costs.
Indeed.
And this is sustainable.
Indeed. Behind these numbers, of course, are families, right, forced from their homes with very little warning. What are they telling you? What are they telling the IOM about what they left behind, what their most urgent needs are right now?
Many of the families or the displaced families left only with their clothes. They left everything at home. They ran out for their lives. And definitely there is a fear of and a high level of uncertainty. We know that also the options for those who fled their homes are very limited. So again, the limited number of shelters and the limited support being offered. Just to mention, also yesterday we visited a center that hosts, and it was also remarkable to see how the needs are being addressed. So I would really like to stress the important role the civil society is playing here and the leadership of the government for this response.
Interesting that the communities are coming together to help. We have also seen, Othman, that a number of people have crossed the border into Syria, Syrian refugees also. Is there a risk that the crisis could trigger new cross-border movements into neighboring countries?
No, definitely in any crisis, cross-border is an option. But as we see now also, it is not as easy as it was two years ago or last year. There has been restrictions on the movement across the border. For Syrians, I think we are seeing a number of returnees. Maybe the majority still did not decide to leave Lebanon, but for Lebanese, the option is not open for everyone.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about this, and thank you for the work you're doing on the ground there in Lebanon. Othman Belbasi, Regional Director for the Middle East and North Africa for the International Organization of Migration. The United States has started using British military bases as the war in the Middle East escalates. Britain's defense ministry said the U.S. is using the sites for, quote, specific defensive operations to prevent Iran firing missiles into the region. The U.S. military has access to bases in southwestern England and one on the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean. The British Prime Minister initially refused the U.S. permission to use UK bases, a decision that was criticized by President Trump. Richard Gaisford reports from Fairford in southwest England.
Taking to the skies, destination unknown. 3 US B-1 bombers leave RAF Fairford in southwest England. Well, there have been high levels of activity here at RAF Fairford all day. At one point, there were 12 US B-1 bombers on the ground at the same time, 3 of them taking off just minutes after the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that today would be the most intense day of strikes of the war so far. Keir Starmer's given the Americans permission for the base to be used for defensive missions. 3 long-range B-52 bombers also sit ready near the runway. The British Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon set sail from Portsmouth a week after the government announced it would be heading to Cyprus. The warship will eventually provide additional air defense capability for 2 UK military bases on the Mediterranean island. It's where the German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul arrived to meet his Cypriot counterpart, a sign of European concern for the security of the island and the region.
I believe that we simply have to wait for the moment when there is a serious opportunity to enter into negotiations. And Europe must prepare for that moment, because we do indeed have a strong interest in it.
But with more US bombers landing in the UK, no talks on the horizon, and the US Defense Secretary promising a surge in strikes, the chances of de-escalation seem limited. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera and our continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. It's coming up to 13:30 GMT. These are the latest developments. 3 commercial ships have been hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. One of them is a Thai cargo vessel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has taken responsibility for those attacks. The Strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Those thousands of people have been gathering in Iran's capital, Tehran, for the funeral of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Officials say they will continue to fight until, quote, the shadow of war is lifted from Iran. And Israeli forces have been bombarding the Iranian capital city. Overnight airstrikes hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers, but the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit. And Israel's war has spilled into Lebanon. It says it's targeting Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. An airstrike on a residential building killed 4 people in central Beirut. The Lebanese health ministry says more than 570 people have been killed since the conflicts began. Now, Iran has warned it will change its war plan to continuous strikes rather than reciprocal attacks as the U.S.-Israeli bombardment continues. The Iranian armed forces also say the U.S. will not be able to control oil prices. A spokesperson had this message early on Wednesday.
You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Expect oil at $200 per barrel. The price of oil depends on regional security, and you're the main source of insecurity in the region. Our military forces will not allow you to rebuild your military capability in the region. Our hand remains open for even more powerful and decisive strikes, and we'll take revenge for the blood of our people.
The European Union Commission president says the bloc is working on options to lower energy prices, but Ursula von der Leyen has warned that Russia stands to benefit from the ongoing war. This is what she told the European Parliament on Wednesday.
Yet in current crisis, some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder. It would make us more dependent, more vulnerable and weaker. So we should stay the course of our long-term strategy. We can be more pragmatic, we can be smart in its implementation, no question, but the direction of travel is the right one.
Let's bring in Nicholas Hack in Brussels for us for more on this. What more did the EU Commission president say, and how much concern is there, Nick, in Europe about these rising energy prices?
Oh, yeah, there's growing concern, Folly, over the rising price of energy and what Europe can do, because this war in the Middle East has shown the vulnerability of Europeans. It's almost used as a weapon against them. The price at the pump shot up to almost $2 a liter. And so today at the European Parliament in Strasbourg, Ursula von der Leyen trying to reassure the Europeans and the European members of Parliament that there is a plan from sort, a show or posturing of unity. But below the surface, there are cracks. There are certain member states that want to use that Russian oil, and there are others that say, no, that would be a red cross that Europe is not ready to cross. Now, the window for the moment is open. Vladimir Putin says he's willing to share some of that oil and gas. He needs it to jumpstart his economy back at home, and the Europeans do need another way to get some gas and oil on the market to stabilize the price. But just hours ago, the International Energy Agency announced that it would release 300 to 400 million barrels of oil. Now, that's double the amount that they did in 2022 when Russia started attacking Ukraine. But the problem here, Foley, this is emergency reserves that can only be delivered once. Once it's out, they can't do it again. Foley?
Yeah, and the Germans have announced the release of strategic reserves. Are Europeans on the same page when it comes to the fallout from this war and how they respond to the energy crisis?
Well, here in Brussels, that's the whole point of the European Union, to speak in one voice. But of course, each country, each member states have their own strategies. For instance, in Italy, they want to impose more taxes on companies that are trying to profit from increasing the price at the pump. In France, there are government officials that will go to the 500 petrol stations around the country to make sure that those prices stay at a level that's affordable to consumers. And the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, obviously announcing that there'll be the use of those reserves. But the reality is Europeans are vulnerable, and it feels that the energy crisis shows that energy is used as a weapon against them. So there will be the European Council meeting here in a week's time, and there are negotiation and talks underway to try to figure out a way for the Europeans to stabilize the price. And then there is all the military warships that are headed towards Cyprus. Cyprus, the deputy foreign minister, concerned over what's happening just 200 kilometers away in the shores of Lebanon, seeing that crisis unfolding. The deputy foreign minister speaking to the members of parliament in Strasbourg, again saying that civilians need to be protected and there needs to be an end to this conflict.
Nick, thank you very much. That's Nicholas Hackland for us there in Brussels. Well, let's take a closer look now at the impacts of the threat to the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest point, the strait is about 33 kilometers wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, while Oman controls the south. An estimated 20% of the world's oil is transported through the waterway. Some of it goes to Europe. Nearly half of China's total crude imports transit the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar also depends heavily on the strait to export its liquefied natural gas. Around 90% of the LNG that passes through the strait heads to Asia, including China. In Europe, countries including France, Germany, and Italy source roughly 10% of their oil imports through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical maritime choke point. Closing it could potentially remove more than 17 billion barrels of oil from the global market, driving up prices and straining energy supplies. Let's find out more about this, the impact on the global economy, with Frederick Schneider, who's an economist and a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. He's joining us from Edinburgh in the UK. Thank you so much for your time. So nearly 1/5, as we saw there, of global oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if Iran even partially disrupts this route, are we looking at a short-term market shock or a structural global energy crisis?
Well, the market is kind of split about that, and we see that in the volatility of the price. But in general, I think the impression is that there is an economic lose-lose situation for everybody, for Iran, for the United States, and that will force an end rather sooner than later. But I'm not that sure. I think the economic pressure is on, but there's no off-ramp, really.
Right.
Neither for Trump, although Trump is waging a highly unpopular war. He's a very unpopular president. Inflation will only increase that, but I don't think he has a face-saving off-ramp, and he might just be carried away by the unstoppable momentum at the time.
So you don't think the U.S. is in a better position than most countries to absorb the shocks, or is it as vulnerable, you think?
Well, I mean, the U.S. is energy independent, but of course, it's part of global energy markets. And we have seen an increase in petrol prices, even in the U.S., by about 30% at the moment. And that's catastrophic for working class people who are the constituency that Trump tries to appeal to during this election. So definitely there's some inflationary pressure even in the US.
Yeah, because
above €2. Gas prices have shot up by 70%. So we're already seeing that around the world.
So if the conflict persists, Frederick, do you think we could see, geopolitical realignments in energy markets accelerate, particularly among Asian importers who are heavily dependent on Gulf oil?
The intention is definitely there. It will depend a little bit on, if we have stagflation, we also have high interest rates, and that makes borrowing difficult to invest into these things. But definitely, for example, consumers will be driven towards buying EVs. They will be driven to buying heat pumps, rooftop solar. There will be a drive to just diversify hydrocarbon sources, definitely. And this will have some long-term effect on the Gulf. We will have to see how dramatic this will be, but there's definitely already plans for that.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about this. Thank you for your time and insight. Frederick Schneider, non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs.
Thank you.
Bangladesh's government is creating a crisis management plan to safeguard the economy from the impact of the conflict in the Middle East. The country relies heavily on fuel imports from the region. It's now introduced a rationing system to manage the disruption in fuel supplies. That has led to long queues of motorists trying to fill up.
If there is a national shortage of fuel, then this rationing is understandable. But there is no shortage and people are creating an artificial crisis. Then it becomes very inconvenient.
Standing in line for 2 to 3 hours just to get less than $2 worth of fuel has become very difficult for many people. A lot of time is wasted waiting in the queue. Now they are giving fuel worth more than $4, which helps save people time and allows them to attend to other work. I think this rationing system should continue.
Now, Iran's Shahed drones have become one of the most widely used weapons in modern conflicts, cheap, simple, and launched in large numbers. But their success on battlefields from the Middle East to Ukraine is pushing countries around the world to rethink air defenses. Our defense editor, Alex Katapoulos, explains.
The use of drones in warfare has expanded dramatically, and few designs are more successful than Iran's Shahed 136 one-way attack drone. It's cheap to make at around $30,000 for each drone and can transport a 50-kilogram warhead over 2,000 kilometers. Russia has used the design extensively, calling it the Garan 2, with an 80-kilogram warhead and equipped with a Russian satellite navigation system. Even the United States has adopted the design for its low-cost, uncrewed combat attack system, or LUCAS, with several commanders calling it indispensable. The Shahed 136 can be made quickly and in large numbers, in relatively simple factories, and several can be fired at once, overwhelming defenses. It also doesn't need complex launchers that can be targeted in airstrikes. It's slow, though. At a top speed of 185 kilometers an hour, fighter jets and even helicopters can shoot it down. Still, many have managed to get through US and Gulf air defenses to inflict significant damage. And now, a faster jet version of the drone, the Shahed 238, has entered mass production.
Ukraine is deploying teams to the Middle East to assist with drone warfare and is offering that same assistance to the United States. After years of military support from Washington and a sudden halt to that aid under President Trump, Ukraine now finds itself in a unique position. Audrey McAlpine reports from Kyiv.
A little over a year ago, U.S. President Donald Trump told Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky he didn't have the cards.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
This week, Ukraine sent 3 fully staffed teams to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar to give their expertise when it comes to shooting down Shahed-style drones. These Shahed-style drones cost around $35,000, and until now, they've been shooting them down with expensive interceptor missiles, most of which cost well over $1 million. To combat this, Ukraine has invented the interceptor drone. It's about this big, it works like a kamikaze, and it costs only a few $1,000s. But these weapons alone aren't enough. Speaking to press on Tuesday, the Ukrainian president said that they're also sending their own operators, their software, and their radar. And now Ukraine has found itself in a unique situation where it's able to offer solutions to countries like the United States. And as the Ukrainian president has said, he now has the cards. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, the war has disrupted air travel across the Middle East. Airspace closures have forced airlines to reroute, divert, or cancel most flights. Kulsum Sharif explains the impact.
It's the world's busiest transit hub. But days after the US and Israel began to attack Iran, the skies over the Middle East began to look like this. Now, this is an image from flightradar.com. It's a website that tracks air traffic live, and it shows a rather empty airspace over the region. Now, several countries have either closed or limited the airspace for traffic as the conflict escalated. Now, the Middle East corridor is a major transit hub, especially across Europe and Asia. So this sudden closure of airspace has meant many flights have either had to be rerouted or diverted. Now, Iran has struck not just civilian areas, but also airports in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Dubai, even Iraq. Now, Qatar says it's intercepted an Iranian drone over its airport, forcing it to close for several days. 37,000 flights to and from the region have been cancelled since this conflict began, affecting 4 million passengers. Hundreds of thousands of them have been stranded not just in the region, but right across Europe and Asia, and governments have had to try and evacuate their citizens. Now, some airports have reopened. Limited operations are underway, and their focus is to get the remaining thousands of people who are stranded home. Apart from passengers, we've had air cargo that has also dropped by 20%. Now, the region accounts for 13% of global goods sent by air. Now, the ongoing conflict has caused the worst air traffic disruption in the region since the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as the war also sends energy costs soaring, flight tickets right from Asia to Europe have also skyrocketed.
Australia has granted asylum to 5 members of the Iranian women's football team. They were part of the national side that played in the Asian Cup tournament. The decision follows days of lobbying by rights groups. There were fears for the players' safety back in Iran after they refused to sing the national anthem ahead of a match last week. Lucia Newman has the story.
Australians, many of Iranian descent, tried to prevent a bus carrying members of Iran's women's football team from leaving to the airport to return home. They were labeled wartime traitors in Iran after they failed to salute their flag and sing their national anthem during a game last week. Now 5 of them have been granted asylum in Australia.
Australians have been moved by the plight of these brave women. They're safe here and they should feel at home here.
Striker Zara Didar held back tears when asked about the war in her country.
Obviously, we're all concerned and sad at what has happened to Iran and our families in Iran and our loved ones, but I really hope it will be all right and that we'll have good news ahead.
The fate of the women's football team quickly became an international issue, many fearing for their lives if they went home.
The first time they didn't do the national anthem. So pretty much following the day, there was a threat message was coming through the media from Iran. And it was saying to them, if they're going to come back, they're going to be in penalty debt, or could be the families are going to be in a hostage.
Even U.S. President Donald Trump weighed in.
President Trump rang me this morning just before 2 a.m. We had a very positive discussion. He was concerned about the Iranian women in the soccer team and their welfare and their safety if they returned home.
But the majority of team members refused asylum and asked to return home, despite concerns for their future in a country where no one can predict what will happen. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Japan is marking 15 years since the Fukushima nuclear disaster, a crisis that deepened the country's reliance on imported fuel. It also sparked a nationwide push to conserve electricity. Now, as the conflict in the Middle East pushes energy prices higher, those concerns are returning. Patrick Falk reports from Yokohama in eastern Japan.
A catastrophe that still shapes how Japan thinks about energy. The 2011 Fukushima Daiichi plant meltdown also forced a nuclear shutdown.
The loss of nearly 30% of Japan's power supply sparked a national movement. It's called Setsuden, energy saving, where households and businesses drastically cut electricity use.
In recent years, many restaurants and convenience stores have reduced operating hours to save on utility costs. And as tensions in the Middle East push energy prices higher, the need to conserve is very much on people's minds.
I think wars simply shouldn't happen in the first place. We already try to be careful about saving energy.
Japan imports around 90% of its energy supply, and with the weak yen, electricity and gas bills are already climbing. Wholesale power prices have surged by more than 30% since the conflict began on February 28th. For some businesses, cutting back is becoming critical.
Small business owners like Usada Masahito, who runs a jiu-jitsu academy, fear taking a big hit if the conflict drags on. He's already installed energy-efficient lighting here and plans more cost-saving measures.
Even though something may be happening very far away in another country that seems unrelated to us, it can still affect our daily lives, like prices going up or some items becoming unavailable.
Earlier this week, the government said it was considering measures to cushion the impact of rising energy costs. Reports suggest these may include subsidies. And 15 years after the Fukushima disaster, Japan's energy-saving culture is once again being put to the test. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Yokohama.
In other world news, an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza killed at least one Palestinian man on Tuesday. Following the attack, people searched through the rubble of what was a residential home. Since a ceasefire took effect in October, Israeli attacks have killed more than 640 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And a severe transport crisis is unfolding in Gaza. After 2 years of Israel's war, most vehicles have been badly damaged, if not destroyed. Fuel has become scarce and the cost of travel has surged. Muath Al-Kahlout reports from Gaza City.
This is a daily reality. Students, patients, and displaced families waiting for scarce transport. Every journey begins with a struggle for a seat. The transport that is available is costly and uncomfortable.
As an elderly woman, I cannot use a tuk-tuk or handcart easily. When I do, I return home completely exhausted. I don't have enough money to take a taxi on my own.
It is estimated that 70% of Gaza's vehicles and roads have been damaged by Israel's war. Less than 15% of the fuel trucks that were supposed to arrive in Gaza have been allowed to enter. Unsurprisingly, the cost of the fuel has rocketed. Before the war, a liter of diesel cost $2.40. Now it is $11.30. And that is, of course, only if you can find a functioning vehicle to put the fuel into.
We're facing a major problem with the roads. Most streets are destroyed or heavily damaged, and the army has bombed much of the infrastructure. Cars don't move like they used to. Ours keep breaking down, and spare parts are expensive. We simply can't keep up with the situation.
The transport crisis is straining family ties. Travel between different areas of Gaza is so difficult that relatives are often scattered and separated.
Traveling to the south means waking up at 5 a.m. just to reach southern Gaza by 10 a.m. I don't even know how I'll visit my aunts for iftar during Ramadan.
Getting from one place to another in Gaza has become a daily struggle. Roads that once took minutes to cross now take hours, with most streets damaged and fuel in short supply. Transportation is no longer a service. It is an exhausting and costly challenge that tests patience, health, and even the ability of families to reunite. Muath Al-Kahlout, Al Jazeera, from northern Gaza, Palestine.
In Democratic Republic of Congo, a drone attack has killed at least 3 people, including a UN humanitarian worker. 2 separate strikes were reported in Goma in eastern DRC. One of them took place near the residence of former President Joseph Kabila. The Rwandan-backed M23 rebels who took control of the city a year ago have accused government forces of the attack. Fighting has intensified in the region despite a ceasefire. North Korea has staged a second cruise missile test within a week from its largest naval destroyer. State media says they struck islands off of North Korea's west coast. The tests were overseen by leader Kim Jong-un, who watched alongside his teenage daughter. Russia says at least 6 people have been killed and dozens injured in a Ukrainian missile attack on the city of Bryansk. President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces were targeting a weapons factory. It's the biggest attack on the city since Russia's full-scale invasion began 4 years ago. Wilson Dysart has this report.
Explosions shake the ground, shattering an early morning calm. Civilians in the Russian city of Bryansk have experienced Ukrainian attacks before. But local officials say this is the largest since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The strike targeted the Kremny L weapons factory.
Our soldiers hit one of the important Russian military plants in Bryansk. This plant produces electronics, components for Russian missiles, the very ones that hit our cities, our villages, and civilians. We are defending ourselves.
The weapons factory is located in a residential area. The attack was carried out using Storm Shadow cruise missiles. The French-made weapon was provided to Ukraine by the United Kingdom. Tuesday's attack on Bryansk came the same day Russia struck the Ukrainian town of Slovyansk, leaving at least 4 people dead.
I was washing dishes in the sink, got up from the window, and when I stood up, that was it. It blew everything away. It's a deep wound.
As fighting rages on in eastern Ukraine, with tens of thousands dying for just a few kilometers of land, some estimates put combined Russian and Ukrainian military deaths at 500,000. Until there is a ceasefire, the civilian toll will grow as well. Wilson Dysard, Al Jazeera.
Police in Western Switzerland have launched a criminal investigation after at least 6 people were killed in a bus fire. The blaze quickly engulfed the vehicle near the capital Bern. Authorities suspect the fire was set deliberately. 5 people were injured. Police have opened a hotline for witnesses to come forward.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop
Manila has some of the worst
Talks
traffic
Live.
in the world. Every day, millions of
Join
Filipinos
us every
spend
day
hours stuck
at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Many commuters are turning to public transport. But as Jamila Alindagan reports from Manila, it's already overcrowded and unreliable.
Like many megacities across Southeast Asia, Manila has long struggled with public transportation. Many choose to take their cars, then take the complicated transportation every day. But recent events in the Middle East is bound to change that. Many commuters say rising fuel prices are forcing many to leave their cars at home and simply ride it out. The U.S.-Israeli offensive in the Middle East is precisely the kind of conflict that many experts have warned about. It will not be contained in the region and will be felt deeply, like here in the Philippines. And already this week, the Philippine peso hit an all-time low against the U.S. dollar, adding more constraints on inflation and household budgets.
I am in the car rental business. I'm worried about the rising cost of fuel. It feels unstable. We will look into how we can balance. We are checking whether we can keep the same prices before we decide to increase.
In response, President Marcos has rolled out measures to soften the economic strain. The government is imposing a 4-day work week and also cutting non-essential travel to save on energy costs. The government also assures the public that there are enough fuel reserves to last until end of April, provided that there will be no manipulation when it comes to supplies and prices. It's only been a week, but many Filipinos say the conflict has already impacted daily life. What was once a distant conflict is felt deeply here at home. Jamila Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
And Iran. These are the latest developments on day 12. Iran has attacked a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz, setting it on fire. At least 3 crew members are missing. Thousands packed the streets of the Iranian capital, Tehran, to pay their respects to military commanders killed in U.S.-Israeli strikes. Israeli strikes across Lebanon, a residential area in Beirut, is one of the targets. The UN Security Council is meeting this hour to discuss the escalation. And Germany agrees to release some of its oil reserves to help ease energy price hikes caused by the Iran war. 3 commercial ships have been hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre. One of the ships hit near the waterway was a cargo vessel from Thailand. The Thai Navy says 20 crew members have been rescued and 3 are missing. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has claimed responsibility for the attack. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Shortly after the war began, the IRGC said the waterway was closed. Israel and the U.S. have also carried out strikes in and around the strait. Meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command has released these images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the U.S. military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump claimed without showing proof that those ships were planning to lay mines. Thousands of people have gathered in Iran's capital, Tehran, for the funeral of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said it will continue to fight until the shadow of war is lifted over Iran. Overnight airstrikes hit near Tehran's Mehrabad airport. In earlier attacks, Israeli forces claimed they were targeting military command centers, but the Red Crescent says a residential building was hit and rescue teams have been digging through rubble searching for people. And Israel's war has spilled into Lebanon. It says it's targeting Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. An airstrike on a residential building killed 4 people in central Beirut. The Lebanese Health Ministry says more than 570 people have been killed since the recent conflict began. Now, the United Nations Security Council is meeting at this hour to discuss the situation in the Middle East and in Lebanon in particular. We'll bring that to you as soon as it begins. We have correspondents across the world covering all the latest developments in Tehran, here in Doha, at the White House in Washington, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and Tehran, of course. We begin with Tauhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital for us. Tauhid, we've had confirmation from the IRGC that they were behind this attack in the Strait of Hormuz earlier. What are they saying?
Yes, we do. We have the confirmation. And in this recent statement by the Revolutionary Guards, they're saying that 2 of the vessels have been targeted after denying the warnings by the naval forces of IRGC not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is part and parcel of the previous statements that we heard from different officials. First, let me just get back to that statement that we recently received from IRGC. They came out to say that the vessel Express Room, owned by the Israeli regime sailing under the Liberian flag, was struck by Iranian projectiles this morning after it ignored warnings issued by naval forces of the Revolutionary Guards. Also, they said that the container ship Mayuri Nari was also targeted with fire by Iranian fighters a few hours earlier after disregarding warnings and alerts from IRGC. This is what we have as the reaction from the Revolutionary Guards. But we know that this is just part of the strategies that already were announced indeed by different officials of the country. First, we've got Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, who came out on his X account to post a message in 5 different languages, including in English. And he said that Strait of Hormuz will be either a strait of peace and prosperity for all, or will be a strait of defeat and suffering for warmongers. Even stronger than that was the actually commander of naval forces of IRGC previously came out to say that we announced at the beginning and we announced again that any vessels associated with the aggressors of Iran, they don't have any right to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament, also previously mentioned that an oil tanker crossed the Strait of Hormuz escorted by U.S. Navy ships, maybe on PlayStation. These are some messages, very strong messages of defiance and deterrence that we hear. And we have to keep in mind that Iran, from the very beginning of these confrontations, is repeatedly, time and again, saying that it is trying to use this Strait of Hormuz, a significant, strategically, critically important choke point, in order to use it as a sort of leverage in this already complicated situation. And that's something that we already heard from them even ahead of these confrontations.
So strong messages there from Tehran, Tawhid. Dmitry Medvedenko in Doha. Strikes on the Strait of Hormuz, an attack there claimed by the RIGC, and there have been several Iranian attacks across the region this Wednesday. Bring us up to speed with what's happened.
Well, just a few minutes ago, we've learned that there has been an attack in Oman's Salalah port, that oil storage facilities were hit there. As I said, we just had that on the news wires just a couple of minutes ago. No human casualties have been reported. Competent authorities are exerting all efforts to monitor and counter these treacherous attacks, is a message coming from the Oman news agency. Now, over here in Doha, we've also had several alerts blaring from our phones throughout the day. The first one coming at 8 in the morning, then two others coming throughout the afternoon. The effects of these attacks appear to be limited. We haven't had any reports of any injuries or any damage caused by any debris falling from the interceptions. The Defense Ministry just said that basically repelled several missile attacks. Also, the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani had held a cabinet meeting, which is a regular Wednesday cabinet meeting, where he said that the security that Qatar is enjoying is a blessing. He and the cabinet members also condemned the continuing attacks from Iran, saying that they are in violation of brotherly relations with the neighboring countries by Iran, as well as in disregard to the damage that these attacks are doing to regional security and to the global economy. Elsewhere, we've had Saudi Arabia also reporting that it downed 11 drones over its territory in the southeast of the country, where these drones were allegedly headed towards an oil field there. And we've also learned that Bahrain is attempting to minimize exposure to damage and potential damage by removing some of its flagship air carrier Gulf Air planes from the main airport in Manama.
Okay, Dmitry, thank you for that. Dmitry Medvedenko here in Doha. While Tehran has warned it will change its war plan to continuous strikes rather than reciprocal attacks as the U.S. and Israel bombard cities across Iran, the Iranian armed forces also say the U.S. will not be able to control oil prices. A spokesperson had this message earlier on Wednesday.
You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Expect oil at $200 per barrel. The price of oil depends on regional security, and you're the main source of insecurity in the region. Our military forces will not allow you to rebuild your military capability in the region. Our hand remains open for even more powerful and decisive strikes, and we'll take revenge for the blood of our people.
Let's bring in Mike Hanna at the White House. So a strong warning there from Iran. What is the Trump administration saying about the situation in the Gulf of Hormuz?
Well, CENTCOM says that it's destroyed a total of 16 what it calls mine-laying ships near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump, though, has been on social media saying as yet he does not believe that mines are being laid, but has warned that there will be consequences should the Iranian Navy attempt to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. But all of this is a bit confusing because these 16 vessels were allegedly destroyed a few days after CENTCOM and the Trump administration has said that all Iranian naval vessels had been destroyed in the first couple of days of this ongoing conflict. So that is an open question as to whether, in fact, that is the case, seeing that there are still 16 mine-sweeping, mine-laying ships allegedly still afloat or were afloat until, as CENTCOM says, they were attacked.
Okay, Mike, thank you for that. Mike Hanna in Washington. Let's go back to Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Tawhid, tell us about the funerals that have been held today for top military commanders killed in the U.S.-Israeli strikes. How big were the crowds?
Well, actually, first, let me just give a picture of the context. We know that the American and Israeli strikes continue up until the moment, and across the Iranian capital, Tehran, specifically in the eastern parts of the capital, we heard the sound of massive explosions as a result of these blasts. These actually strikes, air strikes taking place. And of course, we know that also the activation of the air defense system has been reported across the country and here in the capital. But speaking of the funeral, a few hours we were in the downtown. We witnessed thousands of people attending the funeral, which was related to the military commanders, high-ranking military officials. I can say most important of whom I can refer to the chief of the armed forces, as well as the defense minister, as well as the actually head of the defense council of the country. And these were just among the other military commanders who were killed, most of them on the very first day when the office of the supreme leader of the country was targeted, alongside with the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei himself. I can say that there was a very strong sentiment of resistance among the people who attended that funeral. They were asking for revenge. They were asking for continuation of this defiance and deterrence that the echo of which we can hear from the IRGC or the armed forces of the country. And of course, this is a very, very delicate situation we have to keep in mind. On the one hand, we've got this pro-state demonstrations taking place, while on the other hand, we know that there is a certain amount of public dissatisfaction, specifically when it comes to the economic deteriorated situation that people have been facing over the past years.
Tawhid, thank you very much for that. Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Let's show you now some of the first pictures we're getting out of Salalah, that is in Oman. Our correspondent was telling us earlier about an attack there in Salalah. Well, according to Oman's television station, main television station there, some drones have struck fuel tanks at Salalah port in Oman. As you can see, a significant fire has broken out there, but Omani authorities saying that there are no human casualties for now, just significant damage. The first pictures of drones which struck fuel tanks in Oman at Salalah port. We will update you on the situation there, of course, as more information becomes available. Meanwhile, Israel has come under a barrage of Iranian missile attacks, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Air defense systems were activated in central and northern areas of Israel overnight. Israeli media reports all missiles fired from Iran were intercepted. Let's get an update with Noor Odeh, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, so more Iranian missiles towards Israel today. Tell us about what's happened and the impact of this.
Well, the last barrage from Iran fully was about 2 hours ago, but overnight there were almost 3 hours of barrages of volleys of Iranian missiles, one after another in short succession. And that really created a very tense atmosphere. There were several instances caught on video by eyewitnesses across Israeli territory of air defenses unable to intercept those missiles. And let's just remind our viewers, according to Israeli sources, up to 50% of the missiles that Israel uses have cluster warheads, which means that they split into several missiles, really, with a radius of up to 10 kilometers. That means that rescue workers and emergency workers have to comb that radius for hours in order to make sure that there are no unexploded ordnance to really verify where they fell. We've seen reports of several fires in impact sites, but the Israeli military censor insists that all missiles fired overnight and today did not cause any damage.
But the threat is clearly persistent, Noor, and Israel is engaged on another front in the north with Lebanon. How is that affecting the mood at home? How are people coping with this constant state of war?
Well, that's what really matters, isn't it, Foley? Because at the end of the day, as far as these millions of Israelis who have to go to the shelter. Whether it's one missile or 10 missiles, once the sirens go off, they have to head to the shelter. Normal life, normal activities cannot proceed. Schools are not resuming. Economic activity is, not resuming as fully as many would hope. And so the economy is going to be affected. The Israeli government is asking for extra funding, is promising more social assistance, but that's very little comfort to Israelis who still support the war, but understand that this is going to take weeks. That's what Israeli leaders are telling them. War with Iran will take weeks. There is no time limit, according to the Israeli Minister of Defense. War with Hezbollah on the Lebanese front, where there are even a larger number of rockets coming, well, that will outlast the war on Lebanon. And that, to the residents of northern Israel, is something that will be very, very difficult to live with. So many are asking why the Israeli government hasn't evacuated those communities in the north yet.
All right, thank you for that, Noor. Noor O'Day, live there in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, Japan and Germany plan to release part of their strategic oil reserve to counter high energy prices as a result of the conflict in the Middle East. But Berlin says the International Energy Agency asks member states to release 400 million barrels. France, the current chair of the group of 7 countries, says nations are coordinating their steps.
Die Maßnahme ist eigentlich ein Instrument.
The measure is actually an instrument for dealing with supply shortages. The International Energy Agency, and not only the United States of America, but certainly others as well, have made it clear that there must be a visible sign to the market to curb high-risk premiums and speculative gains with such a significant step, because it's essentially the largest release in the history of the IEA.
Let's go to Natasha Butler in Paris. Natasha, you're outside the IEA headquarters there. The agency has just made its recommendations about the oil reserves.
Yes, that's right. And in fact, we've heard from the head of the agency, Faith Birol, saying that the oil markets are facing an unprecedented challenge. That shows the sense of urgency here. And that is why the IEA has decided to recommend that countries release emergency reserves of some 400 million oil barrels. Well, what that means is it is an historic number because it's more than twice as much as was released in 2022 after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, again underlying that sense of urgency as the IEA is really trying to have an effect on the markets to help bring those oil prices down. Now, the way that this would work is that the organization would oversee this release of the oil. It would be staggered over the next days, weeks, even months. They are saying that you would see an impact in a few weeks' time, in 2 to 4 weeks, so not immediately. But will it work? That's the question. In the past, what has happened is that certainly prices have been reduced somewhat, but high prices can still remain. But nevertheless, this is the tool that's being employed at the moment to try and help at least curb those oil price surges that we've been seeing over the past few days.
And G7 ministers are holding an emergency meeting, Natasha. No doubt they'll be discussing those recommendations.
Absolutely. You'd expect a G7 ministers meeting virtually, but a meeting being hosted by the French President Emmanuel Macron to be talking exactly about that. We are expecting countries, G7 countries, to go ahead and move on that recommendation by the IEA and release some of those emergency oil stocks. We already know that Germany and Japan, for example, have indicated that they are willing to do so. Look, these countries have been looking very carefully at the economic fallout of the war on their countries, on their industry, on their businesses, and of course on consumers, because people are already feeling the pinch. Here in France, for example, we've been talking to people at the petrol pump. They're seeing the price of petrol go up. They are concerned about what will come next. Of course, people are also concerned about things like inflation.
Okay, Natasha, thank you for bringing us the latest there from Paris. Natasha Butler. As we've been reporting, Israel is waging war on 2 fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing the risk of spillover conflicts. For 12 days, Israeli and U.S. forces have been bombing Iran. Those attacks have so far killed more than 1,300 people. And in Lebanon, attacks over the past 10 days have killed more than 570 people. Meanwhile, more than 650,000 are estimated to be internally displaced across the country. Al Jazeera's Zaina Khoda reports from the scene of an early morning strike on a residential building in the Lebanese capital.
In Baalbek, you're mentioning 7 people have been killed, mainly Syrian laborers. There was a strike in the town in Baalbek. That strike came without warning. Also in southern Lebanon, in the town of Shahabi, 7 people killed. Also, that strike came in without warning. Shahabi is south of the Litani River, an area where the Israeli military issued evacuation orders. But I think it's very important to point out that some families remain in those towns simply because they have nowhere to go. They say that they don't want to sleep in the streets. The government is struggling with a massive displacement crisis. Only 120,000 people are in shelters when there are 780,000 people displaced. So some strikes come without warning, others don't. And in the early hours of the morning, a strike again without warning here in the heart of Beirut. The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike. That is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced. We are in the heart of Beirut. This is the 3rd time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris. Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate, and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
The United States has started using British military bases as the war in the Middle East escalates. Britain's defense ministry said the U.S. is using the site for, quote, specific defensive operations to prevent Iran firing missiles into the region. The U.S. military has access to bases in southwestern England and one on the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean. The British Prime Minister initially refused the U.S. permission to use UK bases, a decision that was criticized by President Trump. Richard Gaisford reports from Fairford in southwest England.
Taking to the skies, destination unknown. 3 US B-1 bombers leave RAF Fairford in southwest England. Well, there have been high levels of activity here at RAF Fairford all day. At one point, there were 12 US B-1 bombers on the ground at the same time, 3 of them taking off just minutes after the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that today would be the most intense day of strikes of the war so far. Keir Starmer's given the Americans permission for the base to be used for defensive missions. 3 long-range B-52 bombers also sit ready near the runway. The British Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon set sail from Portsmouth a week after the government announced it would be heading to Cyprus. The warship will eventually provide additional air defense capability for 2 UK military bases on the Mediterranean island. It's where the German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul arrived to meet his Cypriot counterpart, a sign of European concern for the security of the island and the region.
I believe that we simply have to wait for the moment when there is a serious opportunity to enter into negotiations. And Europe must prepare for that moment. because we do indeed have a strong interest in it.
But with more US bombers landing in the UK, no talks on the horizon, and the US Defense Secretary promising a surge in strikes, the chances of de-escalation seem limited. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Taking you now to the United Nations for Tom Fletcher, the UN Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator, speaking about Lebanon.
Lebanon's particular place on the map and in history means that tremors in geopolitics ricochet through it like earthquakes. So when the world turns away from international law and human solidarity, Lebanon shakes. When the world pulls apart, when the splintering of the international order is cheered on by those who believe the rules do not apply to them, or that they can take risks with the lives of others, when leaders feel unrestrained and the rules are in retreat, when the gains of decades are precarious, when technology and killing form an increasingly deadly alliance, and when the scaffolding for coexistence is under sustained, deliberate attack, then Lebanon shakes. As a result of the region's latest war, and following months of violence, we've watched the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon intensify with alarming speed, with civilians on both sides of the blue line once again paying the heaviest price. Casualties continue to mount. Over 570 people reported killed, over 1,400 injured since the 2nd of March. Mass displacement is accelerating, with over 750,000 people now registered with the government of Lebanon as on the move. In addition, almost 84,000 Syrians and more than 8,000 Lebanese have crossed into Syria since the 2nd of March. We're seeing large-scale movements into densely populated urban areas where shelter capacity is already overstretched. More than 120,000 people, including thousands of children, are now in 580 collective centers. And as you heard earlier, these sites are overcrowded with inadequate sanitation, insufficient essential supplies. These conditions heighten risks of harassment, sexual violence, exploitation, abuse, trafficking, particularly, of course, for women and girls. The people of Lebanon have, of course, already endured extensive displacement and damage to homes and livelihoods, infrastructure, and essential public services during the 2023 to 24 escalation, compounding the impact of the financial and economic collapse experienced since 2019. At the same time, the escalation is pushing an already fragile education system deeper into crisis. Schools have been forced to close to serve as temporary shelters, disrupting learning for tens of thousands of children. Overcrowded shelters are also raising the risk of disease, while psychosocial trauma, an acute aspect of this crisis since the 2024 escalation, is being compounded. As these health needs rise, hostilities have forced the closure of 49 primary healthcare centers and 5 hospitals in the south and in Beirut's southern suburbs. Since 28th of February, the World Health Organization has recorded 25 attacks on healthcare, resulting in 16 deaths and 29 injuries among health workers and patients. The protection of healthcare is paramount. Mr. President, the United Nations and the broader humanitarian community are fully mobilized to complement government-led efforts. Along with local organizations and women-led groups, we will do all we can to reach those most in need. We and our partners have provided over 500,000 hot meals, distributed over 270,000 liters of bottled water, provided hygiene items and household supplies, and 123,000 liters of fuel to sustain critical services. Our rapid response teams are delivering life-saving supplies in shelters. 125 health sector-supported mobile primary healthcare units are providing services too. Child protection, psychosocial support are also being expanded, alongside preparations for emergency cash assistance for vulnerable children and families. In close coordination with the government of Lebanon, a 3-month hyper-prioritized flash appeal will be launched in Beirut later this week. This emergency scale-up comes on top of existing humanitarian programs under the 2026 Lebanon Response Plan. I will support these efforts with a rapid response allocation of $15 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to help scale up life-saving work. Additional funds will be released through a reserve allocation from the Lebanon Humanitarian Fund. But our ability to reach people is tightening by the day. Large areas of South Lebanon, the Bekaa and Beirut southern suburbs remain active conflict zones. Debris and unexploded ordnance are blocking roads to affected villages, and key transport routes, including those linking the Bekaa, have been repeatedly disrupted. Population movements are shifting quickly and increasingly difficult to track. Of course, Lebanon's latest humanitarian crisis is just one more consequence of a regional war that is spiraling out of control. War does not stay neatly within borders. It tears through markets, supply chains, food prices. And when that happens, the most vulnerable people in Lebanon and across the region are hit first and hardest. When maritime corridors such as the Strait of Hormuz are disrupted, food, health, energy become more expensive and harder to access. Impact on food security is already evident in Gaza, where the price of flour is up by 270%. Global shipping costs have increased 16% compared to this time last year. We anticipate delays of 6 months in the delivery of supplies across multiple humanitarian responses. Airspace closures are also disrupting our humanitarian missions across the region. So we are pre-positioning stocks, activating alternative supply routes to keep life-saving aid moving to Lebanon and, of course, across the region. But as the Secretary General insisted and USG DiCarlo underlined, we need the protection of civilians, de-escalation, an immediate cessation of hostilities, and genuine dialogue and negotiations towards a peaceful settlement, in line with the Charter of the United Nations. As ever, I close with 3 asks of the Security Council. First, civilians, all civilians throughout the region must be protected and their access to life-saving help ensured. Constant care must be taken to spare civilians and civilian infrastructure, hospitals, water sources, schools, energy, at all times and by all parties. Humanitarians and humanitarian premises must be protected and our movements to provide aid facilitated. Today has been another tragic day for our humanitarian family. We're seeing civilians, including humanitarian workers, under attack across the region, in Lebanon, the occupied Palestinian territory, in Israel, in Iran, in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, in United Arab Emirates, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, Syria, Oman, and beyond. Second, we need generous funding for a principled, scaled-up humanitarian response. We must be supported to go wherever the needs are in the region. I have reaffirmed our readiness to help civilians in Lebanon, Iran, the occupied Palestinian territory, in Israel, or any other countries as needed. Humanitarian action is always harder in times of war, but this is, of course, when it is most needed. So we count on member states to help ensure that this life-saving work continues in the Middle East and beyond across the global humanitarian crisis. And yet we're seeing staggering amounts of money, reportedly $1 billion a day spent on destruction, while some politicians boast of cutting aid to those in gravest danger globally. With a fraction of this money, we can save millions of lives globally. Thirdly, and finally, we need a revival of strategic, calm, rational, hopeful diplomacy. We need
Tom
calm
Fletcher, the UN's Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator, briefing the Security Council about the situation in Lebanon there. He says as a result of the region's latest war and months of violence, the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon has intensified with alarming speed, with civilians once again paying the heaviest price. We'll have more on the situation in Lebanon and across the Middle East in about 25 minutes on Al Jazeera with the latest developments, and Cyril Vanier will be joining you. Stay with us for
Become
the
a channel
Listening
member
Post
today
next.
to receive a gift from Morning Mike
When
Drop
examining the
on
media
Truth
side of
Talks
the
Live.
attack on Iran and the
Tap
war that
in
has spread
for
across
real
the Middle
news
East,
where
does
your
one
voice
begin?
matters.
With the principal
You are
actors,
watching
the
Morning
US,
Mike Drop
Israel, and
on
the
Truth
Islamic
Talks
Republic,
Live.
or the enablers, the American
Join
news
us every
outlets
day
reporting
at
on
6
the
a.m.
story,
to 12
sometimes
noon.
driving.
Real
The
news
Nepo
where your
Shah,
voice
King
matters.
Reza Pahlavi.
Morning
And the
Mic
other
Drop on
voices from
Truth
the
Talks
diaspora
Live
egging
filters
the
out the
Americans
noise.
and the Israelis on.
Tap in for
And
real news where your voice matters.
Lest we forget the West Bank, a Palestinian journalist's take on the Israeli settlers and soldiers and what journalism there is up against.
Become a channel member today to receive
US
a
and
gift
Israel
from
launched
Morning
against
Mic
Iran,
Drop
the
on
casualties
Truth
now
Talks
include
Live.
the Islamic Republic's
Tap in
leader,
for
Ayatollah
real
Ali
news
Khamenei,
where your
more
voice
than 150 schoolgirls in the southern part of the country, as well as Iran's relationship with the Gulf states and the very notion of international law. The Middle East has been engulfed with missiles crisscrossing in the sky. In Washington, the messaging on this war, the justifications offered, keep changing. Even mainstream media outlets in the U.S., the corporate kind, that have reliably served as tools of public persuasion in previous American wars, have been struggling with that. So they focus on the tactics rather than the strategic side of this, the cause. Anti-war voices are almost completely absent. Iranian representation has been skewed. After his repeated promises that he would be America's peace president, Donald Trump has now bombed 8 countries from South America to Africa and the Middle East. And however hard he and his partner in war crimes, Benjamin Netanyahu, spin it, that is a tough contradiction to sell to Americans, let alone the rest of the world.
This is a war in search of a strategy. Eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. Aimed at toppling the regime 1 hour.
It is time to end the Islamic Republic.
Destroying the nuclear program another hour.
We have to prevent Iran from getting nukes.
Creating an Iranian democracy or something the other hour. There is no coherent strategy. And you can see that's reflected in the media coverage of it.
Because in the absence of a strategy, how do you frame a coherent message through the news media? Do you try what Donald Trump did and present yourself as the savior of the Iranian people as you rain missiles down on them?
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
That's a tough sell. Or do you take the Israeli approach and hit them with an AI-modified version of Benjamin Netanyahu, telling Iranians in Persian that freedom awaits?
ما شرایط رو برای مردم شجاع ایران فراهم خواهیم کرد تا خود رو از زنجیرهای استبداد رها کنند.
But on the messaging, the US and Israel can at least count on this, that many of the messengers in the American media are there to help.
Why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us.
I think that question from the NBC anchor is really the embodiment of how U.S. media can't do a professional and objective job when it comes to foreign policy reporting.
And now Iran is firing missiles at Arab countries. And I mean, if any other country did that, I think there'd be a huge hue and outcry. And
they do a good job on domestic issues. They hold truth to power and question the highest office in the country. But when it comes to U.S. foreign policy, especially in the Middle East, especially with Israel, U.S. mainstream media, the old guards, the gatekeepers, can't do an objective job.
The language which we often see in the Western media, particularly the US, around Iran, is generally framed in a certain way. Iran is Nazi Germany, essentially. Now, this is not to defend the Iranian regime by any means, but the fact is that the majority of people who are being killed at the moment are Iranian civilians. But ultimately, much of the Western press demonize them without even speaking to them. And this was happening before Iran for 2.5 years, genocide in Gaza and Israeli war crime.
The similarities to the Western media's coverage of the Gaza genocide are unmistakable. Take that missile strike on the school in southern Iran that killed more than 160 civilians, most of them schoolgirls aged 7 to 12, an attack the UN called a grave violation of humanitarian law. At the time of this recording, neither the US nor Israel had owned up to that attack, which apparently targeted a nearby barracks of the IRGC, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Because we don't actually know for a fact yet what happened with that school.
The disinformation playbook the Israelis have used in Gaza is now being applied in Iran, and too many Western media outlets have played along.
If this would have happened anywhere else, it would have been on the front cover of every news outlet. And the way that it was reported was that we can't verify what happened.
The reports that this may have been an IRGC missile that fell short need to be taken seriously.
Really touting this lie that the IRGC has somehow done this themselves. And we saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza. And that is what is really just dizzying, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The coverage has been very skewed, lacks objectivity. It's covered in third person, that it's not clear who attacked it. And it's just unthinkable if a school was attacked, for example, in Israel, or if this was something that Russia had done in Ukraine, the coverage would have been so different. And we've seen so many examples of this.
Ukrainian officials say as many as 90 people were taking shelter in the school's basement.
It shows the mainstream media industry in the US is in the shadows of the foreign policy apparatus in Washington. And it's not just about Iran today or Israel, Gaza. This goes all the way back to, for example, the invasion of Iraq.
And much of the American media frames their coverage around that mentality because war is big business. War sells. War gets eyeballs. And there's a reason why the CBS News and others are pivoting towards a much more hawkish, hardline, pro-Israel, pro-American empire worldview.
This operation, which the Pentagon is calling Epic Fury, is also epically complex. Let's bring in retired Admiral Mark Montgomery, who served 32 years in the Navy as a...
Many American media see it like a video game. That's how they portray it. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to interviewing generals, war for them is big business. They love it.
In the battle for American hearts and minds, however, the polls show that Donald Trump is losing, largely because of two questions that plague him. There's one that goes back decades, that Israel is driving U.S. policy. Even Fox News addressed that, lobbing a question at Benjamin Netanyahu, whose chuckling response will have unsettled more Americans than it convinced.
You know, there are people that say, well, the Prime Minister of Israel dragged Donald Trump into it. I want to get your reaction to that.
That's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world.
The other narrative is one of Donald Trump's own making, that he is a peace president who would not start new forever wars.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier.
But Trump knows that once he starts a war, he won't get that much flack from legacy news outlets, since supporting American wars of the past is part of their legacy. The pushback is coming from independent voices online, and they are attracting audiences from both the liberal left and the MAGA right.
You had Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones on the internet yesterday. They're big, huge right-wing posts. They were almost near tears. This is really a disaster for their base.
You're already there saying vote Democrat. What the hell's going on here?
I think you have to vote Democrat in 26, and I'll tell you why.
According to Nick Fuentes, Trump is not doing immigration. He's not standing up to the left, really, and he's basically giving the government to Israel. And you see Marco Rubio in a moment of idiotic candor saying we had to do it because of Israel.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
The administration later realized what a flub that was and tried to walk it back, but it was too late.
The pushback that we're seeing is coming from within the Make America Great Again tent, because this isn't what they were sold, right? They were sold that we wouldn't put our troops in harm's way when we know that this is Israel's war.
Our government's job is not to look out for Iran.
or for Israel.
So Americans are very aware of what is going on here. Unfortunately, you're not hearing from them much on legacy media.
1 week into this war, what sets it apart, even from something as horrifying as Israel's genocide on Gaza, is the rapid geographical spread of the field of battle. The 8 countries hit since the initial attack on Iran. The more than 1,300 people killed. The key industries, from the oil business to shipping to airline travel, damaged. With international law already exposed in Gaza, now effectively eviscerated. All in just 7 days. News organizations are stretched to their limits, challenged in ways they haven't been before. And the early returns on the journalism do not look promising.
The big strategy here from the Trump administration is just to dizzy all of us. It is very difficult to understand what is going on because it's so chaotic. But we know what this is about. It's about crippling Iran, its infrastructure, its military, crippling it politically. What the U.S. wants out of Iran is not democracy. The United States wants a client state, like it has in Syria, like it has in Lebanon, like it has in other countries. That's what they want in Iran.
The language that much of the Western press uses is we in the West, even if we launch these wars, we are the innocent bystanders. We're just doing our best. It's not easy. Running an empire is very tiring. You know, give us some slack, please, people. But ultimately, the devils are the Hamas leadership of Gaza, the Iranian leadership. It's deeply racist and unacceptable, but not new.
Staying with Iran, the U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign has exposed some sharp divisions among Iranians, both inside the country and across the diaspora. And on Western news outlets, one side of that divide is being amplified far more than the other. Meenakshi Ravi has been tracking the coverage.
One of the most prominent pro-war voices seen across Western media has been Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the Shah overthrown in the 1979 revolution. Pahlavi has been interviewed across a range of outlets, exposure he has used to boost his political profile. Once the operation began, he appeared on Fox News, praising President Trump and presenting himself as a successor in waiting.
I am leading this transition. I have the support of millions of Iranian people.
A clear pattern has emerged in Western, especially American war coverage. Voices advocating US-Israeli intervention are being given disproportionate airtime. One of the most prominent among them is Iranian activist Masih Alinejad, a polarizing figure.
This is the message that Iranians want me to send to President Trump. Do not leave us alone with this wounded, murderous regime. Finish the job.
The tendency to seek pro-intervention, pro-war voices is not, however, limited to the diaspora. After the BBC aired a segment featuring 3 Iranians in Tehran, all of whom expressed support for the military action, Trita Parsi, an Iranian-born political analyst based in Washington, D.C., had this to say.
Because you have 3 voices from Iran who seem to all be celebrating and happy about the country getting bombed. I'm sure that there are views of that kind, undoubtedly. But to leave the impression that that is the entire viewpoint inside of Iran is getting close to Iraq-level war propaganda and war lies, frankly.
When the United States and its allies go to war, the media ecosystems around them too often fall into line, building narratives and finding voices that help reframe wars of aggression as wars of liberation.
Thanks, Mina. For almost 2.5 years now, the eyes of the world have been trained on the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Now there's the Iran story to contend with. Far too little attention has been paid to another territory where Israel exercises near total control, the occupied West Bank. The Israelis have accelerated their policy of fragmenting the West Bank, chopping it up and annexing more land. Their soldiers have grown more aggressive. The settlers there, shielded by the army, are more emboldened and violent than ever. Refugee camps have been destroyed. More and more Palestinians are being forced from their homes. There are hundreds of new checkpoints and barriers making free movement impossible for citizens and journalists alike. And as in Gaza, Israeli forces have their sights trained on journalists who already do their work under dangerous conditions. One journalist who has covered it all is Amid Shahada, a correspondent for Al Arabi TV. Shahada's reporting is bold, frequently, fearlessly putting him in harm's way. We spoke with Amit Shahade about reporting under fire in the West Bank.
الواقع اليوم في الضفة الغربية من خلال المشاهدات الميدانية وفرض للحكم العسكري الإسرائيلي في كل مناطق الضفة الغربية وتحويل المدى المفتوح خارج القرى الفلسطينية والمدن والبلدات، هذا الشيء أصبح مساحة للمستوطنين. رغم أنه الضفة سجن كبير إلا أنها صارت عدة سجون صغار داخل سجن كبير. عميد شحادة التلفزيون العربي، مع التلفزيون العربي من 2019، 7 سنوات من العمل مع التلفزيون العربي في الضفة الغربية. الواحد حس حاله بغطي بمأساة ما بتنتهي. زمان كانت الأمور متذبذبة، خليني أحكي لك، يوم فرح يوم حزن، يوم دموع يوم حياة، يوم موت يوم ميلاد. اليوم لا، اليوم كل مكان بوصل له بحس إنه في مأساة متواصلة. إذا بدي أرجع لمقترحات تقاريري قبل 7 سنين، 6 سنين، 5 سنين، كان كل شهر في شيء جميل، شيء جميل، مسرح، فن، ثقافي، شيء له علاقة بالحياة ضمن تقارير تتعلق بالاحتلال، ولكن ما بتغيب هاي الأمور عن الشاشة. اليوم مستحيل يطلع تقرير هيك من الضفة، لأنه ما ضلش. يعني من كثر الألم والموت والأمور الصعبة اللي بيخلقوها المستوطنين وجيش الاحتلال، صار في خجل من الحديث عن مسرحية، عن مهرجان موسيقي، عن شيء جميل جدا بيتعلق بالثقافة. أنا اليوم بحكي معكم ورا ظهري الكاميرات اللي طخها جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي أثناء التغطية. 4 مرات نجيت من الموت. بعرفش كيف هيك الواحد بحس إنه يعني بصير أتخيل شو لو كنت أنا واقف. يعني ما بحب أشوفه تحديداً هون. أكثر شيء مؤثر بالنسبة لي في الموضوع لما فتح الباب الجندي، كان في إطلاق نار من الشباك وفتح الباب بده يتأكد 100%، ورجعوا كمان مرة كملوا. كل خروج للميدان هو محمول بفكرة وداع معينة يومية للعائلة بدون شعارهم بذلك. أنا هيك بتصرف مع بنتي، أنا بطلع عليها زي كأني بطلع على النظرة الأخيرة، وهي حقيقة. فشعوري لما أروح على الميدان في هاي الفترة تحديد، خلينا أقول لك بآخر 4 سنوات، هو شعور إنه ممكن ما أرجع.
نعم، اشتباكات مسلحة في هذا.
كثير بيحكوا إني أنا بغامر وهيك، أنا بفهم شو يعني تغطية الميدان.
اشتباكات
تغطية الميدان إذا ما كانت الصورة قريبة، إذا ما كانت الصورة قريبة من الناس اللي تعرضوا للهجوم، صعب توصل. أنا عندي قناعة هيك، لهيك أنا بقرب، لهيك أنا بكون وسط الناس اللي بتعرضوا لهجوم، وسط الناس اللي بتعرضوا للخطر. مش إني بغامر، بس هيك الصحافة، يعني هيك أنا بفهم المهنة.
الخلفية أيضا
قبل كنا نشوف الجيش، نغطي انتهاكات الجيش، كان في موت واحد، اليوم في موتين: موت الجيش وخطره، وموت المستوطن وخطره. أصبح اليوم الخطر الأكبر اللي هو المستوطن. ما حدش بيعرف الضربة من وين ممكن تيجي تحديدا مع المستوطنين. مستوطنين مسلحين، سكاكين، قضبان حديدية، سلاح ناري، مسدسات تحت القمصان. فأنت ما بتعرفي وين ممكن المستوطن يقرر يطلق النار ويقتلك، أو يجي من الخلف ويضرب الواحد على راسه ويموته. هاي تفكير يومي بالنسبة لي. لهيك حتى بالمناطق اللي بنزل لها في الميدان بيكون فيها مستوطنين أو جيش احتلال، حتى خلال التغطية المباشرة أنا كثير بتلفت لورا، إنه بحس إنه ممكن راح أنضرب بأي طريقة، ممكن مستوطن يضربني على راسي من ورا. وصارت مع زملاء صحفيين تخلي الصحافة تصير تنقل الخبر عن بعد، وهذا أخطر شيء ممكن. أخطر شيء على المعلوم وعلى الصحافة. يوميا أنا بحاول إنه لا، مهما كانت الأمور قصة الناس لازم توصل، بس في صعوبة كبيرة لدرجة ما حد بتخيلها. في صعوبة بالتنقل، في صعوبة بالنزول للميدان، في صعوبة بإظهار الكاميرا أمام مستوطن أو إظهار الكاميرا أمام جندي. في صعوبة كبيرة، وبالتالي صرت أسرق القصة سرقة عشان أحكيها. كنت بشتغل على تقرير في رمون في رام الله، هجوم واسع على المستوطنين، على المزارعين، والمستوطنين أجوا صاروا يدخنوا وأنا على الهواء وينفخوا في وجهي، ومسلحين وملثمين واستفزاز، وحدا يدفش هيك بكتفه، حدا يدفش بال16 يدفشني في بطني هيك. وشفت الناس شو اللي بتعرضوا له،
عم يدش حدا على العربي.
تكسير بمعنى الكلمة. أي حد بده يزرع تراب راح يتكسر. يضربوهم، يهجموا عليهم، يهجموا على داخل المنازل. آخر تغطية كانت في تلفيت جنوب نابلس، هجوم على المنازل. أحد المنازل فيه عائلة من 8 أفراد، الأب والأم و6 أطفال. أول شغلة منظمين حالهم، كسروا زجاج البيت في حجر. المستوطن الثاني رمى المولوتوف، والثالث أشعل النار. هم بيوزعوا حالهم بهي الطريقة، بيحركوا المنازل والعائلات داخلها. المستوطنين بيقدروا مسلحين وعندهم بيقدروا يطلقوا النار عن بعد على قرية فلسطينية. ممكن نطلق نار على منزل، ممكن يقتل فلسطيني بإطلاق نار. لا، بخاطر وبتسلل وبسكوا بالبنزين وبحب يولع النار، بيستمتع بإشعال النار بالفلسطينيين. مفارقة هاي للزمن. هذا اللي بشوفه أنا. عندهم عشق لإشعال النار بالفلسطينيين، بممتلكاتهم، مركباتهم، بأجساد الفلسطينيين. في ظل رواية إسرائيلية ليش أقول لك مسيطرة أو قوية جدا في العالم، إنهم هم بيواجهوا الفلسطينيين الوحوش اللي بدهم يأكلوا المستوطنين، وبدهم يقتلوا الجيش، وبدهم يقتلوا الإسرائيليين، وبدهم يقتلوا اليهود. كلام فارغ، كلام فارغ. تحكي عن بيئة مدنية بالمطلق، ناس ضعيفين ما معهم شيء يواجهوا فيه غير إنه يظلوا موجودين بأجسادهم. أمهات تضرب، أطفال يقتلوا، معهم شيء لا فيه إلا إنه بيحكوا إحنا ما رح نترك أرضنا. وبالتالي هاي الرواية ما بدها، إسرائيل ما بدها هاي الرواية توصل، بدهاش تصل صورة المستوطن المجرم. ما بدها هاي الرواية توصل للعالم، لأنه خلص بدهم يطبعوا بأذهان العالم الفلسطيني هو المجرم وخلاص. وبالتالي المستوطن، عمرك سمعتي في الأخبار مستوطن يحاول تنفيذ عملية طعن؟ عمرك سمعتوا في الأخبار مستوطن نفذ عملية طعن ضد فلسطيني في الخليل؟ أو مستوطن قام بطعن عدد من الفلسطينيين في المغير؟ صارت في 4 فلسطينيين انطعنوا، ما حدا حكى عملية طعن. أنا شفت مستوطنين بيحملوا سيوف من العهد الحجري، بده يقاتل بالسيف. أنت متخيل كيف؟ ولا عمرنا سمعنا بالأخبار مستوطن نفذ عملية طعن. ما بنسمعهاش الصحافة العالمية. للأسف رواية جيش الاحتلال والرواية الإسرائيلية هي اللي طاغية على الصحافة الأجنبية. هذا اللي احنا بنشوفه. بالضفة الأمور صعبة جدا جدا. ضفة فيها ما حدش في العالم بيحكي عنها، لأنه الحرب فيها متواصلة. دائما المستوطنين والاحتلال بيفكر شو بده يعمل فيها بمدن الضفة وبناس اللي بيعيشوا في الضفة الغربية، كيف ممكن يعذبهم أكثر. هي منطقة غير محسوبة، لا بهدنة ولا محسوبة بوقف إطلاق نار، ولا العالم بنتبه لها. إنه خلص أكثر من 3.5 ملايين فلسطيني بيعيشوا في الضفة الغربية، ولا عمر شملتهم هدنة. فيش هدنة لهم.
And finally, back to Iran and the branding of the U.S. military operation there as Operation Epic Fury. Did the Pentagon consider how easy it would be for its critics online to take that name and mess with it? To just turn it into Operation Epic Chaos or Epic Failure? And given that so many Americans see the attack on Iran as a way to distract attention away from another story that poses an existential threat to Donald Trump's presidency, why would the administration sign off on a name that could be so simply morphed into Operation Epstein Fury? The people at the White House can bombard Americans with messaging until the cows come home. But in the age of the internet, there will be return fire. And in this case, it landed.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Coming up in the program today, Iran strikes the Gulf's energy
Morning
sector
Mic
and
Drop
threatens
on
the flow
Truth
of oil
Talks
through the
Live
Strait of
filters
Hormuz.
out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Continuity of command. Thousands
Become a
attacked the
channel
streets
member
in the
today to
Iranian
receive a
capital.
gift from
Tehran
Morning Mic
strikes. The
Drop
military
on
command is
Truth
killed
Talks
in US
Live.
and Israeli airstrikes.
Tap in for real news
And Israeli
where your
strikes
voice
across
matters.
Lebanon, a residential area in Beirut, is one of the targets. The UN Security Council is meeting to discuss the escalation. And the biggest release of strategic oil reserves in the history of the International Energy Agency has been announced to ease the pressure from the Iran war. It is 15 GMT on the 12th day of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, an escalating conflict that continues to claim many lives and has also put immense pressure on the global energy market. Tehran has effectively stopped cargo traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. 3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near this very narrow waterway in the Gulf. One of the ships hit near the strait was a Thai cargo vessel. The Thai Navy says 20 crew members have been rescued and the 3 are missing. Now, the strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Shortly after the war began, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said that it was closed.
The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is due to the conditions that the United States and the Zionist regime have imposed on the countries of the world. And of course, we declare that we will never allow a litre of oil to pass through the straits for the United States and the Zionist regime and their partners.
Thousands of people have gathered in the Iranian capital for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S. and Israeli attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said that it will continue to fight until the shadow of war is lifted over Iran.
All these people here will defend their homeland, their new leader, and the principles of the martyred Imam to the last drop of their blood. We will never back down.
This war must continue until they receive a crushing blow from Islam. Iran and the Iranian people, they are cowards.
The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting on Lebanon. The UN's humanitarian agency says that the situation there and in the region is critical.
This is a moment of grave peril for Lebanon and for the region, for all of us. Too many warning lights are flashing. Actions have consequences. As a result of the region's latest war and following months of violence, we've watched the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon intensify with alarming speed, with civilians on both sides of the blue line once again paying the heaviest price. Casualties.
Israel has come under a barrage of Iranian missile attacks, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Air defense systems were activated in central and northern areas of the country overnight. Israeli media reports all missiles fired from Iran were intercepted. And a fire has broken out at Salalah port in Oman. That's what it looks like. Thick plumes of smoke can be seen in the area. Local media report that several drones may have struck fuel tanks there, and they are quoting security sources in the country. Well, we're live in Paris, in Beirut, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, and at the White House. I'm also joined in the studio by Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed, who has covered Iran extensively. Osama, we're going to start with you. On day 12 of this war, Iran appears to still be escalating the conflict, and there's no sign that they are looking for a way out. How would you assess right now their strategy?
Well, Iran already gave its strategy to the rest of the world and the Americans that it is in for the long war. You're seeing a step up in attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. You've seen at least 2 shipping containers, tankers that have been hit today, one Liberian, one Thai. There's also been attacks on the Dubai airport today. There have been multiple attacks across the region. You've heard interceptions here in the Doha sky as well. So Iran is going to continue to disrupt. Again, this is not something that Iran has said that it wants to take over the Strait of Hormuz, but essentially establish control. It is not mining the Strait of Hormuz. It is not lining up naval ships.
Donald Trump has said if they do, they will be hit 20 times harder. That's something he's looking at very closely.
Absolutely. And I don't think that the Iranians are prepared to do that. Essentially, what they've done is these low-cost drones, low-cost unmanned submarines, low-cost speedboats that go and hit a tanker or a container. And then what happens is that the insurers, which are essential to run these containers, stop the Strait of Hormuz anyways. And any indication that there might be naval ships accompanying these tankers, it just provides the Iranians with more targets.
That's the Trump plan, by the way. He says, if necessary, because the risk is so high, have the U.S. Navy escort commercial ships.
Absolutely. So that plan has its own risk strategy that is embedded in it, because the moment you put American sailors on the line, right now the Americans are operating from a safe distance. They're not in the Strait of Hormuz. Their ships are miles away from the Iranian coastline. But if they are accompanying them, as many military analysts, and I was talking to some people earlier on about, what could be the Iranian strategy. And if the Iranians decide that what they're doing on these oil facilities, they start doing in the seas where there is a multiple drone attack, which is followed by a missile, it could render these defenses absolutely paralyze them. And that is why I think that you haven't seen any naval ships. They was very quickly denied by the U.S. Secretary of Energy yesterday, that when they said there was a ship that was accompanied, and they said, no, we didn't do it.
Yeah, they had to retract that statement.
Exactly. And that is the reason, because this essentially puts American soldiers in the line of fire, which the Trump administration so far has not been able to do. But again, the Iranians want to tell the Americans and the rest of the world they still have the capability to create disruptions. They're not going for domination. They're going to continue to disrupt naval ship supplies. They're going to disrupt air routes. They're going to disrupt life as you know it in the Middle East until the cost becomes too much to bear.
So Iran has great leverage with this very narrow waterway, Strait of Hormuz, which separates the world's biggest energy producers from their consumers really all around the world. What can you tell us about the new supreme leader in Iran, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the assassinated supreme leader, Ali Khamenei? Media reports, multiple media reports say that he was injured early in the war.
Well, these are many of these reports are citing Israeli intelligence sources. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, was asked about that just yesterday, and he refused to comment on it. He said, well, we can't disclose whatever operational information that we have. But so far, we've heard from one person in the Iranian, sphere of influence, if you can call it, the son of the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who says he's okay. But again, this is, as Iranians would tell you, this goes in line with psychological warfare. The Americans and the Israelis would like to say that, we killed one leader, we're going to kill his successor and his successor and his successor until the regime crumbles. And the Iranians obviously want to send the message, which is the opposite of this, that they have a unified chain of command, they have succession plans, they have battlefield plans, they have economic plans, as well as political plans that they can quickly put into motion in case the leadership is eliminated. And you're seeing that very effectively being deployed in the sphere of the war, where this decentralized command is essentially hitting. And you've heard Masoud Pezeshkian in his apology to Gulf states saying that, some of them were acting on their own and we didn't want to hit the Gulf states. But the reality is that Iran is going to continue to hit Gulf states, continue to hit oil infrastructure, continue to hit U.S. bases, U.S. assets, Israeli offices, intelligence-based operations, whether it's Iraq, whether it's all of the Middle East, including Qatar. And it is going to, this is its existential strategy to continue to stay relevant. You have to realize that they're a smaller force, but they can cause a lot of disruption.
Speaking of continuity and the continuity of the state, you've mentioned this. What do you think when you see the pictures we showed at the top of the program with these very large gatherings in Tehran for funerals of people who were killed, of military and politicians who were killed early in the war. There is a show of support, and people are taking to the streets of the capital.
Well, these are military commanders which were killed on February the 28th, and the protest that you saw was in the Martyr Square in Tehran. So psychological warfare goes both ways. The Iranians want to reassure Iranians within the country and send a message to the outside world that they have a unified chain of command, they have contingency plans, they have the capability to control crowds. Remember what happened a few months ago when these protesters in their thousands came out and the Iranians went with a bludgeoning force against these protesters. So they want to give the message that they can bring people to the streets, they can control the people in the streets, and they can tell the people that they are still in charge. And this is not the massive funeral procession that was initially planned for Ali Khamenei, when he was assassinated. But it just goes to show that they still have the levers of powers in their hands, especially in the capital, where they can bring people out, they can control them, and they can safely disperse them. That happening while there are air raid sirens going on, while there are still strikes happening, it just shows defiance. And that is the message that Tehran would want to send to its people and to the outside world, that it is defiant, it is digging its heels in, it has got plans to make this a long war which hurts not just America and Israel, but all of their interests in the region until somebody blinks.
Osama, thank you very much. You're coming back a little later in the program because we have more questions for you, but that's coming up a little later, so we'll let you go for now. Thank you very much, Osama bin Javed. The current Iranian strategy since the start of the confrontation with the U.S. and Israel has focused on launching daily attacks targeting energy infrastructure and military bases. Osama was telling us about that. Tehran is aiming to raise oil prices to levels that cripple the global economy and increase political pressure on the U.S. administration. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna is at the White House. What's the latest that you're hearing from the U.S. President, Mike?
Well, President Trump has once again told a reporter that he believes this war is nearly over. He says there isn't much left to hit. This is something he has been saying constantly over the last 24 hours, giving some indication of his belief that the conflict is coming to a close because the U.S. has basically destroyed all the targets that it needs to destroy. But once again, we are not seeing evidence of this in terms of the intensity of the ongoing U.S. operations and indeed the Iranian response to these operations. Now, President Trump was also commenting on reports of mines being laid in the Strait of Hormuz. He says that he has had no reports of these mines being planted, but then he adds, if they are, then we want them removed immediately because otherwise there will be dire consequences.
Yeah, Mike, staying with this a while longer, gas prices have gone up 20% on average for American consumers since the beginning of the war. That is tied to what you just mentioned, the Strait of Hormuz, which has been almost blocked by Iran. That's that major energy choke point in the Gulf, which is right now in the middle of this war zone between Iran and Gulf countries. What more is Donald Trump saying about that?
Well, the president and his advisors have been saying that they had contingency plans in place because they knew that there would be an oil shortage. What these plans are, we actually do not specifically know. We heard, for example, from President Trump that U.S. naval vessels would be escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that hasn't happened, despite the fact that the Energy Secretary announced that, yes, one ship had been escorted by a naval vessel, but then this was walked back by Trump administration officials. So not quite clear what the president and his advisors have in mind in terms of curtailing the impact on the economy from this massive oil shortage. As you say, prices spiraling within the United States, which will have their own political consequences as well as this conflict continues.
Yeah, Mike Hanna reporting from the White House. Thank you very much, Mike. Over to Israel now, which has come under a barrage of Iranian missile attacks, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Noor O'Day is in the occupied West Bank, southwest of Ramallah, covering this. Noor, brief us on the latest.
Well, Cyril, there is no, set pattern for Iranian missiles and missiles coming from Hezbollah. But what I can tell you is that Israelis are having a hard time going to sleep because a lot of the focus is on after midnight hours. Successive volleys of Iranian missiles were reported overnight and then during the day. There are also sirens going off, especially in northern Israel. Now, what that means is that you cannot really have a normal life. If you can go to work in the morning, well, you haven't had enough sleep. You've spent it going in the shelter or out of the shelter, or just gave up and spent the night there anyways, especially if you have kids. There is very little time, by way of warning, for Israelis to head to the shelters during this time. And that means that people have to make tough choices about what they're going to do, how far they're going to be from areas that are safe, that have safe rooms or public shelters. And that is really straining nerves in Israel, especially in the north. The north has been really particularly hit, not just by Iran, but also by Hezbollah, which the Israeli residents of northern communities, Sarah, were told by Israel repeatedly that we're safe because Hezbollah was all but defeated, that they had no more capability to hurt Israeli communities. And Israelis have found out that really was not the case.
Noor, what is the government, what is the prime minister saying about next steps?
More war. That's what's in store. The Israeli Prime Minister, Cyril, says the war with Iran will take weeks. His defense minister says there is no time limit on the war with Iran. There are fears, of course, that the U.S. president may just declare abruptly an end to the war, and that's why the military strategy is to create as much damage as possible in Iran in the time that is left. But in the meantime, Israelis are also being told that the war on Lebanon that targets Hezbollah will outlast that on Iran. So the only thing in the horizon right now for the region, for Israelis, certainly for the Lebanese and the Iranians, is more war.
And Noor Day reporting from just south of Ramallah. Thank you very much, Noor. Ori Goldberg joins us now. Ori, you're an Israeli political commentator. You're joining us from Tel Aviv. We've spoken many times before. How are you doing? What have the last few days been like for you? Can you describe that for our viewers?
In one word, exhausting, because the Israeli civil defense system, which was very punctual and very timely during the first days of this war, I'm not going to say it's breaking down, but it's going slightly haywire. We get a lot of alarms. Our defense system is divided into two stages. You get advanced warnings if this is a missile coming in from Iran, because then you have time to run and shelter. And then there are air raid sirens when the missile is very close, but then you're expected to be very close to the shelter or in the shelter itself. If these are rockets from Lebanon, then all you get is air raid sirens, and sometimes the rockets start hitting even before the air raid sirens sound. So during the first days of the war, there were a lot of advanced warnings and a lot of sirens, but they were very much connected to a reality we could chart even as ordinary citizens. Now there is seemingly very little connection between notices of missiles, even notices of interceptions, and the regularity with which Iran seems to be bombing Israel and with which missiles seem to penetrate Israeli airspace. I'm not suggesting that Israel has incurred great damage, certainly nothing the likes of which Iran and Lebanon have taken from Israeli carpet bombings, but there is a growing sense of insecurity that unfortunately does not cause Israelis to get more critical about this war.
So we understand daily life, therefore, is sort of paced by all these alerts that you're getting and by going near the shelter and then inside the shelter. So what is open or closed, what is working or not working in Israel, you know, whether it's schools, shops, offices, in terms of daily life?
Schools and universities are closed. Public institutions have yet to come up with a sustainable formula because the situation keeps changing. In principle, people who work in the public sector are expected to return to work, but no sort of arrangement, no sort of compensation has been settled for the days they miss, but also for those who have to stay at home with kids who have no schools. As far as businesses go, it depends on the business owner. There are limitations on the size of gatherings, but restaurants can open, cafes can open, stores are open generally. Supply chains are still running. Israel is not under that heavy of a barrage. But again, it's not a state of chaos, but it's a state of, let's call it simmering semi-chaos. And it can erupt at any time. Should there be a chance of further escalation, Israelis will crowd supermarkets with panic shopping. And I think the most important aspect of life here now is that everybody has a very clear idea that this is not going to get better anytime soon. But we don't really know what's happening on the one hand. On the other hand, support
pause there if you wouldn't mind. That's what I wanted to ask you. Can you bring us into the conversations that people are having? You know, when in the bunkers or over the phone with their relatives in other parts of the country, you know, what kind of questions are they asking themselves, and how do they perceive for the moment this war going well or not so well?
That's one of the $64,000 questions. It depends on who's part of your feed. If you're surrounded by people who are like-minded, then there's a chance that you might be of the opinion that this war is a transcendent, divinely inspired victory. That Israel is single-handedly changing the Middle East by demonstrating to every country in the region that we do have the power, the discretion, and the impunity to do whatever we want to whomever we deem as an enemy. But on the other end of this, you get a lot of people who, at the very least, realize that the boasts of great achievements made in June of 2025, after the first war with Iran, what President Trump called the 12-day war, these achievements have come to absolutely nothing, because Israel seems to be destroying exactly the same installations and facilities that it claimed to have destroyed in June of 2025. So you have a lot of mistrust as well. You have a great sense of unclarity. We just don't know where this is going. We don't know what the point is. Again, I'm sad to say it, but it's true. The great majority of Israelis care very little about the damage to the countries that Israel is attacking, about the civilian casualties, about the destruction of infrastructure in ancient history, and about the displacement of hundreds of thousands of people. That is simply seen as a part of the horrors of war. And hey, look at us. We're not getting a good night's sleep, and we haven't gotten one in 10 days. So we're suffering as well. A lot of Israelis, while they do not like the way this war is managed, while they may have questions about where this war is going, they support the war in principle. And in that sense, this is no different from Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. People don't like it, but people can't see an alternative to it.
What kind of media diet and information diet are you getting? Because I know that in normal times in Israel, there are military restrictions on what can be reported or not reported if it's about one of Israel's ongoing conflicts. In this situation, what are you seeing, and are you getting the information that you need?
I think this goes back to that simmering semi-chaos. There are a lot of restrictions on official media channels. You can show sometimes scenes of the impact, and you can report numbers of casualties, but usually after a rocket or a missile actually hits Israel, and you have reporting from the scene, you have an immediate description of how many people died or were injured, but there's very little follow-up, because one impact arena chases another. And Israel is under continuous attack. Take, for example, the issue of whether the number of missiles being launched at Israel from Iran has grown, has increased or decreased. In absolute terms, perhaps there are less missiles being launched. We don't know how many missiles there are in one salvo. But in terms of completely disturbing and obstructing any semblance of stability in Israeli daily life, Iranians don't have to fire a lot of missiles. You need to launch a certain number of missiles at certain times of the day, and Iranians seem to be doing a very good job of that because life here has very much been disrupted.
Yeah, Ori, I'll share with you that it's a similar situation actually in the Gulf, where Iran can launch volleys of missiles 2, maybe 3 times a day, and that's enough to keep just everybody edgy, for one, and also schools closed and offices working remotely for those that can. Ori, we'll leave it here for now, but thank you very much for joining us on the Al Jazeera News Hour.
Thank you for having me.
And relations between Iran and Israel have not always been volatile. Decades ago, they actually had close ties, largely sharing regional aspirations. Noor O'Day explains how that relationship soured and then turned into war today.
There's war now, but Iran's relations with Israel and the United States wasn't always so hostile. In fact, in 1948, Iran, which was ruled by a Shah installed by Western countries during World War II, was among the first countries to recognize Israel. Ties were so good that Israel trained Iranian fighter pilots and provided military assistance as a deterrent to Iraq in exchange for oil. Things began to shift in the early 1950s. That's when a very popular Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, nationalized Iran's oil, which had been under British control. The UK and US responded by unleashing unrest that eventually ousted Mossadegh. Then they and other Western powers split Iran's oil and strengthened ties with the Shah. The Shah's rule became absolute, and Iran revolted and overthrew the Shah in 1979. The Islamic Republic was born. Israel and the US lost a critical ally, and decades of antagonism with Iran began. Remember that Iran-Iraq rivalry? Well, it boiled over into a war by 1980. Only now, Iran was under US sanctions, and Iraq was the US ally. Then in 1986, a scandal rocked Washington, the Iran-Contra affair. The US was selling weapons to Iran through Israel to help it against a US ally, Iraq. The money was then used to arm the Contras in Nicaragua, a US-backed militia that was fighting the leftist Sandinistas. Benjamin Netanyahu's political career was starting right about that time, and already he was lobbying for military action against Iran and for installing a government that would be friendly to Israel. And under his leadership, Israel waged a covert campaign of sabotage and assassinations in Iran. He even clashed with the US when President Obama reached a nuclear deal with Tehran. Things changed in 2016. Donald Trump pulled out of the deal and imposed harsher sanctions, a shift celebrated by Israel. And last June, in Trump's second term, Israel and the United States attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. Then Netanyahu lobbied against diplomatic activities to reach a deal with Iran, which were widely supported by Arab and Muslim countries. On February 28th, Israel and the United States launched a war on Iran that plunged the whole region in turmoil.
Israel is waging war on 2 fronts, escalating tension in the region and increasing the risk of spillover conflicts. The most recent airstrike hit a residential building in Lebanon's capital, killing 4 people. Al Jazeera's Zaina Khoda reports from the scene of Wednesday's attack in central Beirut.
The strike came in without warning, just before dawn. And this is what people in Beirut woke up to after Israeli missiles hit an apartment in a residential building. A precision strike, that is how the Israeli military describes these attacks as it continues its campaign against Hezbollah and its allies. More often than not, the impact is felt by civilians.
My brother and I own the apartment on the 8th floor, and the apartment that was targeted was below us. They are saying those targeted belong to a certain party. We don't know. All I know is we are in shock.
Several deaths and injuries were reported as the war escalates. Already, hundreds have been killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced.
We are in the heart of Beirut,
This is the third time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. We have to wear helmets because of falling glass and debris. Families were asleep when the missiles came in. The explosions caused damage throughout the neighborhood, worsening conditions for an already poor society.
We heard the first blast. I grabbed my wife and daughter and took them to another room, and then we heard a second blast.
Yet another traumatic incident for a population still reeling from multiple crises in recent years. The last war, only 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to the latest confrontation. The Lebanese government is offering to direct talks with Israel. Israel says it will not negotiate and that the war will end when Hezbollah disarms. But Hezbollah says it won't surrender. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
The Israeli military has continued to issue forced displacement orders to residents of southern Lebanon. The Lebanese government says nearly 800,000 people, including around 200,000 children, have been forced from their homes. That adds to the tens of thousands already uprooted from previous escalations. At least 570 people, including 86 children, have been killed and 1,444 others wounded across Lebanon since March the 2nd as violence intensifies. And the UNHCR says more than 80,000 civilians from Lebanon have crossed into Syria. Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith is live with us in the Lebanese capital. So Bernard, 800,000 people, that means more than 10% of the Lebanese population just in the last few days has been forced to up and leave their homes. Where are they finding shelter and are they getting help?
So most of them are not in public shelters. Most are either those that have the means paying to stay in hotels, finding rented accommodation elsewhere, staying with friends. There are plenty, and we've seen them this afternoon, we've seen them all week, with small tents set up along Beirut's Corniche, sleeping in tents, sleeping in abandoned buildings, sometimes sleeping in public schools that the government has closed and reopened them as shelters, and sleeping in Beirut's the largest stadium in Beirut. It is incredibly disruptive to life. The people we're speaking to as well, of course, I've seen their homes destroyed, a lot of them. They're not just evacuated from buildings in the southern suburbs. Certainly people have been evacuated from there, and actually we've had another evacuation order there in the last couple of hours, and this time the warning from the Israelis is to evacuate and not to return until further notice. They've highlighted specific districts in the southern suburbs that they said they're going to target, all the while the Israeli drone overhead identifying targets. But for those displaced, no education for the children, no chance to go home, no chance to get life back to normal, and everyone asking, when can we go home? And nobody knows, except that if Israel is determined to degrade Hezbollah's capabilities militarily, this could be running into weeks or months, incredibly disruptive for the whole of Lebanon and the Lebanese people.
And Bernard Smith reporting from the Lebanese capital. Thank you very much, Bernard. And Spain has permanently withdrawn its ambassador to Israel. The ambassador had already been recalled last September after Spain banned aircraft and ships carrying weapons to Israel from using its ports or airspace. That was in response to Israel's genocide in Gaza. Tensions have escalated following the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, with Israel accusing Spain of standing with tyrants for opposing the war. Spain's embassy in Tel Aviv will now be led by a chargé d'affaires. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. 3 commercial ships have been hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. One of them is a Thai cargo vessel. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has taken responsibility for 2 of those attacks. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Thousands of people have gathered in the Iranian capital for the funerals of high-ranking military officials killed in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Officials say that they will continue to fight until the shadow of war is lifted from Iran. Joining us on set is Paul Musgrave. He's an associate professor at Georgetown University here in Qatar, and he focuses on U.S. foreign policy. Paul, I wonder if we could do a little exercise together this hour, which is based on what Donald Trump has been saying over the last few days. I think the U.S. president has been giving us some really significant clues as to how he thinks of his own military campaign against Iran, what works in his mind and what doesn't work. So he held this press conference. He was in Doral in Florida, and he talked about the formula that he sees as a success. This was the Venezuela blueprint. Listen to this.
Formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil.
Okay, so the Venezuela example, as a reminder to our viewers, this was 2 months ago. This was in January. Donald Trump uses the U.S. military to do one very specific thing: remove the president, Nicolas Maduro, leave everything else in place. And since then, according to Donald Trump, the U.S. has a good relationship with its one-time nemesis, Venezuela. They called it behavior change. Is there, in your view, a path to the Venezuela formula being applied to Iran?
I don't want to rule anything out, but it seems really unlikely at this point. And certainly right now, when tensions are incredibly high, when the war is escalating, and also in particular after the United States didn't just kidnap or remove one figure from the Iranian government, but killed so many people. And Israel has pledged to continue to carry out these sorts of targeted assassinations. I think you're absolutely right that Donald Trump views Venezuela as a neat, precise, surgical operation, and he would love to recapture that in Iran. But I think that a lot of what's happening right now is conspiring to put that further and further out of his reach, at least for the short to medium term.
So if Venezuela is a blueprint for success in Donald Trump's view, listen to what he said just moments later, seconds later, in fact, in that same press conference where he was talking about the U.S. invasion of Iraq back in 2003. This is what he had to say.
We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that.
So this was 20 years ago. The U.S. goes into Iraq, breaks the military and political structures, leaves a security vacuum. ISIS fills that security vacuum. Donald Trump sees this as what not to do. Yet what he's doing in Iran now looks a little closer to what the U.S. did in Iraq, than certainly closer to Iraq than to Venezuela.
I think in a lot of ways it does. I will say congratulations to Donald Trump for having a lucid, cogent diagnosis of what happened in Iraq. You would think that that would make him more hesitant about the sort of thoroughgoing regime change operations that's going on. You know, U.S. and Israel both targeting tons of security operations, security headquarters throughout the country of Iran. And you would think that this would make him more, susceptible to arguments not to do this. I would say that possibly the one reason why he has been so reluctant to put boots on the ground is that he understands that the Iraq misadventure was so badly timed for the United States, went so poorly, and Iran is a much, much bigger target. So, he's absolutely right that Iraq went wrong, but that would mean that you'd want to have some sort of continuity, some sort of civilian authority that could continue to provide leadership and stability even after the United States has achieved its limited foreign policy objectives in Iran.
So the U.S. president, therefore, telling us or signaling to us that he doesn't want to completely cripple the institutions and the structure of the Iranian state because he doesn't want to repeat the failures of Iraq. If you survey the U.S. big military campaigns this century, the elephant in the room that we haven't mentioned yet is Afghanistan. So the U.S. goes in, spends 20 years, ends up being pushed out by the Taliban. In that respect, it's a failure. But in another respect, Afghanistan is no longer a threat or a base for a threat to be launched against the U.S. And that's what they want in Iran. They don't want Iran to be able to project force against the U.S. or Israel or any of their regional allies. So is Afghanistan maybe a closer blueprint to what we're going to see in Iran?
I think that this is a really intriguing idea because in Afghanistan, right, the United States went in after September 11th because Afghanistan had harbored al-Qaeda and those who had struck directly at the United States on 9/11 and earlier. And now that is not on the table for Afghanistan. One big difference, of course, is that it was a 20-year occupation, a huge investment of time, of blood, of honor. And of course, the Afghan people had to bear a brunt of that. So you'd hope that any model here would go a little bit faster. But I do think that in there's the idea that if the United States could reach an accommodation with Iran over the red lines that the United States has identified, then there might be a modus vivendi, a way of moving forward that would satisfy Washington. For me, of course, the big question is whether Israel would be acceptable to that.
Okay, I wanted to ask you precisely that. What indicators you're watching in this war going forward, and what questions you're asking yourself? Because, you know, we follow the U.S. president's logic. He's looking at the previous blueprints. But Iran may not look like anything the U.S. has done previously. It may not look like Venezuela. It may not look like Iraq or Afghanistan. So what questions are you asking yourself to see what it may end up looking like?
Yeah, the number one difference between Iran and all the other cases you just mentioned is that Iran has a serious capability to hurt the United States, to hurt Israel, to hurt regional allies of the United States, and of course, the global economy. This is something that Afghanistan could not do, but because of this, Iran has substantially more leverage. That leverage isn't infinite. Iran also wants its own oil to reach market. It wants economic stability. It wants to rebuild its country. But this is a major difference. This is not going to be something like Afghanistan.
Unlike what we saw in all those other countries.
Exactly, right? In Venezuela, they hardly shot back at the beginning. So I think that this makes the situation more complicated. I do think that as blundering as this war's initiation has been, deft diplomacy, adroit management of the situation could lead to something out. But I don't think that deft and adroit are in President Trump's vocabulary.
It's interesting what you mentioned about the energy. We opened the show with that, and currently Iran still has maximum leverage over that energy choke point, which is the Strait of Hormuz. Paul Musgrave, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, about energy, the International Energy Agency has agreed to release the largest volume of emergency oil reserves in its history. The Paris-based organization says that it will make 400 million barrels of oil available from its members' emergency reserves.
IEA countries have unanimously decided to launch the largest ever release of emergency oil stocks in our agency's history. IEA countries will be making 400 million barrels of oil available. I repeat, 400 million barrels of oil available to the market to offset the supply lost through the effective closure of the strait. This is a major action aiming to alleviate the immediate impacts of the disruption in markets.
The U.S. and Israel's attacks on Iran have sent world oil and gas markets into turmoil. Before the strikes on Tehran, the two most common types of crude oil sold at around $70 a barrel. That was the price pre-war. Now, the price of a barrel began to climb after the American and Israeli attacks, and Iran's retaliation hit nations across the Gulf region. That's when the price of a barrel of oil climbed well above $100. So from 70 to well above 100. Then on Monday, President Donald Trump told U.S. media he thought the war against Iran was near complete. So what happened? Immediately, the price of oil began to fall. In the last 2 days, with little indication that the war is actually close to ending, prices have increased again slightly. Natasha Butler is in Paris. Natasha, we've set the scene. We gave that information that the International Energy Agency is telling all its members to release the biggest amount of strategic reserve release ever, which is 400 million barrels of oil a day. So how is this going to work? What's it for? And when are we supposed to feel the effects of that?
Yes, only in a historical move by the International Energy Agency that's based in Paris. In fact, the head of the agency, Faith Birol, said in a statement that the oil markets are facing unprecedented, challenging times. And that is why they've decided to make that move with their 32 members to release 400 million barrels of oil in order to try and ease the pressure on the oil markets. Now, what we understand is that now now it will be up to those member states to decide how they're going to release the oil, when they're going to release the oil. However, will be up to the agency. It's going to be staggered. We know that. It may take several days, several weeks. And the impact, we understand, will also be felt in perhaps 2 to 4 weeks' time. So it's not something that people are really going to feel right now when they're going to the petrol pump, for example. They're not going to suddenly see oil prices, the price of fuel, I should say, going back to what it was before. But that effect will be gradual. Now, as I said, the agency decided to do that because we've seen a continuation of those oil prices go up. And it is an historic move because it's more than twice the amount of barrels of oil that they decided to release back in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Back then it was something like 182 million barrels of oil. But it shows you, really highlighting the sense of urgency here in the situation.
Natasha, by the way, I think I may have misspoken earlier when I asked you the question. The release of the strategic oil reserves is for 400 million barrels of oil. I may have said per day. It is definitely not per day. It is in total. Who is taking part in this? What countries are actually releasing strategic reserves? Who's taking part?
Well, for the moment, we know of a few countries that have already thrown their hat into the ring. We know that Japan, for example, said that it would look at beginning to release reserves from as soon as Monday. We also know that Germany and Austria say they will. France is expected to take part. In fact, the French President Emmanuel Macron is currently hosting a G7 meeting here in Paris, although it is by video conference. France is holding the rotating presidency of the G7, and it is to look at the idea of releasing this oil. G7 countries are expected to all take part in that, of course. The French president has also urged his G7 partners, though, to look at ways to try and ease the pressure on the Strait of Hormuz. He's spoken, we understand, to the President of the United States during that meeting, talking about what can be done to try and escort those ships or secure in some way safe passage of those tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. So we know those discussions are also ongoing. G7 countries, G7 leaders are, of course, looking at this very carefully. They're concerned, of course, about the economic impact of this war on their countries. They understand as well, and they know it is going to affect not just businesses and industry, but consumers, and that means voters.
All right, Natasha Butler reporting from Paris. Thank you very much, Natasha. Let's speak now to economist and oil and gas specialist Cornelia Meyer. She is the CEO of Meyer Resources, joining us from Bern in Switzerland. Cornelia, thank you for being on the program. For consumers who are starting to see whether it's gas prices in the U.S., or I should say petrol prices in the U.S. and gas prices in Europe, and there are also consumers in Asia who are seeing either the scarcity of oil or who are seeing prices rise. What is this going to mean for consumers that the IEA is calling for the release of 400 million barrels of oil?
Thank you so much for having me, Cyril. Well, it's good because what you will see eventually that it will have an effect on the oil price. But mind you, 400 million barrels is as much as the highest number they ever released. However, it's less than 4 days of global oil consumption. So we have to put it all in perspective. And there's only so much you can do. Essentially and eventually, we need the Straits of Hormuz to open, and that will, by the way, take time. We need for the GCC producers and Iraq to be able to restart the production that they have shut in. But again, it's not a light switch. It will take time. So we will see heightened inflation. People will feel it in their pockets. Maybe in the short run, a little bit less thanks to the release, but you know, they will feel it. We don't get around having to make sure that the Straits of Hormuz open again.
Cornelia, I hear what you're saying, that this is not a silver bullet, that this will only contain the rise in energy prices for so long. Roughly how long?
That's hard to say. We will have to see. Look, when you look at in such a situation, what are the levers that help? It's spare capacity. Spare capacity is in the Gulf, so that's out. Then it's resistance, consuming less. Consuming less. That is one thing. So in the meantime, it's just very hard to see how long. But if prices go up too high, the economy it will be bad for the economy, so there will be less demand. But that's not a good scenario at all.
I'll give our viewers two concrete examples, by the way. You have restaurants in India that are about to run out of cooking oil. That's just one example from halfway across the globe from where the war is actually happening. Another example is that some airlines, because they're now paying more for their jet fuel, they are going to increase the price of their tickets. At some point, and you've explained this, at some point, the effects of this spare capacity that's being released, at some point, those effects run out. Then what happens?
It's not spare capacity. It's strategic reserves that are released.
Yeah. What happens when? So that's supposed to help, but you said it only will help for a limited period of time. When it stops helping, then what happens?
Well, we will have even more inflation, and you will see people, traveling. They're doing already traveling less, using less oil. It will have really a devastating effect on the economy. And Amin Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, said yesterday, look, if this strait doesn't open soon, it will have a devastating effect on the global economy.
So most of the oil producing countries and gas in the Gulf, whether it's Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, their energy, oil and gas, goes through the Strait of Hormuz. That is what is currently closed because ships are too afraid, with good reason, I might add, to go through that particular waterway. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, however, does have an alternative way to get its oil out. It's the East-West pipeline, right? That's such that the oil would no longer have to be shipped through by boat through the Strait of Hormuz. It can just cross the Arabian Peninsula and then go out through the Red Sea. That, I think you're going to tell me. Go ahead.
It can go out to Yanbu, fine, but this is only about a capacity of about 5.5 million barrels a day at its best.
That's what I was going to ask you. How much of a shortfall does this make up for?
Saudi production is about 10 million barrels a day.
Sorry, say those numbers again.
It's about 5.5 million barrels a day capacity at its best, but the Saudi production used to be about 10 million barrels a day. The Emiratis also have a pipeline going to Fujairah, to the Gulf of Oman, which is also only about 1.5 million barrels a day, so which is also less than half of their usual daily production.
Okay, therefore, if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and now that the International Energy Agency has already made this big announcement, biggest historic emptying of, or releasing, I should say, of strategic reserves ever, now that they've already done this, if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, what's the next move?
Well, they have more reserves that they can release, but this is just not a road we want to go down. And I quote Amin Nasser again. That strait really needs to be open. It's 20% of oil, crude and products that are now taken out of the market, and it's 20% of LNG. And
but Cornelia, pause for a second. I completely understand your point from an energy market standpoint. You're saying that that strait really needs to reopen. I get it. But there's a war right there around that strait. Iran is on one side of the war, and it is their biggest leverage over the entire world to try and end this conflict. So they are not going to reopen this until they can get, benefit from it. So in other words, what I'm saying is it may remain closed. My question to you is, what then?
Well, hyperinflation and really bad impact of the economy. By the way, forget rate cuts in the US because inflation will be so high that you can't cut rates. So it is really sort of a very, very, very dire scenario for the global economy. And it's especially a dire scenario for developing countries because they will no longer be able to afford the LNG. You know, Bangladesh, Pakistan, the LNG cargoes they need. 30% of fertilizer also goes through the Straits of Hormuz. And that will have food inflation, and that will have big impact on again, developing economies. And again, we don't have a USAID and a lot of the aid money that we used to have before anymore because USAID is shut in and because Western countries are preferring to look after defense rather than overseas development.
Yeah, this really is affecting and will continue to affect consumers globally, as we said, from the US, Europe, South Asia, Southeast Asia. Cornelia Maya, CEO of Maya Resources, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cyril.
Iran is home to one of the most complex ethnic and religious mosaics in the world. From the mountains of Kurdistan to the plains of Khuzestan, the country's 90 million people represent a vast array of identities, each with its own history and its own demands. Julide Iger reports.
Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, is an ethnically diverse country in West Asia. It shares land borders with 7 nations and has coastlines bordering the Caspian Sea to the north and to the south, the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Iran is one of the oldest civilizations, and over centuries, it's been shaped by multiple empires, religions, and tribes. Let's break it down. Iran is the world's most populous Shia majority country. Sunnis and other Muslim sects account for roughly 9% of the population, and the remaining 1% includes Christian and Jewish communities. More than half of its roughly 90 million people are estimated to be ethnically Persian. Azeris are the second largest ethnic group. They live mostly in northern areas along the border with Azerbaijan and in the cities of Tabriz and Tehran. Kurds, who are mostly Sunni, make up about 15% of the population. Kurds mainly live in western areas near the border with Turkey. About 3% of Iranians are ethnic Arabs. They're concentrated in the southwestern province of Khuzestan, and Baluchis make up to 5% of the population. They mostly live in the southeast, which is where most of Iran's oil and gas reserves are. But despite that, it is one of the poorest regions.
All right. Iran's highest-ranking Sunni Kurdish official is calling for domestic unity. In an interview with Al Jazeera, Vice President Abdul Karim Hosseinzadeh says past government mistakes have fueled a sense of discrimination, but that the Iranian identity remains the ultimate glue holding the nation together.
Saying that there are no issues in our country is unrealistic. Every country in the world has issues. Naturally, enemies invest in our weak points. I think the projects to cause ethnic division, Turk, Baluch, and Arab phobia have truly failed. All of these people are Iranians. I believe that Kurds have become more aware and will not be used as tools. You can see this even in the protests of 2022. A large portion of protests involved Kurdish people, yet you did not see or hear any slogans calling for secession or the separation of Kurds from Iran. Therefore, I say this sincerely and very seriously. Kurds are deeply attached to their homeland. I truly do not consider Iran to be divisible, and Kurds have never been separatists.
Our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, is back in the studio with us. Osama, we just showed Iran, and sorry for the cliche, but is a mosaic, right? Ethnic mosaic. And from the very first days of the war, we started hearing that maybe the US or maybe Israel would want to empower, support, and incentivize some of those groups to go and claim part of the land or put pressure on the government. Can this mosaic be used by Iran's enemies to be leveraged to put pressure on this government?
Well, that has always been the wish since the 1979 revolution. There's been always talk about, and in recent days, you've heard from Benjamin Netanyahu in his first speech after the attack on Iran, talk to all of that mosaic of diverse communities that are in Iran. So let's break them down. Essentially, you've got more ethnic Azeris living in Iran than the total population of Azerbaijan, right? That is in the north of the country. In the east, you've got the Baluch. In the west, you've got the Kurds. Now, Kurds is very interesting because the Kurdish minority has always been struggling for its rights. It's been trying to carve out its own state. You've seen what happened in Syria. You've seen what have happened in Iraq, where there was an expansion of the state when ISIL was defeated, and then the retraction of that state when the Iraqi forces moved in. And similarly, these Kurds on the Iranian side of the border have maintained very strong ties with the Syrian and the Iraqi Kurds as well.
They've been struck, by the way, by Iran.
Well, Iraq is the only country which has been hit by both sides, and predominantly it's the Kurds who've come under attack. And you've seen how the Kurds felt they were disposable allies in Syria, and that's why many have refrained from going into actual warfare for fighting for the United States to, to go after this mythical state of theirs that they would want to claim. It is not out of the realm of reality, but it is wishful thinking, because there's still an Iranian identity which binds many of these communities together. Now, are they marginalized? Yes. Have they been facing economic hardship? Absolutely. But if you look at the history of Iran and go back maybe 1,000 years, this has been through the golden age of Islam. This was essentially the cradle, whether it was Shiraz, it was Tabriz, or Isfahan. Tehran was not that one of those places, but this was an amalgamation of ideas from Central Asia, from the Middle East, coming together and sort of essentially a center of excellence for thought. And that is what the Iranians would bring you back to every time you speak to them about these minorities, that yes, we have that mosaic, but it is very well woven into the fabric of the Iranian society. And that is why it will be difficult for the outsiders to break it apart. Now, is that impossible? I don't think it is. Interestingly, I was talking to somebody who was in Geneva when the talks were happening, and they said that there's a strategy within the confines of power in Iran that these are seen as appendages, as the extremities of Iran. And as you've seen in Azerbaijan, where they had to give up a part of their country to Armenia and claim it back 30 years later, this is also a strategy that Iran could deploy.
So it remains an open question. I'm listening to you intently here because the Kurds have featured quite heavily in the coverage of this conflict in the first few days. That's to say, Iranian Kurds who are currently hiding in Iraq. And there have been questions about whether they may want to mount an armed offensive against Iran. The question being whether they can eat away at Iran's territorial integrity. And you're saying maybe, maybe not. There's no definite on this yet. Okay, we'll keep that for now. We'll keep that, but it's something that we have to monitor.
Absolutely. This is going to be one of the most interesting things that come out of this conflict on how these minorities could be weaponized for or against Iran.
Osama bin Javed, thank you so much.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters. Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters. Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.